In 1278, the two armies met on the plains of Marchfeld. When the battle ended, Ottokar was dead, and the Habsburgs had gained Austria. With Ottokar's death, the balance of power in Central Europe began to change. Austria had now become the center of the Habsburg dynasty. The dynasty understood not only war, but also how to grow patiently. And soon, marriages would become more powerful than swords. The Habsburgs had chosen a different path. They wanted to grow without constant war. One marriage was followed by another, and the dynasty began spreading across Europe. While rival dynasties weakened through wars, the Habsburgs gained strength through alliances. And a new reality was emerging in Europe. The Habsburgs were becoming unstoppable. In the 15th century, a leader appeared who would change the fate of the Habsburgs. Maximilian's marriage to Mary of Burgundy changed the balance of power in Europe. Because with this marriage, Europe's richest cities passed to the Habsburgs. And France now saw the rising Habsburg power as a threat. One of the greatest moves of the Habsburgs would be their marriage alliance with Spain. Because Joanna's family were the most powerful rulers of Spain. After this marriage, Habsburg power began extending beyond Europe. And soon, one of the most powerful rulers Europe had ever seen would emerge. His name was Charles V. Charles V inherited one of the greatest empires Europe had ever seen. Gold and silver from the New World were filling the Habsburg innes. And across Europe, everyone was asking the same question: who could stop the Habsburgs? In 1517, an event occurred that would change Europe forever. Martin Luther was challenging the Catholic Church. Europe was now dividing in two, Catholics and Protestants. For Charles V, the struggle was no longer only about territory. At the same time, from the east, another superpower was rising. And at the head of this empire stood Suleiman the Magnificent. The Battle of Mohacs in Yiwu Harlil changed the fate of Central Europe. Now, the Ottomans had reached the borders of the Habsburgs. In 1529, the Ottoman army reached Vienna. Europe was terrified because Vienna could fall. For days, deadly fighting raged across the city walls. and in the end, the Ottoman army withdrew. But even after Vienna, the war did not end. Hungary and the Balkans had become the battleground of two empires. For years, both sides tried to wear each other down. And the fate of Europe was being shaped by the struggle between the Ottomans and the Habsburgs. In 1683, the Ottoman army once again arrived before Vienna. In 1683, the Ottoman army once again arrived before Vienna. At the final moment, the arriving European armies changed the fate of the siege. With this defeat, the Ottoman advance into Europe began to slow. After Vienna, the balance of power began to change. The Habsburgs were no longer only defending, they were becoming one of Europe's greatest dynasties. Kings and ambassadors were now recognizing the power of the Habsburg court. But before the dynasty, even greater storms still awaited. In the 17th century, Europe was dragged into a new catastrophe. Catholics and Protestants had declared war on one another. Cities were collapsing, and millions were losing their lives. And the Habsburgs stood at the center of the war, shaking Europe. Across Europe's royal courts, the Habsburg name now meant power and fear. They had built an empire not only through war, but also through marriage and diplomacy. But like every great empire, the rise of the Habsburgs would not last forever. After centuries of dominance, the dynasty slowly began to weaken. New powers like France and Prussia were changing the balance of Europe. Constant dynastic marriages had caused serious genetic problems within the family. Then Europe witnessed the rise of Napoleon. In 1806, the Holy Roman Empire came to an end. A nearly 1,000-year-old empire had collapsed beneath Napoleon's shadow. A story that began in a small mountain fortress had become a dynasty that ruled Europe for centuries. In 1402, the devastating defeat at the Battle of Ankara brought the Ottoman Empire to the brink of collapse. After Bayezid was captured, Ottoman lands were divided among rival princes. The struggle between the princes dragged the empire into years of civil war. This turbulent time would later be known as the Ottoman Interregnum. After the Battle of Ankara, Bayezid was taken captive. Timur's advance across Anatolia severely weakened Ottoman authority. Many Anatolian beyliks declared their independence once again. The Ottoman Empire now faced a major crisis of authority in both Anatolia and Rumelia. In Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi seized control and became one of the strongest contenders. In western Anatolia, Isa Celebi was trying to establish his authority. In Amasya, Mehmed Celebi patiently began gathering his strength. Thus, Ottoman lands were effectively divided among the rival princes. Mehmed Celebi moved against his rival, Isa Celebi, in Anatolia. Isa Celebi prepared to defend his authority in Anatolia. The struggle between the two princes soon turned into open warfare. At the end of these clashes, Mehmed Celebi gained the upper hand. In Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi had established strong authority. Mehmed Celebi was preparing to confront this powerful rival in Rumelia. The struggle for the throne now extended beyond Anatolia, into Rumelia. The struggle between the Ottoman princes was turning into a larger war. Despite his control in Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi's authority was gradually weakening. Many local commanders and soldiers began changing their allegiance. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi emerged as a new power in Rumelia. These developments prepared the end of Suleiman Celebi's rule in Rumelia. Musa Celebi crossed into Rumelia and quickly began gaining strength in the region. Soon, many soldiers and commanders gathered around Musa Celebi. The clashes in Rumelia quickly weakened Suleiman Celebi's power. Thus, Musa Celebi took control of Rumelia. After taking control of Rumelia, Musa Celebi moved quickly to strengthen his authority. He made strict decisions to consolidate his control over the region. These developments once again alarmed the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine leadership began seeking a new balance against Musa Celebi. Emperor Manuel sought a new ally against Musa Celebi. For this purpose, contact was established with Mehmed Celebi. By accepting this support, Mehmed Celebi gained the opportunity to cross into Rumelia. Thus began a new struggle that would change the fate of the interregnum. With Byzantine support, Mehmed Celebi crossed into Rumelia and began his campaign. In Rumelia, he strengthened his army with newly joined forces. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi completed preparations for the approaching major confrontation. The struggle between the two princes was now turning into a final, decisive battle. In 1413, the final great battle between the two brothers took place at During the battle, Mehmed Celebi maintained firm control over his army. By the end of the fighting, Musa Celebi's forces began to collapse. With this victory, Mehmed Celebi secured decisive supremacy in the struggle for the throne. After the victory at Çamerlu, Mehmed Celebi entered Edirne and assumed control. In 1413, Mehmed Celebi ascended the Ottoman throne as Mehmed I. The new Sultan began rebuilding the state after years of civil war. Thus, the interregnum ended and the Ottoman Empire was reunited. After ascending the throne, Mehmed I began restoring central authority. Many Anatolian lords once again pledged loyalty to Ottoman rule. After years of civil war, the army began to be reorganized. The state soon entered a period of recovery and stabilization. Soon after, a major rebellion began in Rumelia, under the leadership of Sheikh Bedreddin. The rebellion quickly spread across a wide region. The Ottoman administration moved quickly to suppress the rebellion. After the clashes, the rebellion was suppressed and Sheikh Bedreddin was captured. After the rebellion was suppressed, Sheikh Bedreddin was executed. This development helped restore Ottoman authority in Rumelia. Memdi further strengthened central administration. Thus, the state regained strength against internal threats. In 1421, the death of Sultan Mehmed I marked the beginning of a new era for the Ottoman Empire. Murad II ascended the throne and assumed control of the state despite his young age. The Ottoman ruling elite gathered around the new sultan once again. However, Murad II's reign would soon face new challenges. Shortly after Murad II ascended the throne, the rebellion of Mustafa began. The Byzantine leadership supported this rebellion to weaken the Ottoman state. False Mustafa quickly managed to gather significant support in Rumelia. The young Sultan Murad II moved quickly to confront this threat. Murad II quickly mobilized his army against False Mustafa. Clashes in Rumelia quickly intensified. After the fighting, False Mustafa's forces collapsed. With the rebellion suppressed, False Mustafa was captured and neutralized. After the rebellion in Rumelia was suppressed, another uprising began in Anatolia, led by Prince Mustafa. Prince Mustafa quickly gathered significant support around him. Murad II turned toward Anatolia to confront this new threat. These developments triggered a new internal struggle in Anatolia. Murad II quickly moved to suppress the rebellion in Anatolia. Prince Mustafa's resistance soon began to weaken. Following these events, Prince Mustafa was captured. With this development, Murad II strengthened his authority in Anatolia. With the suppression of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. With the suppression of internal rebellions, Murad II re-established strong authority across Anatolia and Rumelia. As the Ottoman Empire regained its strength, greater wars were about to reshape the course of history, to be continued. During the reign of Murad II, the Ottoman Empire began regaining strength in the Balkans. The Ottoman resurgence caused serious concern across Europe. European powers began forming a new alliance to stop Ottoman expansion. Soon, a large Crusader army began marching toward Ottoman lands. In 1443, the Crusader army began advancing toward Ottoman territories through the Balkans. Ottoman forces began preparing defensive positions along the frontier against the advancing Crusaders. Heavy clashes took place between the two armies in the mountain passes of the Balkans. Despite harsh winter conditions, the Crusader army continued its advance. Facing the Crusader advance, Ottoman forces were forced to withdraw from several positions. During this time, Murad II reorganized his army and began preparing for a During this time, Murad II reorganized his army and began preparing for a This situation gave the Ottoman army an opportunity to regroup. After prolonged fighting, both sides agreed to begin peace negotiations. After prolonged fighting, both sides agreed to begin peace negotiations. As a result of these negotiations, a temporary peace emerged in the Balkans. These developments paved the way for an important treaty between the Ottoman state and the European powers. After the Treaty of Edirne-Segedin, the ruler made an unexpected decision and withdrew from power. At a very young age, the new ruler assumed control of the state. European powers saw this leadership change as a major opportunity. Soon, preparations began for a new Crusader campaign against the Ottoman state. European powers soon broke the recently signed peace agreement. A new Crusader army began mobilizing once again toward Ottoman lands. This development caused serious concern within the Ottoman leadership. The Ottoman army quickly began preparing for the approaching major confrontation. Facing a growing threat, the young ruler called the experienced leader back to command the army. In response to this call, the experienced commander set out to lead the army once again. After taking command of the army, preparations quickly intensified. The Ottoman army moved swiftly toward the coming great battle. The Crusader army advanced toward the Black Sea coast and reached the battlefield. Soon after, the Ottoman army formed its battle lines in the same region. The two great armies faced each other on the plains of Varna. One of the most critical battles in history was about to begin. November 10, 1444, Battle of Varna. On November 10, 1444, the battle began on the plains of Varna. Fierce clashes erupted between the two armies. As the battle progressed, cavalry units began to play a decisive role. The balance of the battle began to shift. At a critical moment in the battle, the Crusaders' central forces launched a direct assault on the Ottoman command line. This attack carried a major risk that could change the fate of the battle. Events at the center quickly disrupted the command structure of the Crusader army. This development became one of the decisive turning points of the Battle of Varna. As the battle progressed, the resistance of the Crusader army began to collapse. Soon, the Crusader forces began withdrawing from the battlefield. The Battle of Varna ended with a decisive Ottoman victory. This victory strengthened Ottoman dominance in the Balkans once again. Despite the defeat at Varna, European powers did not abandon their goal of stopping Ottoman expansion. Soon, a new Crusader army began preparing for another campaign against the Ottoman state. This newly formed army began advancing once again through the Balkans. In 1448, the two armies were once again approaching confrontation on the plains of Kosovo. In 1448, the Ottoman and Crusader armies once again faced each other on the plains of Kosovo. Both armies formed their lines across a wide battlefield before the clash. Soon, intense fighting began across the plains of Kosovo. As the war progressed, the quality of military training began to play a significant role in combat. In 1448, the battle on the plains of Kosovo continued for days. As the battle progressed, the resistance of the Crusader army began to collapse. The Second Battle of Kosovo ended with a decisive Ottoman victory. With this victory, Ottoman dominance in the Balkans was secured, and attention now turned toward Constantinople. To be continued. In 1451, Mehmed II ascended the throne at a young age. But his ambitions were far greater than those of an ordinary ruler. There was a city that had stood for centuries, and that city was Constantinople. Constantinople stood between Europe and Asia. It controlled one of the most important crossroads of the world. Its massive walls had protected the city for centuries. Many armies had failed before these walls. Mehmed II began extensive preparations for the conquest. Rumeli Fortress was built at the narrowest point of the Bosphorus. This fortress was built to cut off aid reaching Constantinople. Now it had become nearly impossible for aid to reach Constantinople by sea. Mehmed II received a strong education from an early age. He was educated by the most important scholars of his time. He gained deep knowledge in history, geography, and military strategy. He learned Ottoman, Turkish, Arabic, Persian, Greek, and Latin, developing a remarkable intellectual background. From an early age, the idea of conquering Constantinople had taken root in Mehmed II's mind. Constantinople was seen not just as a city, but as a great objective. The words of Prophet Muhammad, foretelling the future conquest of Constantinople, had turned this objective into a great ideal in the Ottoman world. Mehmed II was determined to fulfill this ideal. Mehmed II ordered the construction of massive cannons to break the walls of Constantinople. These cannons were among the largest siege weapons of their time. The massive cannons were transported with great difficulty to the walls of Constantinople. Now the walls of Constantinople faced one of the greatest sieges in their history. Constantinople was no longer as powerful as it once had been. The defense of the city rested on Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI. However, the defensive strength of the city was very limited. The great chain placed across the Golden Horn was one of the key elements of the city's defense. Emperor Constantine XI had requested help from the European states. However, the European states could not respond to this call as quickly as expected. Only a limited number of reinforcements were able to reach the city. The Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani, took an important role in the defense of the city. The Ottoman fleet advanced toward Constantinople to take part in the siege. However, the great chain across the Golden Horn prevented the Ottoman fleet from entering. This obstacle significantly limited the movement of the Ottoman fleet. Mehmed II began preparing a new plan to overcome this obstacle. Mehmed II was searching for another way to reach the Golden Horn. For this purpose, a plan was made to move the ships over land. The Ottoman ships began to be transported over land with great preparation. This move came as a great surprise to the defenders of Constantinople. The entry of the Ottoman fleet into the harbor changed the course of the siege. The city's defenses now faced a new threat. Ottoman forces had now surrounded the city, both by land and by sea. The balance of the siege was gradually shifting in favor of the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman cannons opened heavy fire against the walls of Constantinople. The massive cannons continued, firing without interruption for days. Byzantine defenders tried to repair the damaged walls. Throughout the night, however, the walls were now struggling to withstand the massive assault. Before the final assault, intense preparations were underway in the Ottoman army. The soldiers prayed before the approaching great assault. Mehmed II personally inspected his army before the assault. A silent but historic night unfolded before the walls of Constantinople. On the morning of May 29, 1453, the Ottoman army launched the final assault. Ottoman soldiers advanced with determination to reach the walls. The Byzantine defenders resisted with all their remaining strength on the walls. The breaches in the walls showed that the defense of Constantinople was beginning to collapse. After a long siege, Ottoman soldiers finally breached the walls of Constantinople. The defense of the city had completely collapsed. Mehmed II entered the conquered city, marking the beginning of a new era. Constantinople would now become the capital of the Ottoman Empire. The conquest of Constantinople in 1453 marked not only the fall of a city, but the end of an era and the beginning of a new age. To be continued. Europe had lived for centuries under the shadow of wars, plagues, and fear. Cities were dark, the streets were silent, and death was everywhere. The church controlled the intellectual world of Europe, and people feared questioning it. But from this darkness, a new age would rise and change history forever. The Renaissance was born in Italy. Florence, Venice, and Genoa had become the centers of Mediterranean trade. Wealth arriving from the east was beginning to transform the Italian cities. And this wealth would begin the rebirth of Europe. In Florence, one family stood above the others. The Medici family had built immense wealth through banking. Artists, scientists, and thinkers were now supported by powerful families. And Florence was becoming the cultural heart of Europe. In 1453, Constantinople fell. Many Byzantine scholars began fleeing to Italy. They carried not only their belongings, but also the knowledge of the ancient world. And this knowledge would spark a great intellectual transformation in Europe. The people of the Renaissance were looking back to the past, especially to the worlds of ancient Rome and Greece. Ancient sculptures, architecture, and philosophy were being rediscovered. Europe was bringing the legacy of the ancient world back to life. And then, one of the greatest geniuses in history emerged. Leonardo da Vinci was not only a painter, he was also an inventor, engineer, and scientist. And his ideas would influence centuries to come. Renaissance scholars were trying to understand the human body. Muscles, bones, and organs were being studied in unprecedented detail. Knowledge was no longer coming only from ancient books, but from direct observation. And these studies would lay the foundation of modern science. The workshops of Italy were becoming the new centers of knowledge in Europe. Painters and artists had begun to recreate reality itself. Perspective, light, and human anatomy were transforming art forever. And art was becoming one of the greatest symbols of the Renaissance. The Renaissance was not only the rebirth of art, but also of science. People had begun to question the natural world. New ideas were spreading across Europe. And this transformation would lay the foundation of modern science. Scholars had begun to study the heavens. Stars and planets were being observed more closely than ever before. Some scholars began to believe the old ideas might be wrong. And the heavens were becoming humanity's new frontier of discovery. The Polish astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus introduced a revolutionary idea. Earth was not the center of the universe. Later, Galileo began observing the heavens through a telescope, and humanity's view of the universe began to change forever. But these new ideas had begun to threaten the church. Scientists were now questioning the old order, and this questioning would spark a great conflict across Europe. But the spread of knowledge could no longer be stopped. And then an invention appeared that would change everything. The printing press changed the speed of knowledge forever. Books could now be reproduced in massive numbers. And ideas began spreading across all of Europe. The Renaissance had given people a new idea. The world could be explored. Europe was now sailing into the oceans, and the age of exploration was about to begin. In 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed westward. His goal was to reach India. But without realizing it, he had reached a new continent. And this discovery would change the fate of the world forever. European sailors were now reaching every corner of the world. Vasco da Gama had found the sea route to India, and Magellan's fleet would sail around the world. Europe was no longer just a continent, it was becoming a global power. The Renaissance was transforming not only ideas, but entire cities. Massive domes, marble columns, and grand structures were rising everywhere. Art and architecture had become the new symbols of power. And Europe was being reborn. The Renaissance had completely transformed Europe. Kings were growing stronger, and new states were rising. Science, education, and ideas were shaping Europe's future. And a new age had begun. Europe was no longer the old world. Science, art, and exploration were leading humanity into a new age. And the fate of the world was changing forever. Because the Renaissance was the birth of the modern world. In 15th century Europe, spices were worth more than gold. The Ottoman control over trade routes forced Europe to search for new paths. And so the kingdoms of Europe turned toward the oceans. The greatest age of exploration in human history was beginning. The pioneer of the age of exploration was the Kingdom of Portugal. Prince Henry established schools for navigation and cartography. Portuguese sailors began exploring the coasts of Africa. Their goal was clear: to reach India by sea. In 1497, Vasco da Gama began his voyage to India. Throughout the long journey, the sailors fought against death. And finally, Europeans reached India. The spice trade was changing, and world trade was entering a new era. Christopher Columbus's voyage continued for weeks in uncertainty. The crew was beginning to lose hope. And one morning, a new world appeared on the horizon. Columbus believed he had reached Asia, but he had actually discovered America. The newly discovered lands sparked great rivalry among European kingdoms. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed. The world was being divided between two great powers. Because of this agreement, Brazil came under Portuguese control. In 1519, Ferdinand Magellan began one of the greatest voyages in history. After months of searching, they discovered a hidden passage in the south. The Pacific Ocean was far greater than they had imagined. And finally, for the first time in history, the world had been circumnavigated. The Spanish did not only explore America, they also began conquering it. The Aztec Empire was one of the most powerful states in the Americas. But war, disease, and technological differences were weakening the Aztecs. And in the end, the Aztec Empire collapsed. In South America, the Inca Empire became the next target. The Incas were one of the greatest civilizations of the Andes. The Inca Emperor Atahualpa was trapped by the Spanish. and soon after, the Inca Empire also collapsed. The age of exploration increased the wealth of Europe. The center of world trade had shifted to the Atlantic Ocean. But this era also brought suffering to millions. And the world had changed forever. Gold and silver from the Americas began transforming the European economy. European cities were rapidly growing, and trade was entering a new era. While Mediterranean ports declined, the Atlantic coasts were rising. England, Spain, and Portugal were becoming the greatest maritime powers in the world. The age of exploration also had a dark side. Millions of Africans were forced into slavery. The wealth of the New World was built on human labor and suffering. And the Atlantic Ocean became the new center of global trade. Over time, new maritime powers also emerged. The Dutch and the English began rising in global trade. The riches of the East were falling under the control of European companies. And world trade was becoming truly global for the first time. The age of exploration marked the rise of European empires. The nations that ruled the seas now ruled the world. The old world order was ending, and the modern age was beginning. And humanity had entered a path with no return. The ships that crossed the oceans did not only discover new lands, they changed the course of human history. New continents, new empires, and a new world was born. And the world would never be the same again. For centuries, Europe stood united under one faith. The Catholic Church was the most powerful authority on the continent. Kings were changing, wars were ending. But the power of the Church remained above all else. People believed salvation could only come through the church. Fear of damnation had spread across every corner of Europe. The church controlled not only religion, but laws, education, and human life itself. Europe was ruled under a single spiritual authority. Over time, corruption within the church began to grow. Some priests were selling forgiveness for money. People were told that money could bring them closer to heaven. Fear had merged with faith. While the church gathered immense wealth, the people of Europe lived in poverty. Anger was silently growing. A dangerous question was now rising across Europe. What if the church had lost its way? At that moment, an invention appeared that would change the course of history: the printing press. Knowledge was now spreading faster than ever before. For the first time, people could freely read new ideas. Under the influence of the Renaissance, Europe was beginning to change. People were now learning to question authority. And in Germany, a monk would change this order forever: Martin Luther. Martin Luther was originally studying law. But one day, a violent storm changed his life forever. Believing he had escaped death, Luther decided to dedicate his life to God. And he entered a monastery. He prayed for hours and fasted for days. But no matter what he did, he could not find peace. While studying the Bible, Luther reached an idea that would change everything. Salvation was possible through faith alone. At that time, the church was selling documents called indulgences. People were told their sins could be forgiven. Some preachers claimed that paying money could bring people closer to heaven. Fear was controlling the faith of the people. Pope Leo X was gathering enormous wealth for St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. And the sale of indulgences was spreading rapidly across Europe. Martin Luther grew furious as he witnessed these events, because to him, faith was not something to be sold. In 1517, Martin Luther wrote one of the most important documents in history, the 95 Theses. Luther nailed his theses to the door of Wittenberg Church, and the silence of Europe was broken. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread across Europe within weeks. People were now openly questioning the church. Rome was consumed with anger. For the first time, the authority of the church was being seriously challenged. In 1521, Martin Luther was summoned to the Diet of Worms. The emperor and church officials demanded that he take back his words. But Luther refused to step back. Unless proven otherwise, I cannot take back my words. The Pope excommunicated Luther. and the Holy Roman Empire declared him an outlaw. Now anyone could kill Martin Luther without punishment. But several German princes secretly began protecting him. Martin Luther continued working while hidden inside Wartburg Castle, and he began translating the Bible into German. This moment was a revolution in European history. For the first time, ordinary people could read the Bible in their own language. The Church's absolute control over knowledge was beginning to break. New ideas were spreading rapidly across Europe. The Reform movement was no longer limited to Germany. Europe was entering a new era. Luther's ideas began spreading across different regions of Europe. In Switzerland, Ulrich Zwingli was challenging Catholic traditions. Then, John Calvin emerged, and the Reformation movement became even more radical. According to Calvin, God had already determined the fate of mankind. This belief spread rapidly across Europe. Europe was no longer a single Christian world. Catholics and Protestants had begun seeing each other as enemies. As the Reformation grew, tension across Europe intensified. In Germany, the peasants began to revolt. For years, the people had lived under crushing taxes, and now they demanded freedom. Reformation ideas were turning into rebellion. But Martin Luther did not support the peasant uprising. He feared Europe would descend into total chaos. The rebellion was crushed with brutal force. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives across Europe. Meanwhile, in England, a new crisis was emerging. King Henry VIII desired a male heir. But the Pope refused to annul Henry's marriage. And England found itself in conflict with Rome. In 1534, the king was declared head of the Church of England. And thus, the Anglican Church was born. Monasteries were closed, and church lands were seized. England was now entering a completely different path. The Catholic Church realized it was facing a massive crisis, and the Counter-Reformation began. The Council of Trent was assembled. The Church was trying to stop corruption within itself. During this period, the Jesuits emerged. They became one of the strongest defenders of Catholicism. The Jesuits built schools, educated people, and spread Christianity across the world. But the conflicts in Europe were far from over. The religious division in Europe soon turned into massive wars. Catholics and Protestants took up arms against one another. In 1572, Paris witnessed a horrific massacre. Thousands of Protestants were killed during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. The streets of Europe were filled with blood and fear. The religious wars were tearing the continent apart. In Spain, the Inquisition brutally punished religious dissent. The Catholic world was struggling to preserve its authority. In 1618, Europe was dragged into a new catastrophe. The 30 Years' War had begun. The war was destroying not only armies, but entire populations. Cities burned, and famine spread across Europe. Catholics and Protestants fought each other for decades. Europe had descended into bloody destruction. In 1648, the Peace of Westphalia was signed, and Europe entered a new era. The 30 Years' War had devastated Europe. Millions of people died from war, famine, and disease. The Peace of Westphalia changed the balance of power in Europe. States would now be allowed to choose their own religion. The era of a united Christian Europe had come to an end. The continent had been permanently divided. The Reformation was not only a religious movement, it was a great revolution that carried Europe into the modern age. The Safavids were a great empire that transformed Iran. The Qizilbash warriors formed the foundation of Safavid power. The Safavids did not only fight wars, they also expanded Persian culture and art. And eventually, they entered one of history's greatest rivalries against the Ottomans. In 1501, a new power was rising in Persia. A young leader was about to change the fate of the Middle East. That leader was Shah Ismail Safavi. At a very young age, he captured Tabriz and founded the Safavid Empire. The greatest power of the Safavids was the Qizilbash Turkoman warriors. They were not just soldiers, they were a fanatical force loyal to Shah Ismail. The rise of the Safavids would become a major threat to the Ottomans, and soon the two empires would enter a deadly struggle. The origins of the Safavids did not come from an empire, but from a religious order. Everything began in Ardabil. The founder of the order was Sheikh Safi al-Din Ardabili. At first, the Safaviya was only a mystical Sufi movement. But over time, the order began to grow. Turkoman tribes were gathering under the Safavid banner. A religious movement slowly transformed into a military power. And eventually, the Safavids marched toward the throne of Persia. Shah Ismail's greatest decision was changing the official faith of Persia. The Safavids declared Shiism as the state religion. This decision completely changed Persian history, because Persia slowly began to form a Shiite identity. But this situation would create a major conflict with the Ottoman Empire. Now in the Middle East, two great powers stood against each other. And this rivalry would soon turn into devastating wars. Shah Ismail was not only a religious leader, he was also a highly successful commander. The Qizilbash armies rapidly conquered much of Persia. Rival Turkoman states were falling one by one. Within a short time, the Safavid state became a vast empire. Beyond Persia, they expanded into Iraq and the Caucasus. The rapid rise of the Safavids created great concern in the Ottoman palace, because in the east, a dangerous new rival had emerged. A harsh and determined ruler had now taken the Ottoman throne. Sultan Selim I. Sultan Selim I saw the Safavids as a major threat, because Qizilbash influence had spread deep into Anatolia. The Ottoman Empire began preparing for a massive war. Toward the east, a gigantic army was marching. Now, war was inevitable. The Ottomans and the Safavids were preparing for one of history's greatest conflicts. War was now inevitable. In 1514, the two armies met on the plains of Chaldiran. The Qizilbash cavalry launched their attack, but the Ottoman defense was extremely strong. The Battle of Chaldiran became one of the moments that changed military history forever. The Safavid army suffered devastating losses. Shah Ismail was forced to retreat. When Chaldiran marked the beginning of the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry. After the victory at Chaldiran, the Ottoman army entered Tabriz. This defeat left a deep impact on Shah Ismail. But the Safavids did not collapse. The empire slowly began rebuilding itself. The Ottomans and the Safavids would fight for control of the Middle East for many years. The Safavids were not only a military power, they also became a major cultural center. Art, architecture, and Persian culture flourished during this era. Especially as Isfahan became one of the most magnificent cities in the world. And the Safavids became one of the empires that changed Middle Eastern history forever. After the defeat at Chaldiran, Shah Ismail slowly began losing his former strength. But the Safavid Empire survived. New leaders kept the empire alive. Over time, Isfahan became the magnificent capital of the Safavid Empire. And the Safavid became one of the most powerful empires in Middle Eastern history. Years later, a powerful ruler rose to the Safavid throne. Shah Abbas completely transformed the military system. During his reign, Isfahan became one of the richest and most magnificent cities in the world. Art and science also flourished. Safavid culture influenced the entire region. But the Ottomans' favorite rivalry did not end. The struggle was concentrated mainly in three regions: Eastern Anatolia, Iraq, and the Caucasus. But over time, the Safavid Empire began to weaken. But the legacy they left behind would live forever in Middle Eastern history. Foreign invasions accelerated the empire's collapse. In 1722, the Safavid Empire effectively collapsed. In 1912, China, the last emperor, was about to fall. Pu Yi was only 6 years old, and a 4,000-year-old imperial system was ending. The longest-lasting empire in world history was fading into darkness. The ancient Chinese empire now rested on the shoulders of a child. There was fear inside the palace because the dynasty was collapsing. From Shang to Qing, a 4,000-year-old order was nearing its end. And China's last dynasty was fading into darkness. China had been ruled by dynasties for centuries. Empires rose, wars were fought, yet the system survived. And this civilization became the longest-lasting political system in history. But now, that order was collapsing. 1368, a peasant seized the throne of China. Zhu Yuanzhang grew up in poverty. He became a monk, then a rebel. And the Ming dynasty was born. Hongwu was a ruthless emperor. He executed thousands of officials. But he rebuilt agriculture. And China began to rise again. Yongle opened China to the seas. And Zheng He commanded the greatest fleet on earth. Chinese ships reached the coasts of Africa. But then, China closed its doors to the world. Famine was slowly destroying China. And the rebellions began. In 1644, the rebels entered Beijing, and the last Ming emperor took his own life. But the real threat came from the north. the Manchus were building a new empire, and the gates of China were opened to the Manchus. In 1644, the Qing dynasty began. The new emperor was only a child. The Qing regime changed China by force. Cities that resisted were destroyed. And the Qing began ruling all of China. In 1661, Kangxi ascended the throne. Kangxi remained on the throne of China for 61 years. He crushed rebellions and reunified the Qing Empire. He was fascinated by science, especially astronomy and mathematics. And under Kangxi, the Qing once again became one of the world's greatest empires. In 1735, the era of Qianlong began, and the Qing Empire reached the greatest extent in its history. Art, porcelain, and imperial culture reached their peak. But China still believed it had no need for the outside world. In the 1830s, a new war was approaching. Opium addicted millions of people. And China tried to stop the opium trade. But Britain responded with war. The Qing army was unprepared for modern warfare. Britain's industrial power crushed China. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking was signed. Hong Kong now belonged to Britain. In 1860, Beijing fell. The Summer Palace was looted and burned. At the same time, China was falling into civil war. The Taiping Rebellion caused the deaths of millions. In 1894, the Qing entered war with Japan. And China collapsed against Japan's modern army. Taiwan was lost. The Qing was humiliated once again. And some believed China needed to change. In 1898, Guangxu launched major reforms. But Cixi refused to give up power. The emperor was imprisoned, the reforms were stopped, and China was thrown into chaos once again. In 1900, the Eight-Nation Alliance marched toward Beijing. In 1900, the armies of Britain, Japan, Russia, Germany, France, America, Italy, and Austria-Hungary advanced toward Beijing. Cixi fled the capital. China was now under the pressure of foreign powers, and the Qing dynasty was living through its final days. China was occupied by foreign armies in its own capital. The Qing dynasty agreed to pay massive reparations, and the Chinese people began losing faith in the empire. Inside the army, revolution was now being discussed. In 1908, Empress Dowager Cixi died, and the Qing dynasty lost its last powerful ruler. The one who ascended the throne was only a small child, Pui, the last emperor of China. In 1911, the uprising began in Wuchang, and the revolution quickly spread across China. One by one, the provinces broke away from Qing rule. The revolutionaries wanted a new China, a republic. And in the end, Qing generals agreed to surrender. On February 12, 1912, Pui was removed from the throne, and the 4,000-year-old Chinese Empire came to an end. The story of Russia began with the Vikings. Warriors from the north were moving east. In 862, Rurik arrived in Novgorod, and the foundations of the Russian state were laid. In the 9th century, Viking traders and warriors from the north began descending into the rivers of Eastern Europe. These warriors were called the Varangians. Soon, they began controlling the region's trade routes. According to legend, the Slavic tribes invited the Viking leader Rurik to bring order to the region. And so, the foundations of the Russian state were laid in Novgorod. Over time, the Varangians captured the city of Kiev. Thus, the Kievan Rus state was born. It would become the first great core of future Russia. During the reign of Prince Oleg, Kiev became one of Eastern Europe's most powerful centers. Trade routes stretching between the north and Byzantium rapidly enriched the lands of the Rus. In the year 988, Prince Vladimir made a decision that would change history forever. Kievan Rus officially adopted Christianity, and Byzantine culture began spreading across the lands of the Rus. Orthodox Christianity became one of the foundations of Russian identity. Russia was no longer just a warrior society. A new civilization was being born. But a great disaster was approaching from the east: the Mongols. In the 13th century, Mongol armies led by Bata Khan began destroying Rus cities one by one. Kiev fell, cities were burned, the people were massacred. The Rus principalities were now under the rule of the Golden Horde, and Russia had entered a long dark age. But the Rus principalities did not disappear completely. Moscow slowly began gaining power. The princes of Moscow cooperated with the Mongols while surpassing their rivals. In 1380, Dmitry Donskoy launched a great resistance against the Mongols. The Battle of Kulikovo gave the Russian people hope for freedom for the first time. By the 15th century, Moscow was no longer just a principality. A new power was rising. Ivan III refused to pay tribute to the Golden Horde. In 1480, two armies faced each other at the Ugra River, and Mongol domination began to collapse. Moscow had now become the new center of the Russian world. In 1547, Ivan IV declared himself Tsar. This title symbolized Russia's transformation into an empire. But Ivan's rule became increasingly brutal. Fear became a tool to rule Russia. At the same time, Russia began a massive expansion into Siberia. After Ivan's death, Russia descended into great chaos. Famine, civil wars, and struggles for the throne began tearing the country apart. At one point, even Polish armies entered Moscow. Russia stood on the edge of collapse. But the people rose once again, and Russia was preparing for the rise of a new dynasty. In 1613, the Romanov dynasty rose to the Russian throne. The new dynasty tried to end years of chaos. During the Romanov era, Russia began expanding once again. The endless lands of Siberia would change the future of the Russian Empire. During the early years of the Romanov dynasty, Russia slowly began rising again. Years of war and famine had devastated the country. The new government was trying to rebuild the army and restore order. And the Orthodox Church became one of the greatest pillars of Romanov power. In 17th century Russia, religion was more than just belief. The Orthodox Church had become one of the most powerful institutions of the state. But life remained extremely difficult for the people. Peasants struggled under heavy taxes. Russia was growing, but the gap between nobles and common people was also deepening. Meanwhile, Russia continued expanding endlessly toward the east. Cossack units and explorers were advancing into the unknown lands of Siberia. Siberia was more than land. The fur trade was bringing enormous wealth to Russia. And with every passing year, Russia was becoming one of the largest land empires in the world. Born in 1672, Peter was very different from other Russian princes. From an early age, he was deeply interested in weapons, ships, and European technology. But intrigues inside the Kremlin never ended. Power struggles still shook Russia. Peter had already begun, dreaming about the wars of the future. One of the places that fascinated Peter the most was the foreign quarter of Moscow. There he met European engineers and soldiers. He realized how far behind Russia had fallen. But Peter's ideas disturbed the old Russian nobility. Peter's dream was clear: to turn Russia into one of Europe's great powers. In 1697, Peter left Russia and began his journey to Europe. But Peter did not travel simply to explore. He wanted to learn Europe's secrets. He studied shipbuilding, artillery, and modern armies. He was preparing to transform Russia completely. Peter now understood that Russia would never become a great power unless it changed. When Peter returned from Europe, he was no longer the same man. His first target was the old order. He began forcibly changing the traditions of the Russian nobility. The army was reorganized. Modern weapons and European-style discipline were introduced. And Peter's greatest dream was to give Russia a powerful navy. But a great obstacle stood before Peter: the Swedish Empire. At that time, Sweden was one of the most powerful states in Northern Europe. In 1700, at Narva, the Russian army suffered a devastating defeat. But Peter did not give up. This defeat would make Russia even stronger. After the defeat at Narva, Peter began rebuilding the Russian army from top to bottom. New cannons were forged, new weapons were produced, and for the first time in Russian history, a true war navy began to rise. Peter was no longer just a czar. He was becoming the architect of a new Russian empire. In 1703, Peter decided to build a new city on the Baltic coast. This city would become Russia's gateway to Europe. But St. Petersburg rose through great suffering. Thousands died during its construction. And before long, Russia's new heart had been born. In 1709, Russia and Sweden faced each other in one final great battle. King Charles XII of Sweden led one of Europe's most feared armies. But at Poltava, everything changed. The Russian army achieved one of the greatest victories in its history. The world now had to accept a new reality. Russia had become a great power. After the victory at Poltava, Peter declared that Russia was now an empire. Russia was changing rapidly. European influence had spread throughout the royal court. New schools were opened. Science, engineering, and the navy were strengthened. Peter's dream had come true. Russia was now one of the world's great powers. What once began as small Viking principalities had become a vast empire. Russia's rise was only just beginning. In 1725, Peter the Great died. He left behind a powerful empire, but its order was fragile. Palace intrigues began once again. Now, Power, not blood, would decide the throne. And Russia was being dragged into a new storm. The young German princess arriving in Russia did not yet know she would change history forever. This princess, named Sophie, converted to Orthodoxy and changed her name. But palace life was nothing like she expected. Intrigue and power struggles were everywhere. And young Catherine would soon begin dreaming of the Russian throne. In 1762, Russia was once again dragged into a palace coup. Catherine gained the support of the army and imperial guards. Tsar Peter III was removed from the throne, and the Romanov palace was stained with blood once again. Russia now had a new ruler, Catherine the Great. When Catherine ascended the throne, Russia was entering a new era. Her goal was not only to keep the throne, she wanted to make Russia the strongest state in Europe. During Catherine's reign, the Russian court became increasingly European in style. But behind the palace's luxury, millions of peasants lived under harsh conditions. One of Catherine's greatest goals was to give Russia access to warm seas. This goal brought Russia into direct conflict with the Ottoman Empire. The Black Sea was no longer controlled only by the Ottomans. The Russian navy was rapidly growing stronger. And eventually, Crimea became part of the Russian Empire. During Catherine's reign, Russia began expanding not only southward, but westward as well. Poland was divided, and Russia advanced toward the heart of Europe. European powers could no longer ignore Russia. Under Catherine the Great, Russia had become a true superpower. In 1796, Catherine the Great died. Russia was now a vast empire, but its future was uncertain. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Europe, Napoleon Bonaparte. And very soon, Russia and France would be drawn into one of history's greatest wars. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia with one of the greatest armies in history. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were advancing toward the Russian Empire. Instead of fighting directly, Russian commanders chose to retreat. But the Russians left nothing behind. Fields, villages, even entire towns were burned. At last, Napoleon reached Moscow, but the city was silent. Soon, Moscow was consumed by flames. Russia was willing to burn even its own capital. Then winter arrived. Cold, hunger, and disease began destroying the French army. When Napoleon retreated, Europe's greatest army had been shattered. In 1814, Russian armies entered Paris. With Napoleon's defeat, Russia became one of the most powerful states in Europe. The Tsarist Empire was now at its peak, but beneath its glory, great problems were growing. While magnificent palaces rose, millions of Russian peasants continued living in poverty. By the mid-1800s, Russia had begun to change. Industrialization was growing, but the lives of workers were becoming harsher. Anger began spreading among the people. Hunger and poverty could no longer be hidden. And the Romanov dynasty still could not fully see the storm that was coming. In 1905, Russia was shaken by its first great wave of revolution. Thousands marched to ask the Tsar for help, but they were met with bullets. This event destroyed the people's trust in the Tsar. And now in Russia, revolution was no longer just an idea, but an approaching reality. In 1914, Russia found itself trapped in a new catastrophe. World War I began destroying the Russian army and economy. Hunger was spreading through the cities. People were no longer thinking about war, but survival. And the Romanov dynasty had reached the edge of collapse. In 1917, Russia finally exploded. Even the soldiers no longer wanted to defend the Tsar. The empire was collapsing from within. And finally, Nicholas II abdicated the throne. The 300-year Romanov dynasty had come to an end. Russia was now entering a path of no return. But the revolution was far from over, because a new leader was entering the stage. Vladimir Lenin. The Bolsheviks now wanted total power. In late 1917, the Bolsheviks seized control of the government. And so, a new era began that would change world history forever. But the Bolshevik victory did not bring peace to Russia. The country was soon dragged into civil war. The Reds and the Whites were fighting each other. Hunger, disease, and war destroyed the lives of millions. But in the end, the Bolsheviks won, and the foundations of the Soviet Union were laid. In 1924, Lenin died, but the real struggle for power in the Soviet Union was only beginning. The winner of this struggle would be Joseph Stalin. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union industrialized rapidly. Factories and massive projects spread across the country. But the price of this growth was terrible. Fear, oppression, and purges affected millions of people. In 1941, Hitler launched an invasion against the Soviet Union. The German armies advanced rapidly. Cities began falling one after another. But the course of the war changed at Stalingrad. The Soviet resistance shocked the world. The Red Army had returned, and now the tide of the war was turning. In 1945, the Red Army reached Berlin. The Nazis' final defense had collapsed. The war in Europe was coming to an end. The Soviet Union was now one of the most powerful nations on Earth. But a new struggle was about to begin. The world was now dividing into two sides, and the Cold War was beginning. Throughout the Cold War, the Soviet Union competed with America for control of the world. The space race, nuclear weapons, and a global propaganda war had begun. But years later, the mighty Soviet Union began to collapse. From Viking principalities to the Soviet Union, Russia became one of the most powerful and complex empires in history, and its story is still continuing. 541 million years ago, Earth did not resemble the world we know today. In the depths of the oceans, life suddenly began to multiply. Predators appeared. The First Great War began beneath the seas. And within just a few million years, Earth transformed into an alien world. "541 million years ago, an incredible event began on Earth. Today, scientists call it the Cambrian explosion, because life began to diversify faster than ever before. Life had existed on Earth for billions of years, but most organisms were extremely simple. Microscopic organisms, soft-bodied creatures, primitive forms of life. But then, a massive change began in the oceans. The atmosphere was changing. Oxygen levels were rising. And this transformation allowed life to reach an entirely new level. For the first time, complex eyes evolved. Hard shells appeared. Powerful muscle systems developed. Creatures could now move efficiently. But the greatest change was this: creatures began hunting one another. And so, Earth's first great predators emerged. One of the most terrifying creatures of the Cambrian seas was an anomaly. It was nearly 1 meter long. By the standards of its age, it was a gigantic monster. It had enormous eyes. It captured prey with sharp, grasping limbs. The trilobites were among the most common creatures of the Cambrian period. They had hard outer shells. Some could swim, while others crawled across the ocean floor. And for millions of years, they dominated the oceans. But the Cambrian explosion did not only create new creatures, it also created competition. To survive, creatures had to become faster. They had to become stronger. Defenses began to evolve. Shells became thicker. Spikes appeared. Camouflage began to evolve. Earth's first great evolutionary arms race had begun. The Cambrian oceans were extremely dangerous. Predators were everywhere. Strange creatures roamed the seas. Some had long spikes, others had multiple eyes. Earth truly looked like an alien world. Many animal groups that appeared during this era became the ancestors of modern life. Scientists still ask one question: why did the Cambrian explosion begin? Some point to rising oxygen levels. Others believe genetic changes were responsible. But one thing is certain. Without this event, complex life might never have evolved. There would be no fish, no dinosaurs. Because the Cambrian explosion was the beginning of Earth's great story of life. The story of humanity began in dark prehistoric oceans. 541 million years ago. Massive continents drifted slowly, while oceans covered most of the planet. On land, there was still great silence. The oceans were the true center of life. Strange colonies of organisms spread across the seafloor. Sponge-like creatures, primitive worms, and bizarre soft-bodied organisms. Some creatures began actively swimming for the first time. This development completely transformed predation. Now, hiding was no longer enough. Creatures had to escape. They had to fight. During the Cambrian explosion, evolution accelerated dramatically. According to many scientists, most major animal groups appeared during this era. The first arthropods, the first advanced predators, the first complex nervous systems. Nature was becoming far more complex. And this complexity became the foundation of all future life. The eyes we use today, our movement systems, even basic body structures, may trace much of their origin back to this period. Life in the Cambrian seas was brutal. A predator could attack at any moment. That is why organisms were forced to evolve constantly. Faster fins, stronger shells, sharper senses. For millions of years, this struggle continued. Long before dinosaurs walked the earth, 252 million years ago, the largest extinction occurred. World. The world experienced hell. Giant volcanoes. The atmosphere became toxic. Oceans warmed and lost oxygen. Nearly 90% of species went extinct. The Earth began to reshape. The climate was mostly hot and dry. Only the strongest could survive. The Triassic began after this devastation. About 252 million years ago. End of the Permian period. Pangea. Our world is still a single continent. 252 to 247 million years ago. Early Triassic begins. Earth is still extremely hot. Life struggles to recover. Inland areas are dry and desert-like. 240 million years ago. Archaea. Ecosystems slowly stabilize. A new era is about to begin. Reptiles spread across the land. Crocodile-like archosaurs appeared. Small mammal-like creatures emerged, preparing for a battle for survival. Giants had not appeared yet. Survival was the priority. The formerly dominant species had become extinct. The ecosystems were empty. This gap, it's an opportunity for new life. Resistant strains have begun to proliferate. Competition was low. Resilient species had an advantage. Reptiles began to spread. Some lived in water. About 230 million years ago, the first small dinosaurs appeared. They were small in size. They were fast and agile. They were not dominant yet. Survival mattered more than hunting. They moved cautiously in open areas. Being small was an advantage. Speed mattered more than strength. These traits set them apart. But they were still few in number. The age of dinosaurs had not begun yet. 225 million years ago, Earth was slowly changing. Large reptiles struggled. Small dinosaurs used these gaps. They could reproduce quickly. They adapted more easily. But they were still not dominant. Earth was approaching another turning point. "215 million years ago, the climate became more stable. Rainfall increased. Plants spread across the land. Green landscapes expanded. Ecosystems began to strengthen. Food sources increased. Survival became easier. Dinosaur numbers slowly increased. Species diversity grew. Small groups formed. Competition became more balanced. Earth became more humid. Dinosaurs adapted to their environment. Different feeding strategies evolved. Herbivores became more common. Predator-prey balance formed. Earth was now more alive. Rainfall became regular. Dinosaurs became more visible. But dominance was not complete yet. 201 million years ago, the Jurassic period began. Climate stabilized. Plant diversity increased. Dinosaurs rapidly multiplied. Species became more defined. Large body size became an advantage. Predators specialize. Initially, the small dinosaurs she became the ruler of the land. Jurassic is the heart of the age of dinosaurs. 190 million years ago, giant dinosaurs appeared. They are called sauropods. Earth could now support giants. When life found balance, it grew. Power came not from destruction, but from harmony. Subscribe and like. The world was changing. Life endured. The survivors. Mammals were rising. Open lands prevailed. The world was shifting. Cooling intensified. The adaptable endured. 2.6 million years ago. The Ice Age began. The struggle for survival began. Cold and warm periods alternated repeatedly. Cold took control. Antarctica became isolated. The ice sheets expanded further each year. The hot springs could no longer reach the shores. Life had to adapt to the increasing cold. Polar life began. Forests have begun to be replaced by open spaces. The planet's balance was shifting. Marine life adapted. Life carried on. It was as if the world was preparing for something. And the story continued. Life accelerated. Nature came alive again. Rapport. The land dried. Drought spread. The silence would not last. The change was very sharp. Why this preparation? Years pass. It's as if a guest is coming. The house seems to be tidying up quickly. A system where only those who adapt survive. Glacial cycles began. The Ice Age deepened. The ice began to melt. The Ice Age lasted long. But the climate did not remain constant. Sunlight reached the land again. Rivers were set free. Grasslands expanded. Animals moved into open plains. Time flowed. And one day, millions of years later, humanity appeared. And humanity entered the stage. The real story begins now. The story continues. Stay tuned. When humans learn how to survive. Before we understand these ages, we have to travel back, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of years into the past. This is our world. Travel back before humanity. A colder earth ruled life. Much of the planet was covered in ice. Yet one region refused to freeze. The cold could not reach here. Animals gathered where life remained. Water meant survival. The first humans appeared here in Africa. Daylight was their safety. The open land meant life. But the night changed everything. In the dark, they were not alone. Running was survival. They could not fight. Only escape. Not every enemy had teeth. The wind could be stopped. Not everywhere meant death. For the first time, someone slept. Something was wrong with the stone. They had found a place the wind could not reach. The dark was deeper than night. For the first time, it felt safe. For the first time, they did not fear the darkness. They fed on wild plants and fruits they found in nature. The animal carcasses they found were their only source of protein. This was insufficient for existence. They had to organize and become stronger. The line between life and death was very thin. Survival came first. The stone broke. The edge was different. It cut the skin. Meat separated. They had never seen flesh open like this before. The smell was strange, but irresistible. Others noticed the smell. Something new was happening. For the first time, food brought them together. The life reflex is about always being. Inventions are shaped by need. He looked at the stone again, this time, not as a rock, as a possibility. There wasn't much material where they lived. They didn't have time either. The strongest species was not human. The smartest had not awakened yet. One day, it picked up a stone. Not to throw. Not to hide. It looked at it. Something was happening. The bone cracked, not by teeth, but by stone. They had found a new force. He struck again. Same place, same motion. This time, on purpose. He struck. The others watched. The movement repeated. Now there was not only a doer, but learners. This was not a hunt. This became a lesson. Humanity began here. They fixed the sharp stone to a branch. It became the first spear. With the handle, the blow grew stronger. Even bone could break now. They moved together through the grass, not fleeing anymore, approaching. Step by step, they advanced. The sticks were no longer for defense. They stopped. So did it. No one fled. Something had changed. They held the spears tighter. Fear was still there, but controlled. For the first time, they faced nature, together. It stepped back. For the first time, they advanced. It ran. Now the hunters followed. No escape remained. Everything was decided here. Closer and closer. There was nowhere left to go. The hunt ended. Nothing would be the same again. They were no longer prey. They had become hunters. Stone met flesh. The tool had meaning now. They cut with intention, not tearing, shaping. This was more than food. This was control. The hide kept the cold away. Stone-shaped bone, tools could now create tools. A tiny hole appeared. Nothing would fall apart again. They no longer searched for shelter. They built it. Bone, wood, and hide became walls. Nature was reshaped. For the first time, they had a place to return to. From stone came tools. From tools came life. The sky flashed. Night changed. They had never seen light like this. They only watched. The sky struck the earth. The tree began to burn. They felt the power of the fire. They touched the light. It followed them. Now the night stayed away. The night was no longer theirs to fear. They had made their own sun. From the sky came fire. They carried it, and the darkness ended. They brought the meat closer. Something changed. The smell was new. They waited. He tasted, then reached again. This was better. They all held the meat over the fire. The lesson spread without words. They tasted together. Hunger changed into comfort. The fire fed more than their bodies. Eyes spoke first. Faces carried meaning. Sound was no longer instinct. Imitation began. Sounds gained meaning. The first agreement was born. Thought was shared. Humans were no longer alone. Language was being born. Before the pyramids. Before Stonehenge. Before the invention of writing. There was something that should not exist. Göbekli Tepe. 12,000 years ago, in the heart of Anatolia. At these exact coordinates, people kept returning. Humanity built the impossible. Massive pillars, weighing up to 20 tons. Carved with predators, foxes, snakes, scorpions. This was not random, this was deliberate. But how? Did hunter-gatherers build this? They had no wheels, no domesticated animals. And yet, they moved stones heavier than a modern truck. How? Every strike meant something. These carvings were not crude. They show planning, skill, symbolism. This was intelligence, organized intelligence. Look closely. These carvings are not accidental. Every line has intention. Every animal has placement. This was precision, not chaos. They built something extraordinary. This was not an ordinary place. There was meaning carved into the stones. Whatever happened had to be hidden. But the earth cannot hide everything forever. In 1994, an archaeologist looked at that hill, and he did not see an ordinary mound. In 1995, excavations began. As the soil opened, history changed. This was only the beginning. The work was being carried out with great meticulousness. Less than 10% of the site had been excavated. The remaining 90% still lies beneath the soil. Some pillars weighed up to 20 tons. And the people who built them were not even farmers yet. Maybe it wasn't fear. Maybe it was a calling. Perhaps temples were first built in the mines. The night ended, but the question within them did not. They began to walk. Separate groups, but in the same direction. This region had been a passage for thousands of years. They opened. It was as if they were gathering strength. This was a beginning. Ropes tightened. Tons of weight. But heavier than the stone was the decision within them. The people who lived here were hunters. When the stones were erected, it wasn't just architecture. It revealed a ceremonial space where communities came together. Excavations point to Göbekli Tepe, not as a village, but as a ritual center. It could be a connection with the sky. People were coming here. On the massive T-shaped stones, there were animals. Snakes, a scorpion, vultures. But that same night, there were shapes in the sky as well, the stars, almost mirroring the carvings on the stone. Distant groups returned. To the same place. around the same stones. The circle was complete. But the crowd was growing. This was not an ordinary meal. It was a celebration. Archaeologists were continuing their research at full speed. Feasting remains were found. It remained hidden for over 11,000 years. Why did they hide it? The ritual began. Before they settled there, they had already built their temples. Soil preserves history. Its age was measured in the laboratory. The result was thousands of years older than expected. These stones were erected before it is believed that people settled down. History had to be rewritten. This discovery shook our understanding of civilization. The soil was slowly removed. Each layer. It belonged to another time. Bigger, older. Underground scans reveal a massive complex beneath the hill. There was a past hidden beneath the earth. Like Conley Urfa is located at the northern tip of the Fertile Crescent, one of the most critical regions in human history. The climate was suitable for life in the post-Ice Age period. It is one of the areas where wild wheat and barley grow naturally. The region had limestone deposits from which large T-shaped columns could be carved. And one day, they decided not to return. Hunters were becoming settlers. The temple was already there. Now, life was there too. Perhaps civilization began right here. Around the stones, the first houses began to rise. The walls were no longer temporary. People had decided to stay. It wasn't only houses being built. Knowledge was being passed on. They now belonged to it. The transition from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to agriculture was a major transformation. They settled. They built houses. But one day, they began to bury their temple. They did not destroy it. They did not abandon it. They hid it beneath the earth. Göbekli Tepe could be a message left for the future. History is never truly lost. It simply waits for the right moment. Stay tuned for the next episode. One night, Humans stopped wandering. In the end, they understood each other. They talked about tomorrow, as if it would stay the same. They were chatting, unaware of what the morning would bring. The world was falling apart. The world as they knew it was slipping away. Even the animals were running away. And they didn't know where to go. There was no road for the first time. For the first time, they fell behind. Knowing wasn't enough to understand. They were helpless in the face of nature's power. The trace disappeared. The lands where they hunted were gone. There was no ground left to stand on. They called, but there was no response. Hunger now had a face. Hope was fading. Fear divided the tribe. Life was silently leaving her. Some returned to their memories. Life was waiting here. From the ashes, life has returned. They didn't go this time. They waited. The answer was in the ground. They tried to replicate the world. Patiently. They watched, and it changed. They did it again. The animals are back. But nothing was the same. They no longer had to follow them. For the first time, they could stay. And again. Now they understand. They could do tomorrow. Humanity changed the day it stopped. Civilization began here. They were no longer searching for food. They learned, and they taught. For the first time, they watched life grow. Days passed. The earth responded. Time was no longer chasing them. She was returning with them. They had entered the rhythm of the world. More fires were lit. More fires were lit. People don't travel very far anymore. Walking around the camp, they reinforced the walls. What was temporary has become permanent. The wind no longer made the decision. They had some difficult visitors. He walked into the wilderness. They did not come as enemies. They allowed them to stay. They fed them. A new alliance was emerging. The person was no longer alone. They had a future ahead of them. They stayed nearby. They felt like they were part of something bigger. Farm life has begun. They learned to live with life. They led the flock. Fear has been replaced by confidence. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. The earth responded. My hands were full. The hunger has receded. First time enough. The earth finally spoke. Their waiting weighed heavily on them. They hid the harvest. Not for today. For later. Food now had value. The value had to be protected. It was hidden in protected areas. Ownership is born. Some were protecting even more. This was no longer a partnership. They fought for tomorrow. Food became difficult. The union had ended. This chaos had to end. One voice became more important. They chose to listen. Order replaced chaos. That night, security emerged, and the next morning, society was born. Not everyone was a hunter anymore. Some protected, some produced. Some of them were no longer hunting. They were making tools. The information wasn't withheld. It was taught. Experiences were shared. A voice began to be heard. Nobody was right yet. It was no longer power. It was words that determined the outcome. The first verdict was given. The Neolithic Age has begun. Next chapter, the Chalcolithic Age. You can continue this journey with us. 5700 BC, the sun set for the last time over Chronological. In the heart of Anatolia, one of history's greatest secrets lay hidden. Thousands of years ago, this fertile plain became humanity's first great home. This place, where water and earth met, gave life to tens of thousands. On the banks of the Karsamba River, the first steps of civilization were taken. Why did tens of thousands of people suddenly abandon that giant home they lived in for millennia? While thousands poured into streets in Mesopotamia, Europe was still in the deep silence of endless forests and solitary wooden houses. The grandeur of stone had not yet begun on the Nile. Life consisted only of the river's mud and reeds. In the Far East, life flowed with the rhythm of the earth and collective serenity, far from the greed of property. Across the ocean, the door had not yet been invented. Humanity was migrating boundlessly, without property, in nature's lap. What was it that the great crowd on the roofs of Chronological couldn't fit, that they turned their backs on one another? Was that first gap between the walls a sign of a breakup or a new freedom? What did that transition period that gave birth to today's cities take from us, and what did it give? The 1,000-year experiment ended. The great city fell silent. Now begins the great void and the 1,000-year march. The earth turned bitter, the fertile marshes dried up. Granaries emptied, hunger seeped through the walls. Hearths went cold, the 1,000-year fire no longer warmed. It was time to leave. Nature was casting them out. Smoke trapped in cramped houses turned the air into poison. An invisible enemy, plagues, seeped through the walls. The price of living side by side was heavy, bodies grew weak. Now these sacred houses were turning into graves. The necessity of living in tight spaces gave way to rage. The silent harmony of 10,000 people broke with a great roar. Neither rules nor shared meals were enough anymore. The dream of living together was replaced by the ambition for independence. The great community shattered. Families broke away from the city one by one. Safe walls were abandoned. The first steps into the uncertain step were taken. Those dark holes where thousands of voices once rose fell into silence. Humanity was escaping into freedom from this giant prison of its own making. Walls were no longer shared. Houses began to separate from each other. That narrow gap between the houses was the first street in history. Humanity began to breathe and see sunlight at ground level. Now everyone had their own boundaries. Privacy was quietly being born. Walls were pierced from below. For the first time, entrances moved from roof to ground. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. The door was not just an entrance, but the first shield protecting man's fortress. When the door closed, the noise and gazes of the outside world remained behind. For the first time, humanity tasted the peace of breathing without others watching. Now we had secrets, private moments shared. Behind walls were born. When the door closed, the community ended, and the individual and family began. The colorful stones in the earth's bosom were heralds of a new power. Fire brought the hard rock to its knees. Copper melted in the glowing embers. Molten metal took the shape of a new world in stone molds. Now, not only stone, but also metal bowed to the will of man. Yuk fell silent, but the dream it built was sealed beneath the earth. Though thousands of years passed, the desire to live together never died. Smoke rising from mud roofs has turned into towers, reaching for the sky today. We are the heirs today of the great story that began in those cramped rooms. The street was not just a road, it was the first boundary between yours and mine. Humanity took its first step from a common roof to a personal land here. The door and the threshold were born. Now the front of the house was as private as the inside. The giant mound of the past was giving way to an organized order, the first neighborhood. Streets were not just paths, they were the world's first free markets. Economy moved from the privacy of roofs to the transparency of the street. Barter came to life on doorsteps. The street was a bond connecting people. Every story shared made the city grow a little more. Loads were no longer carried on backs but on wheels that the streets now allowed. Ownership brought fear with it. Now it was necessary to protect not just the house, but the street as well. Those first stones surrounding the houses drew the insurmountable boundary between us and them. The door was now being locked not just for guests, but to keep the enemy out. Streets turned into the defense lines of civilization. Every corner became a new fortress. The street was no longer just a passage. It was a giant machine holding thousands of people together. As the city grew, streets began to carry not just people, but water and the burden of civilization. Where the street ended, walls began. The city was now both a sanctuary and a giant prison. In Uruk, streets were no longer just passages. They were the first great social contract holding thousands of strangers together. Doors closed. Property became sacred. The street was now the sharp boundary between what belongs to all and what belongs to one. The sound of the wheel echoed for the first time on these unpaved roads. The street was no longer just for walking, but for hauling in trade. And then, time warped. Mud brick gave way to stone, and paths turned into imperial roads connecting continents. Light made the street livable at night. Random paths turned into a planned city. The gap between two houses was the street's first breath. Stone and gravel protected the street against mud. Crossing paths created the first public space. The cleanliness hidden under the street was civilization. The wheel widened the shoulders of the street. Climate changed. The Euphrates shifted. The street was condemned to the dust of a parched city. As the water receded, distant settlements were one by one plunged into silence. The streets became the dusty refuge for those fleeing to the city for survival. The street was no longer just a path. It was the last bastion of order. The wrath of the climate forced people to seek refuge behind massive walls. As the crowd grew, the rules of the street were carved into clay, not just memory. Records replacing words became the new and unshakable memory of the street. Information turned into an invisible power, governing the city and ending chaos. Water was trapped beneath the street. Hidden channels kept the city clean. Engineering turned chaos into health. Infrastructure became the foundation. The wheel made the street not just a path, but the main artery of civilization. Every brick was the work of a collective. Will that turned chaos into order. Randomness ended. The streets were now the work of a mind and a plan. The unseen revolution was under the street. The first channels gave life to the city. Speech faded, clay tablets became the unshakable memory of the street. Millions of bricks protected the street from the chaos of the outside world. The street was no longer just a path, but the signature of a civilization. Randomness ended. Every street was the work of a mind and a plan. The story of the street didn't start here, but here it became immortal. It all began beneath this silent mound. For 9,000 years, this earth kept humanity's strangest secret in its heart. When the first shovel hit in 1958, all known history was torn apart like paper. What stood before us was not a village, but a giant labyrinth. As archaeologists gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by a terrifying ritual. In this strange world, there were no roads or doors. The city was sealed together like a giant labyrinth. Life was on the rooftops. People lived their daily lives on these massive terraces that resembled public squares. So, what was the great fear that cut off 10,000 people from the outside world and trapped them in this breathless order? When science broke this deep silence and gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by the coldness of the bones emerging to light. What we encountered was not just death. It was the first evidence of a terrifying and ancient ritual. To enter a home, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Every rung of the wooden ladder pulled you away from the outer world and left you in the arms of a smoky silence. When you reached the bottom, neither light nor doors welcomed you. There was only the suffocating narrowness of the walls. These houses were not just shelters. They were windowless, breathless cells where 10,000 people were trapped. Belongings were few, but silence was plenty. Everyone shared the same narrow space, the same dim light, and the same fate. The walls were so close. There was no private life here, nor a secret corner. Everyone was watching each other, every single moment. No one could be different here. There were no leaders, no slaves, but there was no freedom either. 10,000 people moved as a single soul. Everyone slept at the same time, lived the same way, and bowed to the same rules. So, what great fear sustained this perfect order that even a king could not provide? Walls were not just mud. They were woven with the bones of the wild. Giant bullheads were like gods, watching you every moment. Red paint was not just a decoration. It was the trace on the wall of a ritual, of shed blood, and of untamable fears. They did not conquer nature. They chose to imprison savagery in the deepest corner of their home and sleep beside it. Watch where you step. In these houses, the floor was not just earth, but a grave cover. They buried their loved ones right beneath where they slept, in a fetal position, as if in the womb. Death was not a parting here. The living and the dead were sealed together forever under the same roof. The story of some dead did not end with burial. They would separate the skulls from the bodies and give them a new life. They rebuilt their ancestors' faces with clay. They made new eyes from mud and pigment so they would never forget. These masks watched those sitting on reed mats by the fire. Death was right there, by the hearth, inside the family every evening. In this dark world, power came not from gold, but from a black glass born in the heart of the volcano, obsidian. They crafted it so sharply that obsidian was both a hunter's most loyal friend and the most perfect blade, two-part skin from flesh. But obsidian was not just for cutting. It was a black, misty mirror where humans first encountered their own dark reflection. The true masters of the steppe were not them, but the leopards watching from the shadows. They could not domesticate this savagery, but by carving it onto their walls, they turned fear into a power imprisoned within their homes. Wearing a leopard skin was not just clothing, it was the only way to possess and rule the most predatory spirit of nature. It all began with these symbols: power, belief, and fear. These walls you touch are silent witnesses of 9,000 years. This is Chronological, the first metropolis with no streets and doors closed to the world. You had only one way in, this dark opening on the roof. Outside was a wild world. Inside, a life of claustrophobia. Why were they hiding? From the gods above, or from each other? Sunlight could only seep through this hole. Just like life, narrow and limited. Their weapons were made of volcanic glass, as sharp and dark as obsidian. But the real mystery was hidden in the floors of these empty rooms. 10,000 people were breathing inside a giant labyrinth. They are still there, watching us and guarding our secrets. And one day, when the sky filled with fire, everything would change. Watch where you step, because they are right beneath you. They slept together. Death was not an end here. The hardest goodbye was indoors. Every house was a cemetery. He was following his ancestors. This silence has a price. Even the walls are made of bone. Why didn't they let them go? We are burying our secrets. Chronological, City of the Dead. This massive mound has kept humanity's greatest secret in its heart for 9,000 years. Today, science dives into the heart of this silent giant to map the digital past. With every brushstroke, we return to a unique world, without property or hierarchy. There were no masters in these houses. Everyone was equal under the same sky. Art was coming back to life with the blood of the earth, through natural pigments. Yet life lived in the shadow of Mount Hazen, always ready to vent its fury. These lines on a wall were the first known landscape painting in history. Cleanliness was an obsession. They sealed their walls with fresh white plaster every year. They were devoted to their ancestors, burying them right under the rooms where they slept. As the first seeds of farming were sown here, humanity learned to domesticate nature. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. And now technology is finally beginning to break this deep, millennial silence. But then, the climate changed and rivers ran dry. The protective fire of the city slowly began to fade. The massive population of 10,000 succumbed to nature. All that remained were the soot marks on the walls. People abandoned the city with fear and uncertainty. After 2,000 years, Cataloic sank into silence. They even left their sacred figurines in the dust. No one knows exactly where they went. The roofs were sealed, never to be opened again. The last meals were never eaten. The pots remained empty. The city today is still waiting to speak beneath the earth. We are in a place where time and space lose meaning. We are touching the first great secret of humanity, 9,000 years ago. These bones, these lands, are not just remains. They are silent witnesses to a forgotten fear, a suppressed scream. But to reach this secret, you had to step down into the unknown, through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Cataloic fell silent. That great roar that lasted for thousands of years gave way to the dust carried by the wind. But this was not an end. It was the beginning of a vast void. Humanity escaped these narrow walls and set out on that great march that would last 1,000 years. In the next episode, what happened after Cataloic? How did humanity change in that great void? We are going to that new and wild world called by the rivers, Mesopotamia. Stay tuned. This is the lowest point on Earth, where everything ends, but for humanity, it all began. This is the lowest point on Earth. In the heart of a harsh desert, a lifeline that hasn't dried for 11,000 years, Jericho. Each layer of soil tells a 1,000-year story. Civilizations are sleeping beneath your feet, and it rises through the mist. The oldest massive man-made structure in the world. 22 steps descending into darkness. Where did these stairs lead? To protection or a ritual? They were the first masters to survive in a wild nature. When they found this oasis, the end of nomadism had come for humanity. They began to build not just a shelter, but a collective memory here. History was carved into stones and souls here, for the first time. Welcome to the greatest mystery of human history, the world's first city, Jericho. Before civilization, in the Jordan Valley, 10,000 years before pyramids, life spreads across the land. Around 9,000 BCE, the Jordan Valley. Why did humans stay here? To the Levant, in the Jordan Valley. The Ice Age comes to an end. The world grows warmer. Food was already here. They returned to the same fields. They wandered for ages, but that night, the dark wasn't silent. Something was there. They didn't understand. They were afraid. Not every stone was the same. Together they were stronger. The stone was no longer just a stone. The wall stood. The wall wasn't enough. Something was missing. no one knew what it would become. Stone was placed upon stone, and for the first time, fear was controlled. A name was spoken. The first duty was chosen. He was no longer just a man. He was the first guard. The guard was alone. The sentry could feel the eyes watching him from the pitch-black darkness. This fear was very dangerous. The walls had to keep out not just wild animals, but the unknown as well. But the greatest fear came not from the outside, but from within. The line between life and death blurred for the first time in Jericho. They didn't let the dead go. They recreated them with clay. The tower was no longer just a lookout. It was a gateway. Those dull eyes began to watch the living at every moment. As resources dwindled, the peace protected by the walls turned bloody. Only the sound of stone and bone was heard. At sunrise, Jericho was no longer the same. The first city had become humanity's first prison. Jericho's greatest secret was not outside the walls or in the tower. It was right beneath the houses. They didn't bury their dead far away. They lived with them under the same roof, beneath their feet. But after a while, the graves were opened. The skulls were separated from the bodies. But after a while, the graves were opened. The skulls were separated from the bodies. Was it respect or an attempt to bring them back? They gave the skulls life again with clay. Cowrie shells were placed in the eye sockets. Now those voids had begun to look back again. These masked skulls were placed in the corner of the house, among the living. The world's first city was hosting the world's first spirit summoning rituals. Even 11,000 years later, these faces ask us the same question. Were they afraid of death, or did they want to rule it? Wild beasts, or enemy tribes? Jericho sealed its fears with walls. Harsh hunt outside, civilization inside. Who were these walls truly for? Jericho's people shut the world out. The greatest secrets lay underground. Silent guardians, plastered skulls. Their ancestors were still watching. Is this legacy from Quebec? The first portraits carved on bone. Why strive so hard to be remembered? Did the war with death begin here? A deep mystery at the world's lowest point. Jericho, mankind's first great trial. The locks of the past are opening. The mystery inside, the giant tower. 22 steps, the first stairs to heaven, a defense line, or a giant calendar. Salt from the Dead Sea, white gold. Obsidian and stones from distant lands. Wealth brought great threats with it. The city fell, but was never abandoned. New houses rose upon ancestral remains. Jericho, 20 layers of different lives. Humanity discovered property here. This ancient legacy still lives within us. The voices are fading. The fire no longer warms. Like life, those who are gone are missed. Those we miss are among us. Even those are missing. No one left to watch for. The walls no longer protect us. The traces remain. They built an 8-meter-high wall. They took them with them so they wouldn't forget their dead. They laid the foundation for modern agriculture. They hunted. Then one day, they left in small numbers. The rest, with questions. They left us alone. Fear shapes life. And now we know that. They shaped death too. A vast history. 1/6 of the desert soil. She waited to enlighten us. They hid. They lived. They left. The next episode, Katal Yuk, the cradle of civilization. Legend says a gardener found a baby in a basket. This child would change history. The river chose him, not the palace. Before empire, there were only cities. Before empires, there was chaos between the rivers, and among them, a servant. He learned how power truly worked. He watched power from the shadows. He felt the power. He was crushed under the weight of that power. He wanted more than survival. Into the unknown. He walked away from his past. The gates of my prison have finally closed. The air of the desert tastes like blood and freedom. He arrived at Kish. There he found war. War was discipline. He learned quickly. Men began to follow him. Order began to crack. Power changed hands. Sargon became king. But one city was not enough. he marched beyond borders. Cities fell. Others surrendered. They did not wait for dawn. Night provided the ultimate cover for Achaeans. Silence was their weapon. They scaled the walls before the alarm rose. The city's fate was sealed from within. Step by step, the wall lost its power. A name lost to the sands of time, AKD, the world's first empire. Before them, there was only chaos, independent cities, locked in eternal conflict. The gates were breached. The city was no longer its own. And Uruk was only the beginning. Another city stood in their path. One city fell, and the next one trembled. The march did not stop. Walls meant nothing now. Another gate, another city broken. This was not chaos. It was command. Sargon stood above them all. The age of kings had changed. Sargon reached the sea with the bronze sun of Shamash leading his way. The era of city-states ended. The era of the World King began. The Akkadian Empire had now been established. Sargon's conquests had united the city-states. Independent cities were now under a single power. It was one of the first great empires in history. Vast lands were united under a single rule. New roads were opened between cities. Caravans carried goods between cities. Trade brought life to Mesopotamia. Communication across the empire became faster. Cities were now connected. News traveled from distant cities. Akkad introduced the first standardized weight and measure system. Centralized administration was managed through thousands of clay records. The state controlled the grain, creating the world's first tax system. The world's first postal system was born, in the desert, connecting distant provinces. Clay envelopes ensured the confidentiality of imperial orders. A sealed system allowed the central government to control the flow of information. Akkadian became the world's first diplomatic language. A common identity was forged through shared laws and faith. In Mesopotamia, people carefully observed the sky. The movements of stars and planets were recorded on clay tablets. These observations later formed the foundations of astrology. Akkadian trade routes reached the distant lands of Magan and Malup. During the Akkadian period, trade ships carried goods to the ports. Cities traded with distant regions. Scribes recorded incoming goods on clay tablets. Trade had become a system carefully documented. Trade routes connected Mesopotamia. Goods constantly moved across the land. Copper and stone were valuable trade goods. Precious goods were sold in markets. Trade brought wealth. Governors were appointed in cities. A new administration was established. Taxes were collected. The state controlled the economy. Trade was recorded. Scribes kept official records. Clay tablets stored information. State organization became stronger. Cities began to prosper. Trade brought life to the cities. The economy was strong. But the empire would not stay strong forever. Problems slowly appeared. A great change was coming. Rebellions began to shake the empire. Unrest grew inside the cities. Cracks appeared within the empire. Distant cities became harder to control. The empire had grown too large. Governing became more difficult. The Gutian tribes came from the north. A new threat appeared. Warriors descended from the mountains. Wars weakened the empire. Cities were under attack. Defense became harder. The Akkadian Empire finally collapsed. Mesopotamia fragmented again. But its idea endured. The concept of empire lived on in history. The Akkadian legacy remained. Thousands of years later, the story of Akkad emerged again from beneath the sands. Through archaeology, the Akkadian Empire was remembered again. Follow for the next chapter. History began with a question asked between two rivers. Sumer, cradle of civilization, where rivers were tamed and time measured. They didn't just survive, they recorded human memory. Law, math, and time were born here. They controlled the rivers and built an empire. Logistics was born here. The wheel-powered trade. Bricks built the first state. Wealth became numbers, power became records. They divided time itself. The hour was born. They mapped the sky. The circle was defined. Writing began to tell stories and laws. The first hero, Gilgamesh, seeking immortality. Enlil roared, the great flood came. Cities served the gods, humans obeyed. Even kings feared the dusty underworld. Their myths shaped humanity. They fought for water, not unity. Internal wars ended their golden age. Drought turned nature into their enemy. A northern power would replace the cities. Every civilization is a continuation of a memory. Thousands of years earlier, humans did not know cities, but they had learned to live together. This was not a world of walls. It was a world of people leaning on each other. No streets, no doors, only life on the rooftops. Life began on the rooftops. A streetless human hive. Change broke the old safety. In 5000 BC, the first souls took a leap of faith. They walked away from the only home they knew, heading south toward the wild marshes. They were not searching for a place. They were searching for a way to live. And they found water. But water was not life. Water was chaos. Then someone cut the earth. They mastered water with engineering. The wheel began a new era. The first Sumerian city, Uruk, began the Bronze Age. Before civilization, Only rivers existed here. Humans had not yet built cities. This land was older than the Sumerians. Sometimes the water gave life. Sometimes it took everything away. Humans here were not against nature. They were learning to live with it. Humans tried to stop the water. Alone, it was impossible. The land was no longer just plowed. A path was given to the water. Nature was changing direction for the first time. The homes began to multiply. People no longer lived alone. Neighborhoods appeared. Shared spaces formed. Someone began to guide it. They built the first skyscrapers. Writing was born from accounting. They turned stars into numbers. Water clocks measured the night. They created the 360-degree circle. Edaba trained the first administrators. Information became power through records. Writing became art and poetry. Rivers created a trade empire. They created the state treasury system. They created the first medicines. The cedar plow fed the first cities. Patterns became a visual language. The first global market was born. Law replaced tribal rule. Grain became the first wealth. Bronze gave them power. Taxes became a sacred duty. They connected east and west by sea. Sumerian cities were the Venices of the ancient world. A city raised against the desert. War became an organized force. the first army marched as one. Survival was decided in bronze. Sumer didn't die, it waited. Under the silent dunes of Mesopotamia, their words were preserved in clay. While empires of stone crumbled into dust, these humble tablets kept the secrets of the first stars, the first laws, and the first stories of mankind. They are the ghosts in our clocks, the logic in our laws, and the ink in our history. Sumerians may have vanished into the desert, but as long as we write, calculate, and look at the stars, they live within us. Sumer's chapter ends here, but the storm of history is just beginning. In our next episode, the world's first empire rises from these very sands. The Akkadian Empire witnessed the dawn of King Sargon and the birth of a new era. For the complete story of our world, don't miss our playlist, a chronological journey from Earth's creation to today. You will love exploring how every piece of the puzzle fits together. Stay tuned for the full chronology. Mesopotamia was one of the lands where the earliest civilizations in human history were born. Around 2000 BCE, in the heart of Mesopotamia, a small city was rising. Its name was Babylon. Babylon stood in the very heart of Mesopotamia. Its position along the Euphrates River played a crucial role in the city's rise. Trade routes passed through Babylon. Merchants from distant lands came to sell their goods in this city. The markets of the city filled with crowds every day. Grain, textiles, and precious goods changed hands in Babylon. The market in Babylon had a rich variety of goods. As Babylon grew, the city walls rose higher. Strong fortifications protected the city from its enemies. Buildings began to rise. Over time, Babylon was no longer a small city. It had become one of the most powerful centers in Mesopotamia. Soon, a powerful king rose to the throne of Babylon. His name was Hammurabi. Hammurabi wanted to turn Babylon into a powerful empire. For that, he first strengthened his army. Hammurabi sent his armies across Mesopotamia. The power of Babylon began to spread rapidly. Many cities, Babil Ordusunakar, Koyamat, Lar, Hammurabi's conquests began to change the fate of Mesopotamia. Cities, one by one, fell under Babylonian rule. Hammurabi's kingdom was becoming a vast empire. Hammurabi had turned Babylon into the most powerful state in Mesopotamia. His rule now stretched across vast lands. Hammurabi was not only a conqueror, he would also become one of the most famous lawgivers in history. Hammurabi carved his laws onto a great stone pillar. In Babylon, everyone could see the rules. Babylonian scribes wrote the laws onto clay tablets. In this way, the rules could pass from generation to generation. Hammurabi's laws formed the foundation of justice in Babylon. People were now judged according to written rules. These laws were extremely strict. The most famous rule was simple: an eye for an eye. Babylon was not only a city of kings and armies. In its streets, thousands of people lived their daily lives. In Babylon, craftsmen worked throughout the day. Pottery, textiles, and many goods were produced in these workshops. The Euphrates River was like a great trade route for Babylon. Goods and wealth traveled along its waters. For the people of Babylon, the gods were of great importance. Ceremonies in the temples stood at the center of the city's life. From the top of the great temples, Babylon looked like a vast city. Its streets were full of life. Babylonian priests carefully studied the night sky. The movement of the stars held great meaning for them. Babylonian scholars also made great progress in mathematics. Numbers and calculations were recorded on clay tablets. Babylonian mathematics was based on a base 16 number system. Even today, we still use it to measure time. One of the most famous stories about Babylon is the Hanging Gardens. These gardens were considered one of the greatest wonders of the ancient world. Keeping these gardens alive was not easy. Water was lifted from the Euphrates River and carried up to the terraces. The Hanging Gardens symbolize the grandeur of Babylon. Green terraces rose like a miracle in the middle of the desert. At one time, Babylon was the most powerful city in Mesopotamia. Its wealth and power were known across distant lands. Ruling Babylon was a great responsibility. Officials and scribes worked to maintain order across the empire. Envoys from distant kingdoms arrived at the palace of Babylon with gifts. These visits showed the city's power and influence. But over time, the power of Babylon began to fade. The empire was no longer as strong as before. The Persians first faced the Babylonian army outside the city. In the Battle of Opis, Babylon's forces suffered a crushing defeat. From the east, a new and powerful empire was rising. The Persians were moving toward Mesopotamia. The Persian armies finally reached the walls of Babylon, one of the greatest cities in history. Now faced a great danger. In 539 BCE, the Persians entered Babylon. The once mighty empire was now under the rule of a new power. Babylon was now part of the Persian Empire. Yet the city had not completely lost its importance. Babylon was no longer the capital of a great empire. Yet the city continued as a center of trade and culture. Babylon was no longer an empire. Yet the city continued to live as a center of trade and knowledge. As the centuries passed, Babylon slowly lost its former power. The once great city was beginning to fall silent. In time, people began to leave Babylon. The great city was slowly sinking into silence. As the centuries passed, Babylon slowly fell into silence. The once magnificent city remained only as ruins. Today, little remains of the once magnificent city of Babylon, yet its story continues as one of the greatest civilizations in human history. Follow the channel to explore more great civilizations of world history. This story began in Mesopotamia, in a city on the banks of the Tigris River. In northern Mesopotamia, a small settlement was rising along the banks of the Tigris River. Over time, this settlement grew and became the city of Ashur, the heart of the Assyrian people. Ashur was not a war empire at the beginning. It was a city of merchants and caravans. They brought tin and textiles from Mesopotamia. They would buy silver and gold from Anatolia. At first, the Assyrians were not a great empire. They were a people who grew powerful through trade. Assyrian merchants reached Anatolia and established trade colonies there. Through trade, Assyrian cities quickly became wealthy. Over time, powerful kings emerged, and Assyria began to become a centralized power. Assyrian kings began to build a powerful and disciplined army. Discipline was everything. They regularly put the knowledge into practice. Iron weapons gave the Assyrian army a powerful advantage. The Assyrians mastered ironworking and produced a wide variety of weapons for their army. The Assyrian army used many different types of weapons for various kinds of warfare. Each soldier was equipped with different weapons depending on their role on the battlefield. Special weapons for special forces. Weapon diversity and military discipline made the Assyrian army one of the most powerful forces of its time. War chariots were one of the most powerful weapons of the Assyrian army. Using a war chariot required great training and skill. Success in a war chariot required perfect coordination between the driver and the warrior. They were working in difficult terrain. War chariots changed the nature of warfare with speed, mobility, and ranged attacks. The Assyrian army gained a decisive advantage over its enemies. The Assyrian army was disciplined and powerful. The Assyrians mastered siege warfare and were able to conquer even the strongest cities. The Assyrians used massive siege machines to break through city gates. Once the gates were broken, the Assyrian army stormed into the city, and the battle continued in the streets. The Assyrian Empire soon took control of much of Mesopotamia. Assyrian kings built great capitals. One of them was the magnificent city of Nimrud. Assyrian kings ruled from magnificent palaces and governed the empire with iron discipline. Conquered peoples were forced to bring tribute and gifts to the Assyrian kings. The Assyrians ruled conquered cities with strict control to prevent rebellion. Assyrian kings recorded their victories through stone reliefs carved into palace walls. Eventually, Nineveh became the new capital of Assyria and grew into one of the largest cities in the world. Nineveh had become the largest and most magnificent city of the Assyrian Empire. Under King Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian Empire reached the height of its power. Ashurbanipal built a great library in Nineveh, where thousands of clay tablets were preserved. The Assyrians recorded their knowledge on clay tablets using cuneiform writing. The famous Epic of Gilgamesh survived this day thanks to the clay tablets preserved in the library of Nineveh. At its peak, the Assyrian Empire stretched from Egypt to Persia. But ruling such a vast empire was difficult, and many cities began to rebel against Assyrian rule. Eventually, the Babylonians and the Medes formed a powerful alliance against the Assyrian Empire. The Babylonian and Median armies marched together toward Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. In 612 BC, Nineveh was placed under siege, and one of the greatest battles in ancient history began. The siege lasted 4 days, and the mighty walls of Nineveh began to weaken. At last, the mighty walls of Nineveh collapsed, and enemy armies poured into the city. When Nineveh fell, the city was devastated, and the end of the Assyrian Empire was near. With the fall of Nineveh, the Assyrian Empire disappeared into the pages of history. From one of the most powerful empires of the ancient world, only ruins remained. The Assyrians left a deep mark on history with their powerful armies and advanced warfare techniques. Today, many artifacts of the Assyrian Empire are displayed in major museums around the world. Winged bull statues once guarded the entrances of Assyrian palaces. Artifacts recovered from Assyrian cities remain a vital source of knowledge for historians. We will continue exploring the mysteries of world history. Subscribe to the channel for upcoming episodes. Mesopotamia, the land where some of humanity's earliest civilizations were born. The rivers Euphrates and Tigris gave life to these fertile lands. For thousands of years, cities rose here and powerful kings ruled. And this region became the stage for the first great empires in human history. One of these cities was Babylon, rising along the Euphrates River. Over time, Babylon became one of the most powerful cities in Mesopotamia. Trade routes met here, and people gathered within its walls. For centuries, Babylon remained one of the most important centers of the region. But for a time, Babylon lived under the shadow of a far greater empire. This empire was the most feared power of the ancient Near East. Its armies were disciplined, and its warriors were ruthless. It was the Assyrian Empire, ruling Mesopotamia with iron authority. The Assyrian Empire was one of the most powerful military states of the ancient world. Its armies were disciplined, and its soldiers highly experienced. With iron weapons and war chariots, they spread fear across their enemies. Through this power, much of Mesopotamia fell under Assyrian control. As the Assyrian armies advanced, many cities became their targets. Rebellious cities faced brutal and relentless sieges. Walls were shattered and entire cities burned in flames. These ruthless wars made Assyria a feared power across the region. Yet no empire remains powerful forever. Years of wars and rebellions began to weaken the Assyrian state. The empire was vast, but that vastness became a weakness. Controlling uprisings across such a huge land was becoming harder and harder. As the Assyrian Empire weakened, a new hope began to rise in Babylon. The leading figures of the city were watching this opportunity closely. For the first time, Assyria's power seemed truly shaken. And in Babylon, some were preparing to rise for freedom. In 626 BC, a new leader emerged in Babylon. His name was Nabopolassar, and he began a rebellion against Assyrian rule. This uprising was more than just a revolt. It was the beginning of a great change. Because the people of Babylon wanted to reclaim their own destiny. Nabopolassar quickly secured his power in Babylon. The rebellion against Assyria grew into a full movement for independence. Eventually, Nabopolassar was proclaimed king of Babylon. With this, a new era for Babylon had begun. Babylon was not alone in the war against Assyria. Another rising power stood in the east, the Medes. A powerful alliance was formed between the Median king and Babylon. This alliance would change the fate of the Assyrian Empire. The Babylonian and Median armies began to move together. Their goal was to destroy the power of the Assyrian Empire. The two great armies marched across the lands of Mesopotamia. Their targets were the great cities at the heart of Assyria. Eventually, the armies reached Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. This city was one of the greatest and most powerful centers of the empire. With its massive walls and strong defenses, it was expected to resist for a long time. But the Babylonian and Median armies surrounded the city. In 612 BC, the fate of Nineveh was sealed. After a long siege, the mighty walls of the city collapsed. The Babylonian and Median armies entered the city. And with that, the heart of the Assyrian Empire had fallen. Once one of the most powerful cities in the world, Nineveh now lay in ruins. Palaces had fallen, and statues were shattered. The glorious Assyrian capital was sinking into silence. And with it, the mighty Assyrian Empire began to fade into history. With the fall of the Assyrian Empire, the balance of power in Mesopotamia changed. At the center of this change stood Babylon. The city began to grow and regain its strength. A new and glorious era for Babylon was beginning. The man behind Babylon's rise was King Nabopolassar. He would be remembered as the ruler who freed the city from Assyrian control. Under his rule, the Neo-Babylonian Empire began to grow stronger. Babylon was becoming the new power of Mesopotamia. Beside Nabopolassar grew a young prince. He would become one of the most famous kings in Babylonian history. His name was Nebuchadnezzar, and he would transform Babylon into one of the most powerful cities of the ancient world. Nebuchadnezzar gained experience on the battlefield at a young age. He joined important campaigns at the head of Babylonian forces. His courage and military skill quickly drew attention. These experiences were preparing him to become a great king. In 605 BC, Nebuchadnezzar ascended the throne of Babylon. The new king quickly secured control over the empire. His rule would begin one of the most powerful periods in Babylon's history. During Nebuchadnezzar's reign, Babylon entered a massive reconstruction era. The city expanded with enormous walls, palaces, and temples. Babylon soon became one of the most magnificent cities of the ancient world. During Nebuchadnezzar's reign, Babylon grew into a powerful imperial center. The city became both a political and economic hub of the region. Babylon was now considered the heart of Mesopotamia. One of the most famous structures of Nebuchadnezzar's reign was the Ishtar Gate. It was decorated with blue glazed bricks and reliefs. The gate symbolized the power and magnificence of Babylon. Babylon was not only a magnificent city, but also a powerful fortress. The city was surrounded by enormous defensive walls. These walls protected Babylon from external threats. One of the most famous stories about Babylon is the Hanging Gardens. Ancient sources describe them as gardens built on massive terraces. They were said to be one of the most impressive wonders of the ancient world. Babylon was not only a powerful city, but also a major center of trade. Caravans from distant lands gathered within its markets. Through trade, Babylon became a wealthy and vibrant city. Babylon was also an important center of knowledge and science. Significant work was done, especially in astronomy. Babylonian priests observed the sky and carefully recorded the stars. As the years passed, Nebuchadnezzar began to grow old. His reign had created Babylon's most powerful era. But with the death of the great king, the empire would enter a new chapter. After Nebuchadnezzar's death, stability in Babylon began to decline. Several short-lived kings took the throne, and palace conflicts increased. This gradually weakened the strength of the empire. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in the east. Cyrus the Great of Persia was building a rapidly expanding empire. Soon, Babylon became one of his main targets. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. And with that, the Neo-Babylonian Empire came to an end. But this story does not end here. Follow and subscribe to see what comes next. In the east of the ancient world, on the Iranian plateau, lived a people. These people would later be known as the Persians. And one day, they would build one of the greatest empires in history. At first, the Persians were not a great empire. For many years they lived under the rule of the Median Empire. But in these lands, a new power was about to rise. Soon a powerful leader emerged in these lands. His name was Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great. His leadership would completely change the fate of the Persians. In 550 BC, Cyrus launched a great rebellion against the Median king. The Persian army faced the Median forces on the Iranian plateau. This war would mark the beginning of the Persian Empire. Cyrus' army defeated the Median forces and achieved a great victory. This triumph marked the moment of Persian independence. And thus, the Achaemenid Persian Empire was born. After his victory, Cyrus continued his conquests. He marched west toward the powerful kingdom of Lydia in Anatolia. This campaign would greatly expand the Persian Empire. Cyrus's army reached Sardis, the capital of Lydia. The city was protected by strong walls, but the Persians began a siege. In the end, Sardis fell, and the kingdom of Lydia became part of the Persian Empire. After conquering Lydia, Cyrus turned his attention eastward. His next target was Babylon, the greatest city of Mesopotamia. This campaign would shape the future of the Persian Empire. The Persian army marched toward the heart of Mesopotamia. Their target was Babylon, one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. For centuries, the city had been a powerful center of the region. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. Mesopotamia now became part of the Persian Empire. Cyrus entered Babylon not just as a conqueror, but as a new ruler. He worked to maintain order in the city. This policy would define Persian rule. The conquest of Babylon greatly strengthened the Persian Empire. From Anatolia to Mesopotamia, vast lands were now under Persian control. The Persians had rapidly built a great empire. Cyrus's rule strengthened the foundations of the Persian Empire. The conquests were not only about land, they were also about building a strong system of governance. Cyrus ruled the empire for many years. After his death, the throne passed to a new king. The Persian Empire would continue to expand. Cambyses II, who took the throne, began new conquests. His target was Egypt, one of the strongest kingdoms of Africa. The Persian army marched south. In 525 BC, the Persian army conquered Egypt. This victory expanded the empire into Africa. The Persian Empire now stretched across 3 continents. One of the most important kings of Persia was Darius. His rule made the empire even stronger. Darius introduced major reforms. Darius launched massive construction projects. The city of Persepolis was built during this period. It became a symbol of Persian power. The Persians built a vast network of roads. The royal road connected distant regions of the empire. These routes improved trade and communication. At its greatest extent, the Persian Empire had become a vast power. Its lands stretched from India to Egypt. One of the first true super-empires of the ancient world had emerged. The Persians influenced the world not only through war, but also through trade. Their roads connected distant regions. This network strengthened the economy. The Persian Empire included many different peoples. These cultures continued living under Persian rule. This system helped the empire remain stable for a long time. One of the most famous Persian military units was the Immortals. This elite force always consisted of 10,000 soldiers. They were known as the strongest army of the empire. But in the West, the Persian Empire would face a new power. Greek city-states were rising along the Aegean coast. This encounter would lead to some of history's most famous battles. In 490 BC, Persian and Greek armies met at Marathon. It was one of the first major battles of the Greco-Persian Wars. Greek hoplites achieved an unexpected victory. Years later, King Xerxes launched a massive campaign. A huge Persian army marched toward Greece. This would become one of the greatest military expeditions of the ancient world. King Xerxes sent messengers to the Greek cities. The envoys arrived in Sparta, demanding submission. But the Spartans would not accept this threat. Preparations for war began in Sparta. King Leonidas gathered his warriors. The Spartans were ready to face the Persian army. The Persian Empire was advancing toward the Greek lands. When the news reached Sparta, preparations for war began. Spartan warriors started gathering in the city courtyard. Soon, King Leonidas arrived in the courtyard. He stood before the warriors and assessed the situation. The Persian army was marching toward Greece. Leonidas began carefully inspecting the warriors. He was choosing the strongest and most experienced soldiers, because they would face a massive Persian army. In the end, 300 Spartans were chosen. This small force would march with Leonidas to Thermopylae. They were preparing for one of the most famous battles in history. Leonidas and the 300 Spartans left Sparta. They marched to defend the lands of Greece. Their destination was the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans arrived at the pass of Thermopylae. This narrow pass limited the movement of large armies. Leonidas chose it as the perfect place for defense. Soon the Persian army appeared on the horizon. Xerxes commanded a massive force, but the Spartans had no intention of retreating. At the pass of Thermopylae, Spartan warriors tried to stop the Persian army. King Leonidas and 300 Spartans resisted bravely. The battle began at the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans fought in a tight phalanx formation. In the narrow pass, they managed to stop the Persian army. The Persian army attacked again and again, but the Spartans continued defending the pass. The battle lasted for days. Eventually, the Persians found a way around the pass. The Spartans were surrounded. Leonidas and his warriors chose to fight until the end. In the end, the Spartans were completely surrounded. King Leonidas and his warriors refused to retreat. They fought until the end and fell at Thermopylae. This moment became one of the most famous battle stories in history. The Persian navy met the Greek fleet at Salamis. In the narrow sea, the battle became a major defeat for Persia. This victory strengthened Greek resistance. Despite the Greek wars, the Persian Empire survived. The empire continued ruling its vast lands. But over time, its power slowly weakened. In the 4th century BC, a new power emerged in the west. Alexander the Great of Macedon marched eastward. His target was the Persian Empire. In 331 BC, the Battle of Gaugamela took place. This battle became the turning point for the Persian Empire. The Persian army was defeated and the empire began to collapse. The Battle of Gaugamela was a disaster for the Persians. Darius's army was forced to retreat. Alexander continued advancing deeper into the east. Soon Alexander reached the city of Babylon. The city surrendered without another major battle. One of the great cities of the Persian Empire was lost. King Darius III fled eastward. He tried to gather a new army to save the empire. But Persian power was collapsing rapidly. Alexander marched toward the heart of Persia. His army followed the royal road. The core of the Persian Empire was now in danger. One of the most magnificent cities of the Persian Empire was Persepolis. It served as the ceremonial capital of the Persian kings. The city symbolized Persian power. Alexander finally reached Persepolis. The Persian capital was now defenseless. The Macedonian army entered the city. The palaces of Persepolis were filled with immense wealth. Alexander seized the Persian treasures stored there. This victory increased his power even further. Soon the palaces of Persepolis were set on fire. Much of the city burned in flames. This moment symbolized the end of the Persian Empire. One of the greatest empires in the world had fallen. The throne of the Persian kings now stood empty. The balance of power in the ancient world had changed. Alexander now ruled a vast empire. The lands of Persia were under his control. But history would not end here. The Persian Empire would be remembered as one of history's greatest states. Its lands stretched across 3 continents. This scale made it a superpower of the ancient world. The story of history's greatest battles does not end here. Follow and subscribe to see what comes next. Around 800 BCE, a civilization was rising across the Aegean world. Ancient Greece was born along the shores of the Aegean Sea. This land was filled with hundreds of islands and rugged mountains. This harsh geography made it difficult to form a single empire. Instead, independent city-states began to rise. Over time, these small settlements grew into powerful city-states. But the first great civilization of this region did not appear in Greece. It began on the island of Crete. With their powerful fleet, the Minoans controlled trade across the Aegean Sea. Around 1600 BCE, a massive disaster struck. The Aegean world, a huge volcano erupted on the island of Thera. The eruption did not only destroy Thera. Massive tsunami waves spread across the Aegean and moved toward the coasts of Crete. Ash and smoke darkened the sky. The sea rose, and many ports and settlements across the Aegean were heavily damaged. This disaster weakened the Minoan civilization. Trade networks collapsed, and the balance of power in the Aegean began to change. As the Minoan civilization weakened, a new power began to rise. On the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans were stepping onto the stage of history. The Mycenaean civilization was known for its powerful and warrior culture. A new military power was rising on the Greek mainland. One of the most famous moments of the Trojan War was the duel between two great warriors. Achilles, the greatest Greek fighter, faced Hector, the Prince of Troy. Achilles was one of the most famous warriors of the Greek army. His courage and unmatched fighting skills turned him into a legendary hero. Hector was the Prince of Troy and the city's greatest defender. He stood on the battlefield to protect Troy from the Greek army. At last, the two great warriors faced each other. The duel outside the walls of Troy would become one of the most legendary moments of the war. After a fierce battle, Achilles gained the upper hand. Hector, the greatest defender of Troy, had fallen on the battlefield. The Trojan War did not end quickly. For years, the Greek army remained outside the massive walls of Troy. But the powerful walls of Troy could not be breached. As the war dragged on, both sides suffered heavy losses. As the war dragged on, the Greek commanders began searching for a new solution. Taking the city by force no longer seemed possible. The Greeks secretly began building a massive wooden horse. This unusual structure was part of a plan that would change the fate of the war. After years of war, the Greeks came up with a different plan. They built a massive wooden horse and left it outside the gates of Troy. The Trojans believed the giant horse was a symbol of victory. They pulled it inside the city, thinking the war was finally over. When night fell, the plan was revealed. Greek soldiers hidden inside the horse emerged and opened the city gates. Once the gates were opened, the Greek army entered the city. The final night of Troy had begun. That night, Troy fell. The once powerful city was consumed by war and fire. After the Trojan War, the Mycenaean world slowly began to weaken. Many cities were abandoned and the old order started to collapse. After the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization, the Greek world entered a long period of decline. Historians call this era the Greek Dark Age. After the Dark Age, the Greek world slowly began to recover. Small but independent city-states appeared. These cities were known as polis. One of these city-states was Sparta. Spartan society was built entirely around warfare. In Sparta, boys were taken from their families at a very young age. In Sparta, boys were taken from their families at a young age. They grew up in a harsh military training system, known as the aga. This harsh training turned Spartan soldiers into extremely disciplined warriors. The Spartan army became one of the most feared military forces of the ancient world. But not all Greek cities were like Sparta. Athens followed a very different path. In Athens, politics, philosophy, and art began to flourish. The city soon became the cultural center of the Greek world. In Athens, citizens began to take part in government. Important decisions were discussed together by the people. Over time, this system became one of the earliest examples of democracy in history. Athens was also the birthplace of great thinkers. One of them was Socrates. Socrates encouraged people to think by asking questions. His ideas would later form the foundation of Western philosophy. One of Socrates' students was Plato. He founded one of the first great philosophical schools in Athens. One of Plato's students was Aristotle. He was interested not only in philosophy, but also in science. Through his studies of nature, logic, and knowledge, Aristotle became one of the most influential thinkers of the ancient world. Ancient Greece produced remarkable achievements not only in philosophy, but also in architecture. The Parthenon in Athens became one of the most magnificent structures of this civilization. Theater and the arts also flourished in ancient Greece. These works helped spread Greek culture across the Mediterranean world. Sports also played an important role in the Greek world. The Olympic Games and Olympia brought Greek city-states together. Ancient Greece left a profound legacy in human history. Its legacy still lives on in the foundations of the modern world. But one of the most mysterious stories from the Greek world was about a lost city. This story first appeared in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato. Plato wrote that the name of this city was Atlantis. and this city was once one of the most powerful civilizations on Earth. For thousands of years, a story has been told. The story of a great civilization lost in the middle of the ocean, a place that once symbolized power and wealth. Its name was Atlantis. For thousands of years, a story has been told. A powerful civilization in the middle of the ocean, Atlantis. Plato wrote this story in two of his works, Timaeus and Crete. According to legend, Atlantis was one of the most powerful and wealthy civilizations in the world. But one day, the great city vanished. Earthquakes and massive waves swallowed Atlantis into the depths of the ocean. The story of Atlantis first appeared in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato. But did Atlantis truly exist, or was it only a legend? Atlantis was not just a city, but a vast empire. According to Plato, the founder of Atlantis was the sea god Poseidon. Poseidon began to rule a great island in the middle of the ocean. Poseidon had 10 sons and divided the island into 10 kingdoms. The eldest son was named Atlas, and the island was named after him. For centuries, Atlantis thrived as a powerful and wealthy civilization. But one day dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a massive storm rising over the Atlantic began moving toward the island. Atlantis was not only a powerful city, it was also a great center of trade. Ships moving through the inner canals carried goods from distant lands into the heart of the city. The capital of Atlantis was built in circular rings. Plato describes Atlantis as a civilization of incredible wealth. At the center of Atlantis stood a magnificent temple. It was dedicated to Poseidon, the god of the sea, and symbolized the power of the city. The people of Atlantis gathered around it to honor their god. Atlantis was not only a powerful city, but also the center of a great kingdom. Its rulers believed they were descendants of Poseidon and governed Atlantis with wealth and power. The island contained a precious metal called orichalcum. Atlantis was said to contain a precious metal called orichalcum, according to ancient sources. It was considered the most valuable metal after gold. But the power of Atlantis did not last forever. According to ancient accounts, great earthquakes and disasters began one day. The sea rose, and the mighty city was swallowed by the ocean. After the destruction of Atlantis, only legends remained. For centuries, people have wondered whether this lost city truly existed. The city of Atlantis had an unusual design. It was built in a great circular plan made of rings of land and water canals. Atlantis was also a great center of trade. Ships arriving at its harbors brought gold, silver, and valuable goods from distant lands. It also possessed a powerful navy. This fleet carried the power of Atlantis across many parts of the ocean. Over time, Atlantis became more than just an island. With its powerful navy and wealth, it grew into a vast empire. According to Plato, the story was even older. The first person to hear it was the Athenian lawgiver Sultans. During his journey to Egypt, Solon learned this story. Egyptian priests told him about a powerful civilization that existed in ancient times. According to the priests, Atlantis existed in very ancient times. Egyptian records claimed that this powerful civilization lived nearly 9,000 years before Solon's time. The priests told Solon that Atlantis was located beyond the Pillars of Hercules. In the ancient world, this place is known today as the Strait of Gibraltar. According to Plato, Atlantis was a vast island. Its fertile lands, mountains, and wide plains allowed a powerful civilization to rise there. According to the legend, the story of Atlantis begins with the sea god, Poseidon. Poseidon chose this island as his domain and established a new kingdom there. Poseidon fell in love with a mortal woman named Cleito, who lived on the island. According to the legend, the kings of Atlantis were born from this union. Poseidon and Cleito had 10 sons. These sons became the first rulers of Atlantis and divided the island into 10 kingdoms. The eldest of these kings was Atlas. The island of Atlantis and the surrounding ocean were said to be named after him. The 10 kings of Atlantis gathered together at certain times. During these meetings, important decisions were made about the laws and governance of the empire. Atlantis was not only a powerful empire, it also possessed fertile lands. Vast plains were used for agriculture, providing great wealth for the people of the city. In Atlantis, the canals were not used only for defense. They also served as the main routes for trade and transportation throughout the city. The markets of Atlantis were filled with merchants from distant lands. Gold, silver, and valuable goods were traded throughout the city. The harbors of Atlantis held hundreds of ships. These vessels were used both for trade and for military expeditions. Atlantis was known not only for its wealth, but also for its military power. A large and disciplined army protected the city and its empire. According to Plato's account, Atlantis possessed a very precious metal called orichalcum, which was considered the most valuable metal after gold. Atlantis was not wealthy only because of gold and silver. Ancient sources mention a mysterious metal called orichalcum. Some accounts claim it had an extraordinary shine and was one of Atlantis' greatest treasures. Over time, Atlantis became more than a wealthy civilization. As its power grew, it began to dominate the lands around it. Atlantis was becoming a vast empire. As the power of Atlantis grew, so did its influence. Over time, the empire expanded beyond its island and began to dominate many other lands. According to Plato's account, the people of Atlantis eventually began to change. They moved away from their divine origins and became increasingly greedy. In the legend, Zeus, king of the gods, noticed this and gathered the other gods for a council. However, this may only be a mythological explanation. Some researchers believe the story of Atlantis might actually be a memory of a great natural disaster. Some researchers believe the story of Atlantis may be connected to a massive natural disaster. Earthquakes and rising seas may have set the stage for the fall of the great city. When the disaster began, the people of Atlantis did not understand what was happening. Earthquakes shook the city while the waters in the canals began to surge. Soon the sea began to rise as the canals overflowed. Parts of Atlantis started to sink beneath the water. According to ancient accounts, the disaster ended quickly. In a single day and night, Atlantis sank beneath the depths of the ocean. After the destruction of Atlantis, only legends remained. Whether the city truly existed has been debated for centuries. After the fall of Atlantis, its story continued to be told for centuries. Even medieval maps sometimes showed mysterious islands in the middle of the ocean. When the age of exploration began, some explorers hoped to find Atlantis. Ships sailing across the oceans were searching, not only for new lands, but also for traces of a lost civilization. Even today, the search for Atlantis has not completely ended. Scientists and researchers explore the ocean floor, hoping to find traces of a lost civilization. Some researchers believe the Atlantis legend may be a memory of a real disaster. One of the strongest theories links the story to the massive volcanic eruption on the island of Santorini in the Aegean Sea. Another theory suggests that the remains of Atlantis may lie near the Azores Islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Some researchers believe this region could be the remnants of an ancient land that once existed above the sea. Whether Atlantis truly existed is still unknown, yet the legend has continued to inspire human imagination for thousands of years. Perhaps Atlantis truly existed, or perhaps it was only a legend. But deep beneath the ocean lies a question that remains unanswered. Did Atlantis ever truly exist? Everything began with the Nile River. Flowing through the desert, the river flooded each year and left behind rich black soil. And on that soil, one of the greatest civilizations in human history was born. Every year the Nile flooded its banks. When the waters receded, rich black soil remained behind. Because of this fertile land, people began settling along the Nile. Over time, two powerful kingdoms emerged along the Nile, Upper Egypt in the south and Lower Egypt in the north. Two crowns, two rulers, and two kingdoms divided the land of the Nile. But one day, everything changed. A king from the south united the two kingdoms into a single land. His name was Narmer, and with him, ancient Egypt was born. The kings who came after Narmer were more than rulers. They saw themselves as the earthly representatives of the sky god Horus. And so a new title was born in Egypt, Pharaoh. The Pharaoh was the most powerful ruler of Egypt, but he needed trusted officials to govern the kingdom. The most powerful of them was the vizier. The true power of Egypt came from the Nile River. Each year its floods made the land fertile. Thanks to this, Egyptian farmers built a thriving civilization. Large cities emerged along the Nile River. Cities such as Memphis and Thebes became centers of Egyptian life. Trade, craftsmanship, and daily life flourished within them. Markets in Egyptian cities were always busy. Merchants sold fruits, fabrics, and pottery goods. Trade was an important part of everyday life. In ancient Egypt, artisans worked with great skill. Statues, jewelry, and pottery were shaped by their hands. These craftsmen reflected the art and beauty of Egyptian culture. Writing was a great power in ancient Egypt. Scribes recorded information by writing hieroglyphs on papyrus. History, laws, and stories survived through these writings. Religion was at the center of life in ancient Egypt. The Egyptians worshipped many gods, such as Ra, Osiris, and Anubis. Inside the temples, priests performed daily rituals for the gods. The Egyptians built massive temples for their gods. These sacred structures were not only places of worship, but also religious and cultural centers. Priests performed rituals here in the name of the gods. Ancient Egypt possessed a powerful army. Soldiers fought with spears and shields, while chariots became the fastest and strongest weapon on the battlefield. This army protected Egypt's power and its borders. At the top of ancient Egypt stood the pharaoh. Egyptians believed the pharaoh was not just a king, but the living representative of the gods on earth. His word carried the power of law throughout the land. The Egyptians did not believe death was the end. They believed the spirit of the pharaoh would continue to live. But for that to happen, the body had to be preserved, and so the practice of mummification began. Royal tombs were filled with gold, jewels, and sacred objects. But over time, these tombs became targets for thieves. The pharaohs now had to protect not only their bodies, but their tombs as well. Pharaoh Djoser wanted his tomb to stand forever. His architect Imhotep proposed a new idea, stacking stone structures upward, and in the desert of Saqqara, the first pyramid in history began to rise. After the first pyramid, pharaohs began demanding even larger structures. Pharaoh Sneferu ordered the construction of a massive pyramid, but as it rose, the angle had to be changed, giving the structure its unusual shape. Today, it is known as the bent pyramid. Pharaoh Khufu decided to build the largest pyramid in history. On the Giza Plateau, millions of stone blocks were moved, as construction continued for years. In the end, one of the greatest stone monuments in human history rose into the sky, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The pyramids were not alone in Giza. Watching over the desert stood a colossal statue, with the body of a lion and the face of a human. It is known today as the Sphinx. The Great Pyramid was not only massive, it was built with astonishing precision. Its four sides are almost perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions. Even today, it remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of the ancient world. Inside the pyramids were complex passages and hidden chambers. Narrow corridors led deep into the burial chamber of the pharaoh. There, the sarcophagus and objects meant for the afterlife were placed. Building the pyramids required millions of stones. These massive blocks were cut from limestone quarries near the Nile. Workers used copper tools to break the rock and prepare stones, weighing several tons. The cut stone blocks were transported along the Nile River, loaded onto wooden barges. The massive stones were carried toward Giza. The Nile became the most important transportation route for the pyramid construction. Once the stones reached Giza, they were dragged across the desert on wooden sledges. Hundreds of workers pulled the massive blocks with thick ropes. Water was poured onto the sand to reduce friction and help the stones move more easily. As the pyramid grew taller, moving the stones became increasingly difficult. To solve this, architects built massive ramps around the structure. Workers pulled the blocks up these ramps to reach the higher levels of the pyramid. Egyptian architects carefully determined the alignment of the pyramid, using ropes, measuring rods, and the positions of the stars. They aligned the structure with the cardinal directions. This is why the pyramids achieved an almost perfect symmetry. Thousands of workers who built the pyramids lived in villages near Giza. These settlements contained bakeries, workshops, and resting areas. The pyramid construction had become one of the largest organized projects in ancient Egypt. After years of work, the pyramid slowly began to take its final shape. Workers placed massive stone blocks on the upper levels. Each new stone was seen as a step toward the pharaoh's immortality. Today the pyramids appear rough and weathered, but when they were first built, their surfaces were covered with smooth, white limestone casing stones. Under the desert sun, the pyramids shone like enormous towers of light. When the pyramid was completed, a special capstone was placed at the top. Many historians believe it was covered in gold. Shining in the sunlight, it symbolized the pharaoh's ascent toward the gods. The pyramid was not a single structure. Around it stood temples, ceremonial courtyards, and long stone causeways leading to the pyramid. These places were used for royal funerals and sacred rituals. Years later, the life of the pharaoh came to an end. Priests and royal attendants began preparing for the great funeral ceremony. For the Egyptians, death was not the end, but the beginning of the journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the body of the pharaoh for the journey to eternity. The organs were removed, the body was dried, and then wrapped in linen bandages. This sacred process ensured that the pharaoh's spirit could return to its body. The pharaoh's organs were placed inside special containers. These containers were known as canopic jars. Gold objects, statues, and sacred symbols were also placed inside the royal tomb. The mummified body of the pharaoh was carried toward the pyramid in a grand funeral procession. As priests recited prayers, mourning women raised their arms and cried in grief. This ceremony symbolized the pharaoh's final journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the burial chamber of the pharaoh. Golden treasures, statues, food offerings, and sacred symbols were placed inside the tomb. The Egyptians believed the pharaoh would continue his life in the afterlife. The pharaoh's sarcophagus was placed inside the burial chamber. Priests recited their final prayers and completed the sacred rituals. With this moment, the pharaoh's journey into eternity began. After the funeral ceremony, the passages of the pyramid were sealed. Massive stone blocks were slid into the corridors to close the tomb. From that moment on, the pharaoh's resting place was meant to remain protected forever. Years passed, then centuries. Pharaohs changed, dynasties rose and fell, yet in the desert, the pyramids continued to stand against the passage of time. Centuries later, the pyramids had become relics of an ancient world. Travelers and merchants crossing the desert could see the massive structures from afar, and everyone asked the same question: who had built these enormous monuments? Over time, some people tried to enter the pyramids. Narrow corridors and dark passages led deep inside the structure, yet the pyramid still held many secrets. Inside the pyramid there were not only corridors. Some passages were blocked by massive stone blocks. These hidden structures were designed to protect the pharaoh's tomb. As centuries passed, most of the treasures inside the pyramids disappeared. Many tombs had been emptied or damaged, What remained were empty stone chambers and the traces of a lost civilization. Once the pyramids were crowned with shining capstones, many historians believe these pyramidions were covered in gold, but over time they disappeared, leaving the pyramids with bare summits. Centuries passed, kings and empires rose and fell, yet the pyramids continued to stand in the desert. The journey doesn't end here. We will continue exploring world history in chronological order. Follow the channel and visit us to continue the adventure. For over 4,500 years they have stood in the desert, massive stone mountains built by the will of pharaohs. But who were the rulers powerful enough to command the construction of the pyramids? To answer that question, we must go back to the very beginning of pyramid building. Before the pyramids, pharaohs were buried in flat stone tombs. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were not just rulers, they were believed to be the earthly representatives of the gods. During Egypt's third dynasty, this idea took a new direction. Pharaoh Djoser ordered the construction of a tomb unlike anything built before. Over time, these mastaba tombs grew larger and more complex. Eventually, builders began stacking them on top of each other. This idea would lead to the first pyramid in history. Built for Pharaoh Djoser, the Step Pyramid became the first massive stone monument in history. The mind behind this monumental structure was the pharaoh's architect Imhotep's idea was simple, yet revolutionary. Raise the tomb toward the sky. The Step Pyramid was rising layer by layer. Each new stone brought the pharaoh's name closer to the sky. It is considered the first massive stone monument in human history. The Step Pyramid was only the beginning. Architects were already dreaming of a perfect pyramid. The new pharaoh Sneferu dreamed even bigger. Now the goal was a perfect pyramid. Detailed calculations were made. Sneferu finally found the perfect form. The first true pyramid rose from the desert. Years of labor had finally come to an end. The workers walked home, carrying the quiet pride of their achievement. Sneferu was one of the pharaohs who advanced pyramid architecture. During his reign, pyramids took on a new form. This success opened the age of pyramids. Soon, an even greater monument would be built. After Sneferu's success, a new pharaoh emerged. Khufu decided to build the greatest pyramid in history. When Pharaoh Khufu came to power during the 4th dynasty, he sought to surpass the achievements of the rulers before him. His goal was to construct a monument greater than anything Egypt had ever seen. The structure rising there would become more than just a tomb. It would stand as a symbol of the pharaoh's power and Egypt's engineering mastery. After years of construction and the use of millions of stone blocks, one of the greatest pyramids in history began to rise. Today, this monument is known as the Great Pyramid of Giza. Massive stone blocks were transported across the desert for years. The Great Pyramid slowly rose toward the sky. After Khufu, Pharaoh Kafir came to power and began building the Second Great Pyramid at Giza. After the death of Khufu, the throne of Egypt passed to his son Khafre. The new pharaoh wanted to continue his father's legacy and demonstrate his power. For this reason, he ordered the construction of the Second Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Although slightly smaller than Khufu's pyramid, it was built on higher ground and appears almost equal in size from a distance. During this same period, a massive statue rose on the Giza Plateau with the body of a lion and the head of a human. It is now known as the Great Sphinx. During the reign of Kafir, the Giza Plateau was more than just a field of pyramids. With temples, causeways, and ceremonial spaces, it had become a vast, monumental complex. Each of these structures represented the pharaoh's power and his connection with the gods. The pyramids were not only tombs, but also sacred monuments symbolizing the eternal life of the pharaoh. After Kafir, the throne passed to Pharaoh Menkaure, who began building the third pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Although smaller than the others, it became an essential part of the Giza complex. Together, the three pyramids formed one of the most magnificent, monumental landscapes in ancient Egypt. These structures became one of the greatest engineering achievements of the ancient world. For thousands of years, they have endured wind, sand, and time. Today, the pyramids of Giza still stand. These monuments are more than structures made of stone blocks. They remain lasting symbols of the power, belief, and determination of ancient Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza is considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Follow the channel for the next chapter in our chronological journey through history. Thousands of years ago, Anatolia was a vast land where great empires had not yet emerged. Fertile plains, mountain, valleys, and early trade routes would soon turn this region into the cradle of powerful civilizations. Around 2000 BC, new groups began arriving in Anatolia. These Indo-European peoples would eventually become known as the Hittites and lay the foundation of a powerful civilization. Before the Hittites, Anatolia was home to peoples such as the Hessians, Hurrians, and Luwians. Interaction with these cultures created a unique and complex civilization. Over time, the Hittites established an important city in central Anatolia. This city would become Hattusa, the future capital of a powerful empire. In the 17th century BC, King Hattusili rose to power. His reign is often considered the true foundation of the Hittite state. During the reign of Hattusili, the Hittite army conquered many cities across Anatolia. These victories helped transform the Hittites into a regional power. Under King Mursili I, the Hittite army marched deep into Mesopotamia, launching one of the most surprising campaigns of the ancient world. In 1595 BC, the Hittites captured Babylon. This dramatic event changed the balance of power in Mesopotamia. After the Babylon campaign, the Hittite kingdom entered a period of instability, marked by palace intrigues and power struggles. By the 14th century BC, the Hittites regained strength and expanded across Anatolia and much of northern Syria. The Hittite capital Hattusa grew into a powerful city, surrounded by massive defensive walls. It became not only the capital, but also the political and military center of the empire. The Hittites expanded across much of Anatolia and northern Syria, becoming one of the dominant powers of the region. During the reign of Suppiluliuma I, the Hittite Empire, reached a new height of power. He is considered one of the greatest rulers in Hittite history. Under the leadership of Suppiluliuma, the Hittite armies began advancing beyond Anatolia. Many cities in Syria came under Hittite control. These conquests turned the Hittite Empire into one of the most powerful states of the ancient Near East. One of Suppiluliuma's greatest achievements was defeating the kingdom of Mitanni. With this victory, the Hittites gained control over many important cities in Syria. The fall of Mitanni helped establish the Hittite Empire as one of the dominant powers of the ancient Near East. One of the greatest strengths of the Hittite army was the Por chariot. These vehicles, operated by a crew of 3, provided speed and maneuverability on the battlefield. With their chariots, the Hittites became one of the most formidable military powers of the ancient world. The Hittite Empire grew not only through military power, but also through trade networks. Trade routes connecting Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and Syria were under Hittite control. Through these routes, copper, silver, textiles, and valuable goods were transported, strengthening the empire's economy. The Hittites recorded state documents on clay tablets, using cuneiform writing. Thousands of these tablets have been discovered in the capital city of Hattusa. Thanks to these records, historians have learned a great deal about Hittite laws, treaties, and daily life. The Hittites practiced a polytheistic religion and were sometimes called the people of 1,000 gods. Gods from many different cultures became part of the Hittite belief system. The sanctuary of Yatsalakhaya was one of the most important religious sites where these gods were carved into massive rock reliefs. However, the rise of the Hittite Empire made conflict inevitable. The cities of Syria held great strategic value for both the Hittites and Egypt. This rivalry would soon bring the two great empires face to face near the city of Kadesh. To the south, another great empire was rising, Egypt. Pharaoh Ramses II sought to expand his influence over Syria. For this reason, the powerful Egyptian army began marching toward the city of Kadesh. In 1274 BC, the Hittite and Egyptian armies met near the city of Kadesh. In the early moments of the battle, the Hittites launched a surprise attack. Their fast-moving chariots struck the Egyptian forces and created chaos across the battlefield. But the battle was not over. Pharaoh Ramses II rallied his forces and personally led the counterattack. The Egyptian army regrouped and managed to halt the Hittite advance. The battle raged for hours. Chariots, infantry, and archers fought fiercely across the desert battlefield. The Battle of Kadesh became one of the largest conflicts of the ancient world. the end of the day, there was no clear winner. Both the Hittites and the Egyptians had suffered heavy losses. The Battle of Kadesh was remembered as a massive clash between two great empires. After the Battle of Kadesh, the two great empires chose diplomacy. The Hittites and Egyptians signed what is considered the first known written peace treaty in history. This agreement marked the beginning of a long period of peace between the two states. After the Treaty of Kadesh, a new era began between the Hittites and Egypt. Instead of war, the two great empires chose diplomacy and trade. Envoys were exchanged between the royal courts, strengthening relations between the two states. After the Treaty of Kadesh, the Hittite Empire remained powerful for some time. The capital city of Hattusa, with its massive walls, temples and royal palaces, stood as one of the greatest cities of Anatolia, but the fate of this powerful empire would soon begin to change. In 1200 BC, as catastrophes loomed, the great king made a difficult choice. At dawn, the last hope of the Hittites and their sacred relics were quietly carried out of Hattusa's gates. The capital was being abandoned to a deep silence. As the convoy abandoned the city, the empire's fate was already sealed. A mysterious enemy from the sea was setting coastal cities ablaze. This was the Great Invasion that would bring about the end of the Bronze Age. These invaders were not just looting, they were dismantling an entire civilization. The famed Hittite chariots and bronze weapons proved useless against these warriors of the Iron Age. The ports, the Hittites' gateways to the outside world, fell one by one. The sea peoples were not just taking land, they were severing the trade arteries of civilization. While the Hittite army fought deep in Anatolia, the coasts were left completely defenseless. Fire and smoke became the new fate of the once glorious Hittite cities. And so, a millennium-old titan fell. This great destruction, brought by the sea peoples, was the final nail in the coffin of the Hittite Empire. As the order of the known world crumbled, Anatolia was plunged into a deep, dark silence that would last. For centuries, the Hittites were gone, leaving behind only ashes scattered by the wind and secrets buried beneath the earth. The Hittites may have disappeared from history, but their legacy remains part of the story of human civilization, and we will continue exploring history in chronological order. Follow the channel so you don't miss the next great civilization. The towering cedar trees atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. The Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. And the wealth of Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Tyrian purple, obtained from sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also an impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet trading center, but inside, there were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. Turning this coincidence into a magnificent craft, the Phoenicians became one of the first peoples to succeed in shaping glass by blowing. Transparent glass vessels, elegant vases, and colorful beads became the most sought-after luxury goods, everywhere from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Glass craftsmanship proved their aesthetic sense and commercial intelligence to the entire world. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Olmecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious 20-ton statues and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds, with one shared curiosity: the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the heavens, was laying the foundations of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabrics adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Varsalan Medan history was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not a limit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. One of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city on the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from the shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just the fall of a city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. With this event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and in our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Phoenicia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. The jungles of Mexico hid America's greatest secret for thousands of years. This dense green canopy carried the traces of a massive genius isolated from the modern world. In 1862, a peasant found the first colossal head underground, changing American history. Around 1200 BC, a massive civilization suddenly rose in these jungles. Without any preparation phase, they directly reached the peak in architecture and art. Before the Aztecs and Mayans were on the scene, the Olmecs had already discovered the calendar and writing. They are the mother culture that laid the foundation for all great Mesoamerican cultures. The name Olmec was given to them by the Aztecs thousands of years later, meaning rubber people. What they called themselves in their own language remained hidden in the dark and lost pages of history. It still astonishes the scientific world that they emerged with such flawless stonework without a primitive beginning. It was as if this advanced technical knowledge had come to them from across the ocean. Olmec engineers built massive artificial mountains by moving millions of cubic meters of earth in the middle of the swamp. These structures were designed to prevent destructive floods and to be closer to the sacred sky. Water channels carefully carved from stone are one of the most advanced hydraulic engineering examples of the ancient world. This system, which brought continuous clean water to the city, is tangible proof of the Olmec's technical genius. The Olmecs went down in history not only for their giant stone heads, but also for the rubber balls they developed. By processing latex obtained from rubber trees growing in forests, they managed to produce flexible and durable balls. These balls formed the basis of the sacred ball game played in Mesoamerica. The game was not just entertainment, it also represented cosmic symbolism. The ball symbolized the sun or planets, in the sky, and the player's struggle depicted the battle between order and chaos in the universe. The rubber technology developed by the Olmecs later spread to the Maya and Aztec civilizations, marking the beginning of a tradition that would last for thousands of years. Every street and structure in the city is not random, but aligned according to specific star systems and planets. They were the first astrologers to successfully translate the divine order of the sky into a city plan on Earth. They not only observed the sky, but also interpreted the cycles of Venus and the movements of the stars as sacred signs. This cosmic understanding would later form the basis of the advanced celestial calendars and astrological traditions of the Mayan civilization. How did a people without wheels or pack animals bring these blocks from the mountains 100 kilometers away? This journey across the turbulent waters of rivers is one of the greatest puzzles in the history of engineering. The thick lips and wide-nosed structures on the statues contrast greatly with indigenous American genetics. These characteristic facial features may be a sign of a secret intercontinental bond in the ancient world. The helmets on the heads bear striking and inexplicable similarities to ancient Middle Eastern and Phoenician warrior helmets. These details show that history is much more complex and connected than what we are told. Each head has its own expression and soul. These are not just statues, but copies of living kings. The Olmecs defied time by carving the immortality of their leaders into these massive stones. According to Olmec belief, the head is the most important center where the soul, intelligence, and sacred power are gathered. Therefore, by depicting only the head instead of the body, they aim to preserve the essence of the person. Deep hammer marks on some heads are the result of a ceremonial ritual performed when a leader died. These marks were left to release the dead king from the stone and send his soul to eternity. Many colossal heads were hidden by being buried underground in a grand ceremony shortly after being made. These statues may have been intended to serve the underworld gods rather than the physical world. The colossal statues face the precise coordinates where the sun rises and sets during the solstices. These massive stones were also fixed observation points used by the civilization to measure time. Long-bearded strangers with different clothing, never seen among the local people, are depicted in the reliefs. These figures are the memory of mysterious guides who set foot on the American continent thousands of years ago. The La Venta Pyramid is America's first pyramid and symbolizes a sacred volcano. This massive earthen structure was the first spiritual bridge the Olmecs built between heaven and earth. Giant mosaics buried underground are secret gifts, prepared for the gods and hidden from human eyes. Thousands of tons of precious jade were laid deep in the earth to form complex serpent motifs. The tools they made from hematite may be the first examples of a compass, showing they discovered the Earth's magnetic field. This technology proves they tracked not just the stars, but the invisible forces of the Earth. The Olmecs processed obsidian as smooth as a mirror to direct light and energy into dark temples. These mirrors were used in rituals, both for divination and to control the power of the sun. They saw jade as the sacred color of life, water, and eternity, valuing it more than gold. The most skilled artisans carved hard stones as fine as silk to create immortal masks. The Cascile block is the oldest and most mysterious, evidence of the first complex writing system in the Americas. The symbols on this stone are one of the ancient world's greatest unsolved linguistic puzzles. The Olmecs developed a number system of dots and bars capable of complex astronomical calculations. This mathematical genius allowed them to accurately measure cycles spanning thousands of years. Being one of the first civilizations to use zero as a digit shows the depth of their mathematical knowledge. The concept of zero was a symbol of their understanding of the void and eternity of the universe. The Olmecs' adoption of this understanding shows that they were not only mathematicians, but also great philosophers who contemplated everything in the universe. By interlocking two different calendars, they perfectly controlled time from both religious and agricultural perspectives. This system is a massive legacy that would form the basis of the Mayan calendar thousands of years later. The Olmecs' greatest god was a half-human, half-jaguar, being representing power and the underworld. This figure symbolized the union of nature's wild power and human intelligence. Mysterious baby-faced figures were sacred spirits, representing rain from the sky and the fertility of the earth. These statues were offerings for the continuation of the agricultural cycle that fed society. It was believed that priests transformed into jaguars during rituals and communicated with the spirit world. This shamanic transformation was the most feared and respected ritual of Olmec society. Sacrificial ceremonies to please the gods and maintain the balance of the universe began in the dark corners of Olmec temples. These bloody rituals were seen as a price to be paid for the continuation of life. They consecrated caves as massive mouths opening to the realm of the dead and the dwellings of the gods. These dark passages were sacred spaces where the fine line between life and death met. The oldest traces of the Mayans' famous feathered serpent god Kukulkan are hidden in these old depictions of winged snakes. This motif represented the eternal connection between earth and sky and wisdom. They saw mountains as the true home of the gods and built massive altars to reach these peaks. Every mountain was a ladder stretching to the sky and a source of divine power. Around 400 BC, these massive cities began to be abandoned, suddenly and mysteriously. Although there is no certain evidence as to why the population dispersed, environmental disasters are the most likely possibility. The shifting of riverbeds and volcanic eruptions may have completely collapsed their agricultural systems. Nature, taking back the fertility it offered, also paved the way for the end of this great civilization. This was not an escape, but a farewell ceremony. They entrusted those imposing, wise faces to the compassionate embrace of the earth, so that the spirits of their kings, even if their cities were destroyed, would live forever in the heart of the land. This was not a defeat, but an act of preserving memory and honor. Although the Olmec civilization vanished, their language, beliefs, and calendar systems were inherited by the Mayans and Aztecs. Every great culture in Central America, from pyramid construction to the writing system, was born from this legacy they left behind. The foreign facial features on the colossal stone heads and underground cities discovered with LiDAR technology still make researchers think about mysterious connections. These statues may be proof that human history united much earlier than we thought. This is perhaps the most intriguing question. What if the Olmecs weren't silent witnesses to the history we know, but rather a missing link in a forgotten global network? What if those stony faces were the memories of visitors or ancestors from across the oceans? Olmec, the beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. Remember, these colossal, heads deep in the jungles, continue to whisper the truth and ancient knowledge to us. The beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. We will continue to trace these ancient secrets. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to join us on this journey into the depths of history, and not miss the rest of the series. Hundreds of thousands thousands of years ago, in the caves of Zhaokudian, primitive humans control fire for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the Ice Age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first millet fields are planted, and the art of painted pottery leaves the first marks of civilization. Around 2500 BC, society becomes complex. Longshan'd people build high walls and produce technological marvels: pitch black, glossy, eggshell-thin pottery. The legendary Yellow Emperor Huangdi gathers the scattered warrior tribes along the Yellow River under one roof, laying the political and cultural foundation of Chinese civilization. Empress Li Su, while sitting under a mulberry tree in her garden, unspools silk fibers from a cocoon that fell into her teacup, starting the silk weaving that would dominate the world for millennia. Let us witness how the fate of a river, the fate of a people, and the determination of one man intertwined, and how a dynasty was born. Here, we understand how Great Yu transformed into a legend by harnessing the destructive power of nature to serve humanity. Great Yu, working for 13 years to stop the deadly floods of the Yellow River, drains the water to the sea by digging massive canals and establishes China's first official dynasty, Xia, with the people's gratitude. Shang priests cracked turtle shells and fire to read the will of the gods. The symbols engraved on these cracks become the earliest ancestors of Chinese writing. The last Shang king, Di Xin, falls in love with the legendarily beautiful but cruel Daji, indulging in luxury in palaces with lakes of wine, while his people starve. The virtuous Zhou leader Wu unites the tribes and defeats the Shang army at the Battle of Mai. King Di Xin sets himself on fire with his treasures, ending the dynasty. Zhou kings declare they have received a mandate of heaven. They established China's first major feudal system by distributing land to nobles gathered in the palace square. Amidst political turmoil, the sage Confucius teaches morality and loyalty to his students under a willow tree as philosophies that will forever change China's mindset begin to flourish. As central authority collapses, China divides into 7 great states. Technology shifts from bronze to iron, and massive armies clash to rule all of China. Ending the warring states period, Qin Shi Huang declares himself the first emperor. He unifies the 7 kingdoms under one flag while standardizing weights, currency, and writing. To stop nomadic raids from the north, the emperor connects previously built walls into a massive defense line. Thousands of workers raise the world's largest structure on mountain peaks. Fearing death, the emperor buries thousands of clay soldiers underground, each with a unique face to protect him in the afterlife. The Silk Road carried not only silk and horses, but also the arts and riches it encompassed as China encountered the world. Beyond its walls, it was also experiencing an enlightenment. Within itself, the stability of the Han Dynasty paved the way for some of history's most brilliant inventions and cultural achievements. Now, it is witnessing an invention that will change the very end, and a history that will never allow the past to be lost. CSI Lan, an official in the Han court, produces the first real paper by mixing tree bark and old rags. This invention changes the world by allowing knowledge to move from bamboo sticks to light pages. The capital Tianjin becomes the largest and wealthiest city in the world. In palaces with vast gardens, poets, musicians, and scientists produce the most elegant examples of Chinese art. A massive fleet on the Yangtze River is engulfed in flames as the strategic genius Zhu Ziliang turns the wind. Unified, smaller armies engulf the tyrant Cao's massive force in fire. Three legendary warriors under blooming peach trees, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, swear an oath to remain brothers until death, to protect the people and save the empire. The wise Zhu Ziliang sits on the city walls with a feather fan. Stopping the enemy with a single musical note, he proves to the world that intelligence is superior to brute force. The Tang capital Chang'an becomes the world's largest city with a population of 1 million. Arab, Persian, and Indian merchants from the Silk Road gather in markets filled with silk and spices. Wu Zixin, the first and only woman to sit on the throne in Chinese history, rules the empire with her intelligence and iron fist. She takes the power of women in society and the grandeur of art to its peak. Wise poets Li Bai and Du Fu write their poems by the river, under the moonlight, as Chinese literature and painting produce the most elegant examples that will not be forgotten for millennia. Towards the end of the Tang Dynasty, in the 800s AD, 9th century Chinese alchemists accidentally invent gunpowder while searching for the elixir of immortality in their laboratories. Although this explosive mixture was initially just a matter of curiosity, it ignited the fuse of a fire that would radically change human history. This revolutionary secret is carried to the Arab world and then to Europe via the Silk Road. Caravans setting out from China carry not only silk and spices, but also the formula for this destructive power that will shape the world on an intercontinental journey, forever changing the nature of war. This technology reaches its peak during the Song Dynasty. Gunpowder arrows and the first cannons begin to roar on the battlefields. Chinese civilization now guides the world, not only with its philosophy, but also with its engineering. From the first fire by the Yellow River to the world shaking, Invention of gunpowder. Chinese civilization, like a river, flowing uninterrupted for thousands of years, shaped the soul with its philosophy and the world with its engineering. On this journey, we only saw the foundations, the wisdom of Confucius, the ambition of the first emperor, and the grandeur of the Silk Road. Deep within the jungle, a civilization forgotten by time once rose. In the deep jungles of Central America, a civilization was born. A civilization beyond time. What an accurate description. The verdant lands of Mesoamerica, a civilization that was constantly evolving, not just in its calendars. Its pyramids were ladders reaching to the sky, and each GLF on its walls was a code whispering the secrets of the universe. For centuries, it was hidden by nature. Here are those lost ruins, once nestled in nature. Every stone, every vine tells a story. But this civilization would change the world. The Maya civilization spread across a vast region. It all began with small villages. Corn was at the center of life. To them, humans were created from maize. Villages slowly transformed into great cities. Cities rose in the heart of the jungle. Stone structures reached toward the sky. They built massive pyramids without metal, only with intelligence. Engineering, without using wheels, iron tools, or pack animals. They built pyramids overlooking the sky by moving tons of stone deep into the forests. Population. The total population of the cities exceeded 10 million during this period. These structures were not just architecture, they were connected to the sky. On certain days, sunlight touched the pyramids and moved like a serpent of light. Architecture. They developed an acoustic and astronomica. Architecture so precise that during the equinoxes, the sun's rays would cast a serpentine shadow on the pyramid steps. The Maya watched the skies. The stars were their guide. Astronomy and calendar. They calculated the movements of Venus with accuracy. The solar calendar they developed differs from our modern calendar by only seconds. They tracked planetary movements, especially Venus, which was crucial to them. They tried to understand time and found ways to measure it. They created complex calendars, still incredibly accurate today. They were one of the first civilizations in the world to use the concept of 00. They developed a base 20 number system. Writing system. They possessed the most advanced writing system hieroglyphs in the Americas. They wrote history books using over 800 symbols. The Maya writing system was advanced, combining symbols and sounds. They imprisoned Venus in time, carved history into stone, and discovered zero. They carved their stories into stone, leaving records of kings and wars. Kings were not just rulers, they were believed to speak with gods. Rituals were part of daily life. Everything had meaning. Sacrifices were made for the gods to maintain balance in the universe. But the Maya world was not peaceful. Cities were constantly at war. Wars were fought for power. Blood was spilled for control. Captives were highly valued. They meant both power and ritual. Then nature began to change. Drought made life harder. Agriculture began to fail. The land was no longer as fertile. Cities were slowly abandoned. People left their homes behind. Massive structures stood empty. The jungle reclaimed everything. A great civilization collapsed, but the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain: the collapse was sudden and deep. But the Maya people did not disappear. They continued to live on. Today, millions of Mayas still exist. Their culture and language live on. Their past still lives within them, and their story continues. The Maya civilization transcended time, leaving a deep mark on humanity. And some mysteries remain unsolved. Perhaps they never will be. The secrets of ancient civilizations and codes from the past. Stay tuned for more. 40 kilometers northeast of Mexico City lies a mystery. Its name comes from the Aztecs, the birthplace of the gods. But they didn't found this city. They discovered it. In the 1400s, when they looked at these ruins, they gave them names, but they didn't understand them. Because Teotihuacan doesn't speak. There's writing on it, but it's undecipherable. They have kings, but their names are lost. And today, 2,000 years later, we are still asking the same question: who were they? In 100 BC, while the Roman Republic was being established, and the Qin dynasty was rising, something else was happening here. In the middle of the valley, there was no river, no harbor, but someone was building one of the world's greatest cities. No wheels, no iron, but 100,000 men and a plan, a terrible plan. The plan for Teotihuacan is a message, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard, the way of the dead. Why the dead? Because along this road, there are small hills, graves, but who is in them? We don't know. The tombs have been plundered, perhaps kings, perhaps priests, perhaps victims. But this path is not just a street. It is an axis between the earth and the sky. In the middle of the road, the Pyramid of the Sun, 65 meters high, 225 meters base. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But it's different. This pyramid is made of limestone and volcanic tuff, and it's not hollow. In the 1970s, a tunnel was discovered. It's 100 meters long. From underground towards the very center of the pyramid. But what's in the center? A tomb? A treasure? a room. And in that room, in 2015, mercury was found. Tons of mercury, liquid metal, for the journey of souls, for the passage of the dead. Mercury is poison, but it is also immortality. Chinese emperors also drank mercury to become immortal. They died in Teotihuacan. Mercury is perhaps the same thing, a quest for immortality. But for whom? For a king, or for the city itself? At the end of the road, the Pyramid of the Moon, smaller, older, more mysterious. 12 platforms in front of it, 12 a number, 12 moons, 12 planets, 12 gods. We don't know. But we know that this pyramid is more sacred than the Pyramid of the Sun. Because here, there are sacrifices, human sacrifices, children, animals, all for a ritual. Every 12 years, every 52 years, at the 0 point of the sacred calendar, we don't know, but the bones speak, and blood has seeped into the stones. The pyramids are fascinating, but the real Teotihuacan was here. Lavent, Tetatla, Sakawala. The names are modern, but the buildings are 2,000 years old. Multi-story apartment buildings. The first apartment buildings. Perhaps each one housed 60 to 100 people, families, craftsmen, merchants, and on. The wall of every room, paintings. Red, green, yellow. There's no wall without a jaguar, because the jaguar is power, and the feathered serpent, and the feathered snake. Quetzalcoatl, sky and wind, knowledge and death at the same time. Teotihuacan is a manufacturing center, obsidian, volcanic glass, the sharpest blade in the world, 100 times sharper than surgical steel, and this obsidian is everywhere. In Guatemala and Honduras, all over Mexico. Trade, but how? No wheels, no animals. People carried things on their backs, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and what did they get in return? Jade from Guatemala, 1,000 kilometers, feathers from the Amazon, seashells from the Pacific. This city is the center of a network, and this network has enveloped the continent. But Teotihuacan isn't just rich. Everything is planned. The streets are like cages. Every block is a square. Water, sewage, perhaps. 2,000 years ago, and there are no portraits of kings, no monuments. How was this city governed? The priestly class? A military aristocracy? Or a system we don't understand? Perhaps the first megacity, the first anonymous power. 1,000 kilometers to the south, another world, the Maya. Tikal city-states, hieroglyphic writing, kings. But in 378 AD, something changes in Tikal. A new dynasty, a new architecture, and this architecture comes from Teotihuacan, Stela 31, stone monument. On it, a figure, Teotihuacan-style clothing, black glasses, the black-eyed squirrel. Its name is the black-eyed squirrel, and from that day on, Tikal grows up. It's fighting, it's expanding. Did Teotihuacan influence the Maya, or did it invade them? In Guatemala, at Caminal-Ju, there's the Teotihuacan pyramid, the same style, the same technique. In Honduras, in Copan, there is Teotihuacan obsidian. This is not just trade. This is power, perhaps an embassy. Perhaps a prince ascended the throne through marriage. Perhaps an army came and changed a dynasty. But the result is the same. The influence of Teotihuacan stretches thousands of kilometers. This is not a city, it is an empire. Silent, unwritten, but real. And here's the interesting thing, the Maya wrote. They recorded everything, but about Teotihuacan, they wrote almost nothing. It was simply, that day, people came from faraway lands. Faraway lands, 1,000 kilometers, and then, silence. Why was Teotihuacan so frightening, or so secretive? Around 550 AD, maybe 600 AD. It's not certain, but something is happening. The city center is burning. The temples are being destroyed. The temple of the feathered serpent in particular. Symbols are being broken. Statues are being shattered. Is this an external attack, or an internal rebellion? Climate change, drought, Lake Texcoco is drying up, agriculture is collapsing, 100,000 people are going hungry, or the obsidian trade is stopping, alternatives are emerging, power is disappearing. But this isn't a sudden end, it's slow. 100 years people are leaving, apartments are being emptied. Some are going to Maya lands. To Tikal. To Copan. They're taking their knowledge, their beliefs with them. Some are going up into the mountains, to the high plains. And the city is being forgotten. Right? No. Because 600 years later, the Aztecs arrive. And they don't forget. They call it the birthplace of the gods, and they build temples here for their gods, layer upon layer, history upon history. The 1900s. Archaeology begins. The Porfirio Diaz era. Mexico is modernizing, and Teotihuacan becomes a tourist destination. But science progresses slowly. The 1970s, the tunnel is discovered. 1980s, radar. More structures beneath the city. 2003, a new chamber beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. 2015, Mercury. And still, something new every year. The 2020s, LiDAR, remote sensing, and we still can't decipher the writing. We still don't know the names of the kings. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Every year, it receives 4 million visitors, but still, the same mystery remains. Who were they? Why did they go? And, perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from them? The collapse of megacities, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality. All of these existed 2,000 years ago, and we're still asking the same questions. Teotihuacan is silent, but its stones speak. Every step is a message. Every wall tells a story. And we just listen. 2,000 years later, we're still listening. Because some places are outside of time, some questions must remain unanswered. Perhaps that is why it is still there, waiting. The birthplace of the gods, and perhaps of us too. Teotihuacan is still being excavated. Every new discovery updates this film. The city was aligned. Mercury discovered in 2015 everything was still being analyzed. The writing system remains a mystery. Everything followed a deliberate plan. And perhaps we could never figure out should remain mysteries why they were built. Here they are, pyramids beneath the aligned stars. This city exists. There's secrets forever hidden, but no one knows who built it. One of the greatest mysteries in human history. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There is a city 400 meters above the Oaxaca Valley, on top of a mountain, Monte Alban. The White Mountain. This name was given by the Spaniards, who arrived in the 16th century, but they did not found this city. The Zapotecs built this city, yet even today, we still do not know the original name they gave to this mountain, because the Zapotec writing system has not yet been fully deciphered. 700 BC, that's 300 years before Rome founded the city. The Olmecs had collapsed. The Mayans were rising. But here, in southern Mexico, something else was happening. A people leveling the mountaintop, a construction project that lasted 300 years, and the resulting city with a population of 15,000 terraces, temples, observatories, and a message: we are here and we are watching. The construction of Monte Alban seems like madness. Why the top of the mountain? Why 400 meters up? Defense, perhaps, but there's more to it. Surveillance, control. The Oaxaca Valley is one of Mexico's most fertile agricultural areas. And this mountain is right in the middle of the valley. It sees everything. It controls everything. The city center, Grand Plaza, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, flat, symmetrical, planned. This is the oldest planned city in Mexico, and this plan hasn't changed for 1,000 years. The J platform, the South platform, the Eyes Monument, all remained faithful to the original design from 700 BC. Why? Because that plan was sacred. The J platform, Monte Alban's most mysterious structure, shaped like the letter J, but why J? Astronomical alignment, calendar calculation, or is it a burial complex? In the 1930s, more than 170 tombs were discovered here. Mummies, jade masks, obsidian knives, and one name, the 12 Apostles, Lady 12 Macaw. a female ruler, circa 450 BC, the most powerful period of the Zapotecs. Monte Alban's most famous monument, the dancing figures. Stone reliefs, over 300 figures, men, women, children. Some are dancing, some are in pain, some are dead, and above all, names, glyphs, hieroglyphic writing. The Zapotecs invented writing. Before the Olmecs, independent of the Mayans, but this writing system is still undeciphered. 80% of it remains unknown. The inscriptions on the figures, names, dates, places. There's a place called Bourgeois, where we don't know. An event called Bloody Moon, when we don't know. But what we do know is, these figures are prisoners, enemy, leaders. They're not dancing, they're being tortured, and this is the message of Monte Alban. If you oppose us, this is your end. This monument is propaganda, a show of force. But it is also history, a record of how the Zapotecs conquered their neighbors, and this record spanned 1,000 years. Because Monte Alban stood for 1,000 years, until 708. Rome fell, Teotihuacan fell, but Monte Alban still stood. The place of women in Zapotec society is still debated. Was it male-dominated, or did women also hold power? The tombs of the 12 apostles support the second question. But is this the only example? Or were there more female rulers? We don't know. Because the Zapotec script remains undeciphered. And perhaps, when it is deciphered, we will find even more of the 12 apostles. Outside Monte Alban in the valley, there were villages, agriculture, corn, beans, squash. 3 sisters, Mexico's staple food, and handicrafts, obsidian work, ceramics, weaving. The Zapotecs were experts in textiles, and these textiles were traded to Teotihuacan, to the Mayans, even further afield. Monte Alban and Teotihuacan, 2 mountain cities, 2 power centers, 500 kilometers apart, but connected. Between 200 and 500 AD, there was intense trade, obsidian, ceramics, jade, and perhaps ideas. Was Zapotec writing influenced by Teotihuacan writing? Or was it the other way around? We don't know. But what we do know is, these 2 cities knew each other, and they respected each other. Teotihuacan-style ceramics have been found at Monte Alban. Talak figures, feathered serpent motifs, and Zapotec jade from Teotihuacan. It came from Guatemala, but passed through Zapotec hands. This wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, perhaps an alliance. 2 superpowers, not enemies, but partners. But there were differences too. Teotihuacan is anonymous. It has no king. The Zapotecs have names like the 12 apostles. Teotihuacan was unwritten. The Zapotecs were written, and perhaps that writing made the difference, because writing is identity. It is history, and the Zapotecs recorded their history. On tombstones, on monuments, and we are still trying to decipher those records. By AD, Monte Alban is being abandoned. Why? Drought, civil war, depletion of resources. Perhaps all of them. The city on the mountaintop was unsustainable. The water was below. The agriculture was below. And the people moved down to Mitla, a new city, smaller, but Zapotec culture lived on. Mitla, the place of the dead, the new center of the Zapotec civilization. And here, a unique form of art emerged. Mosaic walls, geometric patterns in red, white, and black. These designs became the final expression of Zapotec identity. And that identity endured until 1521, until the Spanish arrived. In 1521, the Spanish conquered Oaxaca, but the Zapotecs did not surrender. Their resistance lasted for 50 years in the mountains, in the forests, and in the end, an agreement was reached. Zapotec leaders took positions within the Spanish colonial administration. Their language survived. Their traditions survived. And today, even after 2,000 years, more than 400,000 people still speak Zapotec. Monte Alban is in ruins, but its Zapotec identity lives on. In Oaxaca, the Guelaguetza festival every year. Zapotec dances, Zapotec music, and in those dances, perhaps, we see the dancing figures of the Grand Plaza. 2,000 years ago, on a mountaintop, eyes are still watching us. And we are still looking back, because Monte Alban is not just stone. It is a people's defiance against the mountain. A nation's struggle to conquer time, and perhaps its success. The Zapotec script remains undeciphered, but one day, it will be deciphered, and on that day, we will hear the voices of the 12 apostles, and perhaps, that voice will say, "We were here, and we have not been forgotten." Monte Alban was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1987. Zapotec is still spoken by 400,000 people in Mexico. Archaeologists have only excavated 10% of Monte Alban. Deep in the mountainous valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists, the shadows of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New Savvy People of Rain. Historians call them the Mic. January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7 Tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the dramatic story of a forgotten civilization. A people who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors, they were the world's finest, masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still inimitable today. But this story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer jaguar paw, the greatest, leader in the history of the Rain People. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we will unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000 years' silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain People. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves Nu, Savvy, the people of rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence. Rain. In the rugged mountainous terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god Jehovah. The Mixteca region was divided into 3 main areas. High Mixteca, mountainous and cold, difficult for agriculture, but rich in minerals. Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable for agriculture, and coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Tilantongo was the sacred capital of the Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onwards, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. The codices record the birth of the 4 crocodiles, the first ruler of Tilantongo. This is the beginning of Mixtec history. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. But these codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, an epic. In 1063 AD, a prince is born in Tilantongo. He is named 8 Stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag. But history will remember him by another name, Jaguar's Claw. 8 Deer was the son of 5 Crocodile the High Priest, and 9 Eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 Earthquake, and 9 Flower. But 8 Deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on the pages of the codices. He is always depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But 8 Deer ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 Jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In return for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8 Deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 Lizards, married 11 Winds. This marriage posed a threat to 8 Deer because 11 Wind's family had their eyes on the Tilantongo throne. In 1101 AD, the 8 Deer finally conquered the city of the Red and White Bunch, the center of their rivals. They captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest brother for Winds. This pardon would seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 Winds, now both 8 Deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8 Deer. 8 Deer were captured and sacrificed. The greatest conqueror in Mixtec history died at the hands of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of a hero, the price of power and arrogance. January 6, 1932. While excavating at Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, but no ordinary tomb. This would become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtecs reused it centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirits of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts. 121 gold objects, silver ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian mirrors, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But the most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it for incense. It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a sacred object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needle spools of thread, crystal bowls suggest she was a high-status woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in Mixtec society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the 6 monkeys. The tomb's treasures are now on display at the Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but the tomb itself, high up in Monte Alban, still awaits visitors. Although the lights inside are out, its stories live on. For the Mixtecs, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Jehui, the god of rain, was their supreme god. Jehui is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask with a jaguar-like expression and bared teeth. Rain or steam is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Jehui. During severe droughts, much darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that child sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god. This practice reveals the deep fear and reverence inherent in Mesoamerican religions. Natural forces were things that humans couldn't understand or control, and appeasing these forces was essential for the survival of society. The Mixtec religion was based on an animistic worldview. Mountains, caves, rivers, all were filled with spirits. The world consisted of 3 layers: Earth, Nu, Sky, Yuchi, and Underworld, Nu Nador. The codices recount the earliest creation stories. 1 deer, the jaguar snake, and 1 deer, the puma. Snake created the world's first beings, Noah. When the sun rose, these first beings turned to stone. Some survived by taking refuge in caves and continued to live there. This belief system explains the cave cult of the Mixtecs. Caves were sacred places. The dead went there, and spirits lived there, and some caves are still visited today as sacred pilgrimage sites. In 1521, Hernan Cortés and the Spanish conquerors captured Tenochtitlan, the Aztec Empire collapsed, and the independence of the Mixtecs came to an end. The arrival of the Spaniards was meant to be the end for the Mixtec civilization, but that wasn't entirely the case. The Mixtecs survived culturally. They preserved their language, traditions, and identity. Today, more than 500,000 people still speak Mixtec. In the mountain villages of Oaxaca, traditional farming methods continue. Women still weave, and ancient symbols live on in the patterns. The story of the Mixtecs is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures. Despite the devastating effects of European colonialism, they were a people who wrote their own history, created their own art, and worshipped their own gods. Most of the codices were taken to Europe. They are now in libraries in London, Vienna, and Oxford, but their spirit still lives on in the mountains of Oaxaca. The jaguar claws of 8 deer happened in 1115, but its story is still told more than 1,000 years later. Perhaps this is the definition of a true legend. The legacy left to us by the Mixtecs goes beyond gold and precious stones. It reminds us of a part of humanity's shared heritage, the rise and fall of a civilization and a people's struggle for survival. And when the mists cover the valleys of Oaxaca, when the wind blows through the mountains, you can still see the jaguar helmet of the 8 deer. It's still there, still waiting, still telling its story. We are traveling through world history in chronological order, civilization by civilization, step by step across thousands of years, from the first cities to great empires, from forgotten kingdoms to legendary rulers. This journey has just begun. Join this journey through world history. Subscribe and explore the story of humanity with us. Today, beneath Mexico City, there was once a miracle 500 years ago, one of the largest cities in the world, yet built in the middle of a lake. Its people were not fishing in the water, they were building pyramids. And the inhabitants of this city demanded blood every day so that the sun would not die. The Aztecs, in just 200 years, they built an empire from nothing, and in only 2 years, it vanished. Are you ready? Because this story begins with a legend, an eagle hunting a serpent. August 1250. In the arid lands of northern Mexico, a tribe emerges from a mysterious place called Aztlán. They call themselves Mexica, hunter-gatherers, warriors, and most importantly, homeless. For centuries they migrated. Everywhere doors were slammed in their faces. Why? Because these men simply did not want peace. The war god Huitzilopochtli had told them, "You are the chosen people, but there is no paradise without bloodshed." In 1248, they settled on Chapultepec Hill, but their neighbors didn't like them. They were driven out. They became mercenaries. They fought whoever they had to fight, not for money, but to survive. In 1325, a miracle happened. On a swampy island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, they saw an eagle with a snake in its beak right on top of a cactus. They had been waiting for this sign. This would be Tenochtitlan, the heart of present-day Mexico City. Imagine 400,000 people living in the middle of a lake, more populous than some of Europe's largest cities. But how? Chinampas, floating gardens, artificial islands made of layers of reeds and mud, not for agriculture, but for the city. They filled in the lake, but the lake fed them. 16 kilometers of aqueducts bringing water from the Sierra Madre Mountains, razor-sharp streets, 4 main gates, and in the center, Templo Mayor, a 45-meter-high twin temple, one to the war god Huitzilopochtli, the other to the rain god. But the craziest part, when the Spaniards first arrived, they said, "It's more beautiful than Venice Hernan courts." And a letter to King Charles wrote, "This city doesn't seem real." Now we come to the really interesting part. Why did the Aztecs sacrifice so many people? Answer: cosmology. According to them, the sun died every day. Its rising was a battle, and to win this battle, blood was necessary. Human hearts, food for the gods. But how was this ritual performed? The sacrificial animal was first carried ceremonially for 4 days. It was painted and adorned with feathers. On the last night, it was carried up the 114 steps of the Templo Mayor. At the top, 2 priests waited. One held it by the head, the other by the feet, and they laid it on the stone altar. An obsidian blade would be inserted below the rib cage, and the heart would be removed while it was still beating. The heart would be placed in a stone bowl and offered to the god. The body, it would be thrown down the stairs. Sometimes their heads were cooked and served to the nobility. It was an honor. But it wasn't just religious, it was political too. At the opening of the Templo Mayor in 1487, Emperor Quetzalcoatl sacrificed 20,000 captives. It lasted for days. Why so many? Because it was a display, a show of force, a message: don't oppose us. Their wars were not about land, but about people. They were called the Flower Wars, ritual wars, just for capturing prisoners. If an Aztec warrior captured 20 prisoners, he would join the Jaguar Corps. That was their Navy SEALs. 1428 was a turning point, the Tepanec War. The Aztecs rose up against the powerful city of Azcapotzalco, and they won, but not alone. Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, 3 cities, an alliance. Initially, they were equal, but the Aztecs were more ambitious. Indirect rule. Conquered cities retained their own kings and religions. The only condition: taxes, cocoa beans, cotton fabrics, feathers, gold. They flowed into Tenochtitlan every year. 400 to 500 city-states, 5 to 6 million people, 207,000 square kilometers. Tlatelolco Market, the world's largest open-air market. 60,000 people shopped there at the same time. There was even human trafficking. Slaves, servants, everything had a price. More than 200 gods, but there are 4 great ones. Huitzilopochtli, the left-handed hummingbird, war and sun. protector of Tenochtitlan, a blue black-faced feathered warrior. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, light, wisdom, art. He gave humanity corn, the calendar, and writing, and he was against human sacrifice. The Aztecs' favorite irony: they worshipped him, but they continued to sacrifice. Tezcatlipoca, the smoky mirror, night, magic, prophecy. He has an obsidian mirror that sees the future, the invisible god. Tlaloc Rain, with his protruding teeth, his jaguar mask, the god of agriculture. Child sacrifices to him because his tears were rain. February 18, 1519, Hernan courts landed with Wu-Bide men, horses, dogs, artillery, but his most dangerous weapon wasn't smallpox, it was diplomacy. The Aztecs had many enemies. The people of Tlaxcala had never submitted. Courts formed an alliance with them, thousands of native warriors. Now this is not just a Spanish invasion, but a civil war. November 8, 1519, courts entered Tenochtitlan. Moctezuma thought him a god. The return of Quetzalcoatl, golden gifts, jewels. But courts wanted gold, and more. Junio 1520, Moctezuma died. Who killed him? It's still debated, but the city revolted. The Spaniards fled. La Noche Triste, the sad night. Half of them died, but they returned. August 13th, 1521. 75 days of siege, famine, smallpox. 25% to 50% of the population died. The last emperor, Cuauhtémoc, was captured. Tenochtitlan fell. Tenochtitlan lies beneath Mexico City today. The Templo Mayor was rediscovered in 1978. Something new emerges with every excavation. But weren't the Aztecs real? Mexico's name comes from Mexica, the eagle and snake on their flag. Chocolate, corn, tomatoes, avocados, they all come from them. They built an empire in 200 years. It was gone in 2 years. But 500 years later, we're still talking about it. That's real power. Today, there is a city in Italy. Tourists take photos, cafes are full. But 2,000 years ago, Rome. Paved roads, apartments, sewer systems. We still use them. They built them 2,000 years ago. But the craziest part, this empire was not built in one day. It did not collapse in one day either. And when it collapsed, the world was plunged into darkness. Are you ready? because this story begins with a legend of two brothers by a wolf. 753 BC, the Italian peninsula. 7 hills on the banks of the Tiber River, Palatine Hill. Here is a shepherd's tent. Inside are 2 infants, Romulus and Remus. According to legend, a king named Amulius wanted to kill his nephew. The babies were thrown into the river, but a wolf found them and nursed them. Then, a shepherd adopted them. Then a shepherd adopted him. Years later, the brothers wanted to settle on these hills, but where? Remus chose Palatine Hill. Romulus chose Aventine Hill. They asked the gods. They counted the distances as the crow flies. Romulus saw 12. Remus saw 6. Romulus won. But Remus was angry. He breached his brother's walls. Romulus killed him. "Whoever else breaches my walls shall die," he said, and Rome was built on blood. It was initially a pastoral village. 300 houses, 3,000 inhabitants. They stole from the Etruscans, abducted women from the Sabines, small but warlike, and most importantly, they were stubborn. 509 BC, the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, was exiled. "There is no king," they cried. "Senatus, Populusque, Romanus, SPQR, Senate, and Roman people." But this wasn't a democracy. Patricians, the nobility; plebeians, the common people. If the plebeians were in debt, they would become slaves. In 494 BC, they revolted. "If you don't give us our rights, we will leave the city." Result: tribunus, plebis, popular tribunes, right of veto. The first system of checks and balances in Rome. And war. It took 150 years to conquer the Italian peninsula. The Samnite Wars. Victory against Pyrrhus, Pyrrhic victory. If a victory is won with losses, it is actually a defeat. In 264 BC, Rome was the master of Italy, but a danger lay across the sea: Carthage. Carthage, modern Tunisia, founded by the Phoenicians, masters of maritime trade. Unlike Rome, rich, cultured, but with a mercenary army. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC. 23 years. Naval battles. Rome formed its first fleet, Corvus Crow. They lowered bridges from the ships, turning the naval battle into a land battle. Victory. Sicily and Sardinia became Roman territories. But the greatest danger was yet to come: Hannibal. Hannibal Barca. At the age of 9, he swore an oath to his father: "Rome will be my enemy." In 218 BC, he set out from Spain. 37 elephants, 40,000 soldiers. He crossed the Alps. In winter, In 15 days, half of the elephants died, but he crossed. Lake Trasimene, Roman consul, Gaius Flaminius, ambushed. 15,000 dead. To 16 BC, Cannae. 50,000 Roman soldiers, annihilated in 8 hours. The most perfect ambush in history. Hannibal's army was half the size. Rome was in a panic, but Quintus Fabius Maximus devised a delaying tactic. He didn't fight, he had tried it. Fabian tactics are still used today. 202 BC, Zama Scipio, Africanus. Hannibal defeated. The Second Punic War ends. Rome masters of the Mediterranean. (146 BC), the Third Punic War. Cato the Elder said in every speech, Carthage must be destroyed. Finally, they destroyed it. The city burned for 17 days. The ground turned to salt. Carthage no more. That same year, Corinth was also destroyed. Greece became a Roman province. The Mediterranean, Mare Nostrum, RC. The price of victory, 133 BC. The Gracchus brothers, Tiberius and Gaius. They said, the soldiers are returning. Landless, the rich are seizing everything, they demanded. Reform, the nobles killed them. The first bloody political assassinations. Marius and Sulla, 88 BC. Generals gained power. Army loyalty shifted to the general. Sulla became a dictator. Prescription lists, lists of those to be killed. 5,000 names. And Spartacus, 73 BC, a gladiator slave. He escaped with 70 people. In 2 years, his number grew to 120,000. Rome's greatest fear, a slave revolt. Marcus Licinius Crassus crushed it. 6,000 rebels were crucified on the Appian Way, a corpse every 40 meters. 60 BC, the first triumvirate. Pompeius, Crassus, Julius Caesar. Power sharing. Caesar went to Gaul, 8 years, 300 battles. Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. 49 BC, Rubicon River, Aelia, Iacta, EST. The dice have been cast. Caesar started a civil war. Pompey fled to Egypt and was killed. Caesar became dictator, but it didn't last long. March 15th, 44 BC, Itus Marcia. 23 members of the royal family, including Brutus. You too, Brutus. Caesar was killed with 23 stab wounds. His last words are controversial, but the result is clear. Rome descended into chaos once again. The Second Triumvirate, Octavian, Antony, Lepidus. Lepidus was eliminated. Octavian versus Antony, 31 BC. Battle of Actium. Cleopatra's ship escaped. Antony pursued her. They were defeated. 30 BC, Cleopatra and Antony committed suicide. Egypt became Roman. Octavian was the sole ruler, but he didn't say king. He said Augustus, the Great, the first Roman emperor. The Republic ended. Pax Romana began. Pax Romana. 200 yield bearers. 5 million kilometric. 50 sampai 70 million insan. Britania dan Mesopotamia. Kuzi, Africadan. Augustus, emperor, but he called us first citizens. Tax reform, road system. All roads lead to Rome. 80,000 kilometers of roads. Some are still in use. Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Caligula was mad. He wanted to make his horse a senator. Nero, he burned Rome, played music, and committed suicide. The Colosseum, with a capacity of 80,000 people. Gladiator, fights, lion hunts, naval battles, Nomakia, built by Vespasian, opened by his son Titus, a 100-day festival. 5,000 animals were slaughtered. Trajan, 98 to 117 AD. The empire at its greatest extent. Dacia, Romania conquered. Gold mines, Trajan's Forum. Remember me like this. Hadrian 117 sampai 138 AD. Hadrian's Wall, defended. Britain, admirer of Greece, restored the temple in Ephesus and temples in Athens. Marcus Aurelius, 16180. Age, philosopher emperor, author of On Myself, Stoic. Life is a battle, long and varied. Only patience and courage save. But the golden age was coming to an end. Commodus, Marcus's son. He wanted to be a gladiator. He dressed like Hercules. He was strangled to death in 192. The empire began to crumble. The crisis of the 3rd century. 50 emperors in 50 years. Most were killed. Persians in the east, Germanic tribes in the north. The empire was divided in two. Diocletian 284 AD, the system of 4 empires tetrarchy. Constantine, 312 AD, Milvian Bridge. Win with this sign. Christianity, 330 AD, Constantinople, New Rome. The east is victorious, the west is weakened. 410, Alaric, Visigoth king. Rome was sacked, for the first time in 800 years. 455, Genseric, Vandals, 14 days of looting. The word vandalism comes from this. The last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, an ironic name, from Romulus to Augustulus. 476 AD, Odoacer, Germanic, general. He said, "You don't need to rule." The Western Roman Empire ended. The East, it lasted another 1,000 years as Byzantium, but that's another story. 2,200 years ago, it was a shepherd's village. 2,000 years ago, it was the master of the world. 1,500 years ago, it collapsed, but its legacy lives on. Law, innocent until proven guilty. Roads. All roads lead to Rome. Language, words of Latin origin. Government, Senate, veto, republic. Rome fell, but Rome never died. In the next video, the Byzantine Empire, the 1,000-year resistance of the Eastern Roman Empire. Don't forget to subscribe. See you soon. Constantine III, Roman Emperor, Christian, and a visionary. He chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, the mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe. And here, he builds the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and this city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of defense, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls. Until 1453. When the Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating. And that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans, while Western Rome collapsed into darkness. Another world was rising in the east. Rome's shift to the east was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the east. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. This decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the east, Constantinople remained a powerful, imperial center. The city became one of the most important crossroads of trade between East and West. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy and Rome returned to imperial control. The Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527. Justinian, 38 years in power, in the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories, the Codex, the foundation of law. We still use it today. And Theodora, the Empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. Eighth century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakens the empire. 1054, the Great Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They never united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plunder the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its own brethren. 50 years of occupation, and then a resurgence. But weaker, always weaker. Justinian reorganized Roman law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persians in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived thanks to its powerful defensive walls. Byzantium survived not only through war, but also through diplomacy. The empire developed new military systems to defend its borders. But in 1071, the Battle of Manzikert became a major turning point for Byzantium. After the defeat at Manzikert, the gates of Anatolia began to close for Byzantium. Byzantine control in Anatolia rapidly weakened. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the West. But the Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but it never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia, Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople and the Peloponnese, in 1451, Mehmed II, 19 years old, and his goal is clear. This city, April 1453, 80,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported over land into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This move neutralized the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy: Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, the Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures that took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same stones 2,000 years later. Rome was founded in 753 BC. It ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomes its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last era of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. We continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. The last queen of Egypt. The woman who changed the fate of Rome. And a ruler who influenced the two most powerful men of the ancient world. She was the last hope of a collapsing civilization. Cleopatra is often remembered for her beauty, but her true power was not her beauty. Cleopatra was born in Alexandria in 69 BCE, but she was not ethnically Egyptian, as many people believe. Cleopatra was a member of the Ptolemaic dynasty, established after the death of Alexander the Great. This dynasty ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years. Rome was rising, while Egypt struggled to survive. Cleopatra was only 18 when her father died. According to tradition, she ascended the throne, together with her younger brother. Sibling marriage was common in the Ptolemaic dynasty. This situation quickly turned into a civil war. Cleopatra was removed from the throne. At that moment, Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt. Cleopatra made one of the boldest political moves in history. Legend says she entered the palace hidden inside a carpet. This was not just a dramatic entrance. Cleopatra gained Caesar's support. With his help, she returned to the throne. This event changed not only the fate of Egypt, but also the future of Rome. From this union, a child was born, Caesar. But in 44 BCE, Caesar was assassinated in the Senate by a group of senators, including Brutus and Cassius. Cleopatra was once again alone. A new leader emerged in Rome, Mark Antony. Cleopatra formed an alliance with him. This alliance soon became a powerful partnership. Together they formed a major power in the Eastern Mediterranean. 10 years, 2 children, and a plan. Donations of Alexandria. 34 BC, Antony gives the East to Cleopatra's children: Egypt, Syria, Cilicia, Cyprus. This is Roman territory. And Rome is going mad. Octavian is spreading propaganda. Antony is a prisoner of a woman. The East is surrendering to a woman. Cleopatra was Rome's enemy, but the truth is, it was an alliance of 2 powerful people, and this alliance was a threat. But another leader was rising in Rome, Octavian. Rome was now divided. '31 BC, Actium, Greece, the last war. Cleopatra and Antony. 500 ships, Octavian, 400. But the command is chaotic. Antony is not a sailor. Cleopatra is on board. Why? We don't know. A complete mess. History calls it betrayal. This conflict led to one of the most important naval battles in history, the Battle of Actium. Cleopatra and Antony were defeated. This defeat marked the beginning of the end for Egypt. Octavian was approaching with his armies. Octavian is approaching. Antony commits suicide. Legend says it's upon hearing the news of Cleopatra's death, but the truth is, he was probably wounded in battle. Cleopatra is taken prisoner. Octavian wants to take her to Rome for victory parade, but Cleopatra refuses, because she is a queen, and queens are not chained. Cleopatra refused to be taken prisoner by Rome, and she made the decision that would enter history. Mark Antony believed Cleopatra was dead. After hearing this, Antony wounded himself. Before dying, Antony was brought to Cleopatra. Mark Antony died in Cleopatra's arms. After Antony's death, Cleopatra mourned deeply. Cleopatra locked herself inside the mausoleum to avoid being captured by Octavian. Octavian wanted to take Cleopatra to Rome alive. Cleopatra met Octavian for the last time. Cleopatra shared her final plan with her loyal servants. Cleopatra wished to be buried beside Mark Antony. Cleopatra sent a final letter to Octavian. Cleopatra tried to save her son Caesarion. Cleopatra remained with only her 2 loyal attendants. A basket of figs was brought to Cleopatra. Inside the basket was a cobra. Cleopatra took her own life. 30 BC, August 12th. Cleopatra, 39 years old. She is poisoned. The snake, legend, real, perhaps opium, perhaps a poisoned needle, but the result is the same. The last pharaoh dies, and Caesarion, 17 years old, ascends the throne, but only for 11 days. Octavian kills him, because Caesar's son is a threat. Egypt becomes a Roman province. 3,000 years of pharaohs come to an end. Charmian adjusted Cleopatra's crown and said, "This was a death worthy of a queen." Caesarion was captured and executed. When Roman soldiers entered the chamber, they found Cleopatra dead. Octavian received the news of Cleopatra's death. Cleopatra and Mark Antony were buried together. Egypt was no longer an independent kingdom. Egypt became one of the most important provinces of the Roman Empire. The age of the pharaohs had come to an end. Cleopatra's name continued to be remembered, even 2,000 years later. Cleopatra was not remembered only for her beauty. Cleopatra could speak 9 different languages. Cleopatra was the first Ptolemaic ruler to speak the Egyptian language. Cleopatra was a skilled diplomat. Cleopatra was the last ruler who tried to save her country. Cleopatra's story was not a love story. It was a struggle between empires. Most of what we know about Cleopatra comes from Roman historians. For this reason, Cleopatra's true story is still debated today. Roman historians portrayed Cleopatra as a threat. Cleopatra was not only a queen, but a powerful leader. History remembers not only rulers, but the decisions they made. Cleopatra. History remembers her for her beauty and intrigue, but she was also a diplomat, a linguist, a survivor. He reigned for 22 years. He formed alliances with 2 great Roman leaders, and he maintained control to the very end. Even his death was his own choice, because he was the last pharaoh, and pharaohs don't become slaves. Rome defeated her, but Cleopatra became a legend, and 2,000 years later, we're still talking about her, because she wasn't just a queen, she was the last. The last pharaoh, the first feminist, a legend. Follow the channel to explore world history in chronological order and continue this journey through time with us. Year 224. Rome faced a new enemy in the east. Its name was the Sassanid Empire, and it would become Rome's greatest rival for 4 centuries. On the Iranian plateau, a rebellion began. A local ruler named Ardashir challenged the 400-year-old Parthian Empire, and at the Battle of Hormozgan, he defeated the Parthian king and began a new era. Ctesiphon fell. Ardashir declared himself Shahanshah, the King of Kings. This was not just a victory. The Persian Empire was being reborn. 7 centuries earlier, Alexander the Great had destroyed the Persian Empire. Now, The new empire, founded by Artashur, was reviving the power of ancient Persia. In the west stood Rome, in the east stood China, and between these two great worlds, at the heart of the Silk Road, a new superpower was rising, the Sassanid Empire. The Sasanians did not only build an empire, they placed a religion at its foundation. Zoroastrianism became the official faith of the empire. A kingdom protected by Ahura Mazda had emerged. Sasanian kings were not only political rulers, they were seen as the earthly representatives of Ahura Mazda, and the Mobids were the guardians of this sacred order. As the Sassanid Empire rose in the east, another superpower stood in the west, Rome. Along the frontiers of Mesopotamia, the two empires prepared for a struggle that would last for centuries. In 260, at the Battle of Edessa, Sasanian King Shapur I captured the Roman Emperor Valerian. It was the first time in Roman history that an emperor had been taken prisoner by an enemy. Shapur did not only win, he carved his victory into history. At Nakshi Rustam, the Roman Emperor Valerian was shown. Kneeling before him, it was a clear message to Rome. The conflict between Rome and the Sassanians was not a single war. Along the frontiers of Mesopotamia, a rivalry lasting centuries had begun. The same cities, the same fortresses, changed hands again and again. At the center of the struggle between Rome and the Sassanians stood Armenia. For centuries, this region became a frontier zone, changing hands between the two empires. In 363, the Roman Emperor Julian launched a massive campaign. His objective was clear: capture the Sassanian capital, Ctesiphon, and change the balance of power in the east. Ctesiphon was never captured. During the retreat, Emperor Julian was killed. This campaign ended Rome's hopes of dominating the eastern frontier. In 531, Khosrow I came to the throne and became one of the greatest rulers of the Sasanian Empire. During his reign, the empire did not only expand, it was reorganized. Khosrow I was not only a warrior, he reorganized the tax system, strengthened the army, and transformed the empire into a more centralized state. These reforms made the Sassanians one of the strongest powers in the region. In 529, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian closed the Academy of Athens. Some philosophers fled east to the Sasanian court. There, Greek thought continued to survive in Persian lands. The Great Arch of Tak-Kasra at Ctesiphon symbolized the power of the Sasanian Empire. For centuries, it stood as one of the largest single-span vaults in the world. The Sasanian Empire was not only a military power, situated at the center of the Silk Road. It controlled trade between China and Rome and gained immense wealth. During the reign of Khosrow II, the Sasanian Empire reached its greatest extent. Persian armies captured Jerusalem, Syria, and Egypt, pushing Byzantium into one of the most difficult crises in its history. Byzantine Emperor Heraclius launched an unexpected counteroffensive, advancing deep into Persian territory. The Byzantine army began to change the course of the war. The war that lasted 26 years had ended, but there was no winner. Both Byzantium and the Sasanian Empire were exhausted and vulnerable, and this weakness would open the way for a new power to rise. After 628, the Sasanian throne became unstable. Within just 4 years, 14 different rulers took power. As central authority collapsed, the empire became vulnerable. In the 7th century, a new power rose from the Arabian Peninsula. Weakened by long wars and internal conflicts, the Sasanian Empire now faced a new threat. In 636, two armies met at Al-Qadisiyah. This was not just another battle. It was a turning point that would decide the fate of the Sasanian Empire. After Al-Qadisiyah, the Sasanian capital Ctesiphon fell. The heart of the empire was lost. This marked a turning point, from which Sasanian resistance could no longer recover. In 642, at Nahavand, the Sasanian army made its final, major stand. But this battle, later known as the Victory of Victories, would mark the end of Persian resistance. In 651, the last Sasanian king, Yazdegerd III, was killed. With his death, the Sasanian Empire, which had ruled for more than 4 centuries, came to an end. The Sasanian Empire fell, but its legacy lived on. In Iranian identity, in the court culture of the Islamic world, and across medieval civilizations, the influence of the Sasanians endured for centuries. The Sasanian Empire had fallen, but history did not stop. In the same century, a new civilization was rising in Arabia, and this rise would change the balance of the world forever. The rise and fall of the Sasanian Empire was part of one of the greatest turning points in world history, and this story was only just beginning. The Sasanian Empire fell, but the system they built and the legacy they left behind continued to shape world history. One of the strongest elements of the Sasanian army was the Savaran cavalry. These heavily armored horsemen formed the backbone of the empire's military strength against Rome for centuries. The Sasanian army was not made up of cavalry alone. War elephants provided both physical and psychological superiority against enemy armies. Ctesiphon was not just a capital. It was the political and economic center of the Sasanian Empire, Rome's greatest rival in the East. The Sasanian Empire rested on a strong social structure. Priests protected religion, warriors defended the borders, officials governed the state, and farmers sustained the empire's economy. The Sasanian Empire fell, but its court traditions, administrative system, and political culture continued to live on during the Abbasid era. The Sasanian Empire had fallen, but Persian cultural identity did not disappear. The legacy of the Sasanians continued for centuries to come. The Sasanians created a powerful monetary system. The silver dram became an important currency used not only inside the empire, but across the Middle East and Central Asia. × 375 AD, Europe. The Roman Empire has ruled for 400 years. The borders are secure. The forests are silent. And suddenly, a sound in the distance. The sound of horseshoes. So much, so fast. Uns. They are from And this sound will bring about the end of Europe. Because this is the beginning of the great migration of peoples. It will last 200 years. Vandals, Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Franks, Anglo-Saxons. They will all move. And Rome will fall. This is not just a migration. This is a chain reaction. The Huns are pushing back the Goths, the Vandals, the Alans, and all of them towards Rome. 200 years, 5 million people. And in the end, the map of Europe will be redrawn. Today's Europe is the result of this migration. France, Germany, England, Spain, they were all born during this period. Asia Kazakh steppes, late 4th century, the Huns. Who were they? Perhaps Xiongnu. Chinese sources mentioned them 200 years ago. But now, they are moving west. Why? Drought, civil war, Chinese pressure, we don't know. But what we know is this: they live on horseback, they shoot arrows, they move around, and they never stop. Attila, the scourge of God. He kills his 2 brothers. He becomes the sole ruler, and for 20 years, he shakes Europe to its core.
For the horn! Yeah!
Byzantium pays tribute, 700 kilograms of gold. Every year, Western Rome flees. Gaul, Italy, 452, at the gates of Rome. Pope Leo I is coming. Attila is returning. Why? The plague? The Pope's speech? We don't know, but it's coming back. And in 453, he dies, on his wedding night, from a nosebleed, or poison. There are legends. But the Huns are dispersing. The migration isn't ending, but it's accelerating. The Goths, they're coming from Scandinavia, 200 years ago, South Vistula River, Nis. In 238, the First Roman War. But at the same time, trade will continue. The Goths want Rome. And Rome wants the Goths. Soldier, refugee, buffer zone. This relationship will last 200 years, but in 376, it changes. The Huns are coming. 376, Fritigorn, Gothic king, reaching the Roman border. Refugees, hungry, and Rome is helping the refugees. But it's not enough. The hunger revolt begins in 300. Emperor Valens is dying. For the first time, an emperor is killed by barbarians. 410, Alaric, Visigoth king. He enters Rome. 3 days of looting. For the first time in 800 years, Rome has fallen. The world is in shock. (418) The Visigoths settle in Spain. The Kingdom of Toulouse and the Western Roman Empire is collapsing. 476 The last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, young puppet. The Ostrogoth general Odoacer dethrones him. But it doesn't kill it. It retires it. The Goths are now in Italy, and the Western Roman Empire is coming to an end. Vandals, they're coming from Sweden, Vandalia, today, Pomerania, and the migration is westward. 406 The Rhine River. Winter, frozen, they're passing through, to Gaul, to Spain, and Gazric. 429 80,000 men, to North Africa, by ship. The Vandals become seafarers, and in 439, Carthage, Rome's granary, it falls. The Vandals control the Mediterranean. Year 455. The Vandals arrive in Rome by sea. The city falls. Rome is looted for 14 days, but this was not uncontrolled destruction. Churches were protected. Pope Leo I intervenes once again. However, this time, he cannot save Rome. The Vandals were no longer just a migrating people. They had become a powerful naval force in the Mediterranean. Carthage was their capital. Rome's former grain supply was now under their control. Gold and trade were strengthening Vandal power. The Mediterranean was now under Vandal naval control. The Franks were a Germanic people, living along the Rhine River, but they were influenced by Rome. In 481, Clovis became the sole king of the Franks at just 15 years old. And Clovis fought continuously for nearly 30 years. The victory at Soissons broke the last major Roman resistance in Gaul. The Battle of Tolbiac became a turning point for Clovis. In 496, Clovis converted to Christianity. It was not only faith, it was strategy. The Roman Church and the Gallo-Roman population now supported Clovis. Clovis died, but the Franks continued to grow. And from this legacy emerged France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium. In just 200 years, between 375 and 575, Europe became unrecognizable. Western Rome collapsed. The Eastern Roman Empire survived, but reduced in power. New kingdoms emerged: Visigothic Spain, Ostrogothic Italy, Frankish Gaul. The Vandals, Burgundians, Alans, Herulian Gepids. Some disappeared, others faded into history. This transformation was not only political. Language, culture, and religion changed. Christianity spread. The Pope grew. Stronger, Rome returned, not as an empire, but as a church. Today, France, Germany, England, Spain, and Italy. All of them were born in this period. The migration period was not destruction, it was rebirth. The fall of Rome was the birth of Europe. This was a story of 200 years, a story that began with the sound of hooves. The Huns, Goths, Vandals, and Franks disappeared, but their traces remained. The migration period lasted from 375 to 568, 200 years. 5 million people moved. Europe was reborn. Rome fell, but Europe began. In the silence of the Arabian desert, on a mountain above the city of Mecca, a message that would change human history was about to begin. At the heart of this land stood a city, Mecca. And at the center of Mecca stood a structure revered for centuries, the Kaaba. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula, a land of vast deserts, tribal rivalries, and intersecting trade routes. In this land, a message would emerge that would change the course of world history. At the time Islam emerged, the Arabian Peninsula was politically fragmented. There was no central state. Society was organized around tribes, and each tribe governed itself. Rivalries and conflicts between tribes were part of everyday life. The strong held decisive power over the weak within society. Inside the Kaaba in Mecca stood hundreds of idols. It was in this very environment that a new message would soon emerge. Around the year 570 CE, a child was born in Mecca. He would become the bearer of a message that would change the course of world history. He lost his father before he was born, and at a young age, he also lost his mother, growing up as an orphan. He was first cared for by his grandfather Abdul Muttalib, and later by his uncle Abu Talib. In his youth, he worked in trade and had the opportunity to travel across different regions of Arabia. In his youth, he worked in trade. He traveled across different regions of Arabia. These journeys expanded his understanding of the world around him. Because of his honesty and integrity, he earned the respect of the people of Mecca. They gave him a name, Al-Amin. At the age of 25, around the year 595, he married Khadijah, one of the most respected and wealthy women of Mecca. The year was 610. He had withdrawn to the cave of Hira, near Mecca. There an event was about to unfold that would change the course of human history. One night, inside the cave of Hira, the first revelation began that would change the course of human history. And that night, the first word was revealed: read. After that night, as he descended from the mountain, nothing would ever be the same again. He returned home that night. He was deeply shaken and trembling. He asked his wife Khadijah to cover him. His wife Khadijah comforted him. She reassured him and stayed by his side. She told him this was not something to fear. He went with his wife Khadijah to Waraka ibn Nawfal. Waraka said that what had happened was a divine revelation. The first to believe in his message were his wife Khadijah, Ali, Abu Bakr, and Zayd. Thus, the first small community of believers began to form. In the early years, Islam was taught in secret. A small community quietly began to grow in Mecca. He later gathered the people on Mount Safa. There, he openly called them to Islam. However, the leaders of Quraysh opposed this message. The open call was met with strong resistance in Mecca. As Islam began to spread, persecution started in Mecca. The early believers were subjected to severe torture because of their faith. As persecution intensified in Mecca, some Muslims migrated to Abyssinia. It became the first migration in Islamic history. A harsh boycott was imposed on the Muslims and the Banu Hashem in Mecca. They endured great hardship for 3 years. Persecution against the Muslims in Mecca continued to intensify. The leaders of Quraysh surrounded his house to stop him. That night, Ali stayed in his bed. That night, he quietly left Mecca. To hide from those searching for him, they took refuge in the cave of Thor. They remained hidden in the cave of Thor for 3 days. After a long journey, they approached Medina. After 3 days, they continued their journey toward Medina. They arrived in Medina. Before entering Medina, the first mosque was built in Quba. The people of Medina welcomed them with great joy. The Prophet's mosque was built in Medina. Brotherhood was established between the Muhajirin and the Ansar. An agreement was established between the communities of Medina. Around 313 Muslims faced a much larger Meccan force at Badr. The battle ended with a Muslim victory. At Uhud, the Muslims faced the Meccan army once again. The battle became a difficult test for the Muslims. A trench was dug around Medina to defend the city. The siege failed. An agreement was made with the Meccans at Hudaybiyah. This agreement became an important turning point for the spread of Islam. In 630, Mecca was conquered. The city came under Muslim control with little fighting. The idols around the Kaaba were removed. In the valley of Hunain, they faced a sudden attack. However, the battle ended in a Muslim victory. A large army was prepared for the expedition of Tabuk. However, no battle took place. In 632, the farewell pilgrimage was performed. During the farewell pilgrimage, he delivered the farewell sermon to the people. He passed away in Medina in 632. The legacy he left spread rapidly across a vast region. In 632, Abu Bakr was chosen as the first caliph. The Ridda Wars were fought to preserve unity. The verses of the Quran began to be compiled. In 634, Umar became the second caliph. Between 634 and 644, during Umar's rule, Islamic lands expanded rapidly. In 637, Jerusalem was peacefully surrendered. In 644, Uthman became the third caliph. During Uthman's rule, copies of the Quran were prepared and sent to different regions. In 656, Uthman was martyred. In 656, Ali became the fourth caliph. In 656, the Battle of the Camel took place. In 657, the Battle of Siffin took place between the forces of Ali and Muawiyah, the governor of Syria. This battle was a continuation of the political crisis that began after the martyrdom of Uthman. It became one of the major turning points of the Rashidun period. It was followed by the arbitration event and the emergence of the After the Battle of Siffin, an arbitration took place between the two sides. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. After the arbitration that followed the Battle of Siffin, a group separated from Ali's army and became known as the Kharijites. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. In 658, the Battle of Nahrawan took place between Ali and the Kharijites. In 661, Ali was martyred. Thus, the Rashidun period came to an end. Abu Bakr was known for his honesty and loyalty. He became the first caliph and preserved unity during one of the most difficult periods of Islam. Umar was known for his justice and strong leadership. During his rule, the Islamic State became a major. Uthman was known for his kindness and generosity. During his rule, copies of the Quran were distributed to different regions. Ali was known for his courage, wisdom, and justice. He became one of the most important leaders in Islamic history. The Quran was revealed gradually over about 23 years. This process guided the community step by step and strengthened the believers. Islam is built upon 5 core practices: declaration of faith, prayer, fasting, charity, and pilgrimage. Islam encourages reading, cleanliness, goodness, and justice. It emphasizes protecting the weak and carrying responsibility. Within society, to be a Muslim, one must declare with the tongue and believe with the heart. The Quran clearly declares that there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. This belief forms the foundation of Islam. Islam is a faith built upon justice, compassion, knowledge, and good character. For centuries, it has continued to guide the lives of millions of people. In 661, after the death of Ali, a new era began in the Islamic world. After the death of Ali, Muawiyah became the caliph, and the Umayyad period began. During this period, the caliphate changed from an elected leadership into a hereditary system within the same family. The Umayyads moved the center of administration from Medina to Damascus. Damascus soon became the political center of the Islamic world. During Muawiyah's rule, the state administration was reorganized and the central authority was strengthened. During Muawiyah's rule, a disciplined and powerful army was established. During Muawiyah's rule, a strong naval fleet was established, increasing the influence of the Islamic State in the Mediterranean. During the Umayyad period, naval conflicts with Byzantium began to shift the balance of power in the Mediterranean. In 680, after Muawiyah, his son Yazid became caliph. Thus, the caliphate turned into a hereditary system passed from father to son. In 680, Hussein and a small group with him were surrounded. In Karbala, This event became a turning point that left a deep impact on Islamic history. During the Umayyad period, Muslim armies advanced westward and brought much of North Africa under their control. In 711, the Muslim army, led by Tariq ibn Ziyad, crossed into Al-Andalus, marking the beginning of a new era in Europe. With the conquest of Al-Andalus, Islam reached the European continent, and a new civilization began to emerge in the region. During the Umayyad period, Muslim armies advanced eastward and reached the Transoxiana region of Central Asia. Under the command of Muhammad ibn Qasim, Muslim armies reached the region of Sind, bringing Islam to the Indian subcontinent. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, Arabic became the official state language, and the first Islamic coins were introduced. These reforms strengthened central authority. In 691, the Dome of the Rock was built in Jerusalem. It became one of the most important monuments of early Islamic architecture. During the reign of Al-Walid I, the Umayyad Mosque of Damascus was built. It became one of the most important symbols of Umayyad power and early Islamic architecture. During the Umayyad period, the Islamic State expanded across a vast territory stretching from Al-Andalus in the west to Central Asia in the east. During the Umayyad period, trade routes expanded, and major cities became important economic centers. Toward the end of the Umayyad period, the Abbasids began to gain strength and opposition movements spread rapidly. In 698, with the fall of Carthage, Byzantine control in North Africa ended, and the region came under Umayyad rule. After the capture of Carthage, the Umayyads established permanent administration in North Africa, making the region an important center of the Islamic world. The new administration established in Al-Andalus quickly turned the region into one of the important cultural and commercial centers of the Islamic world. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, the central administration was reorganized and the state structure became stronger. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, Arabic became the official state language. This reform strengthened unity within the AD administration. During the reign of Abd al-Malik, the first Islamic coins were introduced. This reform strengthened the economic independence of the state. During the Umayyad period, a postal system was developed to improve communication between cities. During the Umayyad period, several campaigns were launched into Anatolia. The Umayyads laid siege to Constantinople and fought major battles against Byzantium. During the Umayyad period, cities expanded rapidly and trade flourished. During the Umayyad period, scholarly activity began to grow. New trade routes connected different regions of the empire. During the Umayyad period, the Islamic State expanded across 3 continents. During the reign of Al-Wal, major construction projects were carried out in cities. During this period, medical services began to develop. Social order and state structure became stronger. The taxation system was reorganized, increasing state revenues. Over time, the Abbasids began to gain strength. In the region of Khorasan, the Abbasids gathered strong support. In the region of Khorasan, the Abbasid movement quickly began to gain strength. The Abbasids rapidly expanded their influence by gathering support across different regions. Over time, uprisings began in many regions against Umayyad rule. Abbasid armies advanced westward and began a major struggle against Umayyad rule. The two major armies faced each other near the Zab River. The Battle of the Zab in 750 became the decisive conflict that led to the end of the Umayyad state. After the battle, the Umayyad army was forced to retreat. Abbasid forces advanced toward Damascus and took sole control of the government. In 750, the Umayyad state came to an end. Some members of the Umayyad dynasty managed to escape westward. A branch of the Umayyad dynasty reached Al-Andalus and established a new rule there. The new Umayyad rule established in Al-Andalus became a powerful center in the Western Islamic world. Cordoba soon became an important center of knowledge and culture. Cities of Al-Andalus became important centers along major trade routes. Al-Andalus became an important center where different cultures came together. During this period, scholarly activities accelerated and produced important developments. Urban life rapidly developed in Al-Andalus, and scholarly activity created a new intellectual center in the Western Islamic world. The Umayyads left lasting architectural achievements that became an important part of Islamic civilization. During the Umayyad period, the Islamic State expanded across a vast territory stretching from Al-Andalus in the west to Central Asia in the east. The Uayyi period played an important role in the political, cultural, and economic development of Islamic civilization. The Umayyad period took its place in history as a great era, when Islamic civilization reached vast territories and left a lasting legacy. The year was 750. The Islamic world stood on the edge of a silent but powerful transformation. For nearly a century, the Umayyads ruled the Islamic world. But non-Arab Muslim communities were growing increasingly dissatisfied. And that dissatisfaction turned into a secret movement. This movement united under black banners. In Khorasan, this movement was led by a powerful commander. And finally, two great armies met on the banks of the Zab River. This battle was not just a defeat. It was the end of an era, begun, and the Abbasids had entered the stage of history. After their victory, the Abbasids quickly began securing major cities. The new Caliph, Abu al-Abbas al-Safa, officially declared his rule. The new regime began rapidly erasing the traces of the old order. Caliph al-Mansur made a historic decision. The new capital would no longer be Damascus, it would be Baghdad. Baghdad was a carefully planned imperial capital built from the ground up. Soon, Baghdad became one of the greatest cities in the world. During the reign of Harun ar-Rashid, Baghdad became one of the most powerful cities in the world. Baghdad was no longer just a capital city. Baghdad had become the center where the world's trade routes met. At the House of Wisdom, texts from across the world were being translated. The knowledge of ancient Greece was being rediscovered. Al-Khwarizmi was transforming the foundations of mathematics. Astronomers studied the skies to understand the universe. Ibn Sina was writing one of the most important medical works in history. Early forms of modern hospitals were emerging in Baghdad. Baghdad had become one of the greatest centers of knowledge in the world. Under the Abbasids, Baghdad had become one of the brightest cities in human history. But the central authority of the Abbasids slowly began to weaken. In distant provinces, governors began making their own decisions. In North Africa, central authority was gradually fading. In the West, Al-Andalus had become a completely independent power. In Baghdad, the balance inside the palace was beginning to change. The caliphs relied on Turkic soldiers to secure their safety. But over time, these soldiers began influencing palace politics. The caliphs were gradually becoming symbolic leaders. In the 10th century, the Ubayyids entered Baghdad and took control. The caliphate continued, but real power was now in their hands. In the 11th century, a new power began rising from the east. This power was the Seljuk ruler Tughril Beg was advancing rapidly westward. The Seljuks quickly took control of Persian lands. Meanwhile, Baghdad had become politically weakened. The city was under Ubayyid control. In 1055, the Seljuk army entered Baghdad. Tughril Beg placed the caliph under his protection. And thus, the Seljuk Sultans became the political leaders of the Islamic world. During the Seljuk period, the caliphs continued as religious leaders. But political power now belonged to the Seljuk Sultans. The Seljuks restored order by building a strong administrative system. One of the architects of this system was Nizam al-Mulk. The Nizamiya madrasas he founded transformed the education system. These madrasas created a new educational network, the Islamic world. Under the Seljuks, the Islamic world regained strong political stability. But a new threat was emerging from the west. The Crusades pushed the Islamic world into a new struggle. During this time, the Abbasids continued as the spiritual authority of the Islamic world. In the 13th century, a new and powerful threat rose from the east. This threat was the Mongol army. At the head of the Mongol army stood Hulagu Khan. The Mongol army was advancing toward Baghdad. In 1258, Baghdad was besieged. The city fell quickly. The House of Wisdom was destroyed. The Tigris River flowed dark with ink for days. The last Abbasid caliph was killed. And thus, Abbasid rule in Baghdad came to an end. Baghdad had fallen. The city fell into silence. But knowledge did not disappear. Knowledge moved to other cities. The Abbasid Caliphate continued in Cairo. The Caliphate had not completely ended. Abbasid knowledge reached Europe. This knowledge influenced Europe's awakening and became one of the foundations of the Renaissance. Abbasid knowledge spread across continents. Centuries later, the Caliphate passed to the Ottomans. This legacy continued to live on. Baghdad was once one of the centers of the world. The House of Wisdom changed human history. The Abbasids were not just a state. They were a bridge of civilization. And history never forgot them. The year is 793. The ships on the horizon were not ordinary. Long, narrow, and crowned with dragon heads. The warriors of the north were coming. The longships reached the shore. Warriors carrying shields and axes stepped onto this silent coast. Lindisfarne was no longer safe. A monk wrote in his chronicle, "God protect us from the fury of the Northmen." Europe was now facing a new threat. The Vikings were not born raiders. It was the harsh geography they lived in that pushed them toward the sea. Narrow lands, long winters, and limited resources forced northern people to search for new horizons. Population was growing in Scandinavia. Land was limited. For young warriors, the path to wealth and glory now lay across the sea. The Vikings' greatest strength was not only their warriors, but their ships. Long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through shallow rivers. The Vikings did not raid England alone. Soon they reached the coasts of France, the Baltic, and the rivers of Eastern Europe. The northern warriors were now everywhere across Europe. In 845, Viking ships sailed along the Seine River. The northern warriors had reached the heart of Europe. Their target was Paris. King Charles the Bald was forced to pay a large tribute to save Paris. European kingdoms were now negotiating with the Vikings, instead of stopping them. The Vikings were no longer only raiders. They settled across large parts of eastern England. These lands became known as the Dynasties. But England did not completely fall. King Alfred the Great of Wessex managed to stop the Viking advance. His resistance changed the future of England. Some Vikings turned east instead of west. Traveling along great rivers, they reached Byzantium. They were now known as the Varangians. Some Viking warriors entered the service of the Byzantine Empire. In Constantinople, they became the emperor's most trusted guards. This elite unit was known as the Varangian Guard. The Vikings were not only raiders, they explored new lands and settled there. Iceland became one of the most important colonies founded by the northern people. Viking explorer Eric the Red sailed even farther west. He named the newly discovered land Greenland and established a new colony there. Leif Erikson sailed farther west and reached a new continent. The Vikings had set foot in North America nearly 100 years before Christopher Columbus. The Vikings were not only warriors. They built powerful trade networks stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, transporting furs, silver, and valuable goods. Viking society was divided into three main classes. Jarls were the ruling elite. Carls were the free people. Thralls stood at the lowest level as slaves. In the Viking world, battle was more than survival. They believed in Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and that brave warriors would enter Valhalla after death. Over time, the Viking world began to change. Scandinavian kings accepted Christianity. The old gods were slowly replaced by a new faith. The Viking Age came to an end, but the legacy of the northern warriors lived on in Europe's culture, trade, and exploration. They were not only raiders, they were explorers who helped shape history. One of the most mysterious figures in Viking history was Ragnar Lothbrok. According to some sources, he was a great warrior. According to others, only a legend. Ragnar Lothbrok later turned toward the shores of England, but this time, the campaign would not end as he expected. Ragnar Lothbrok quickly gained fame in the Viking world. His raids across England and Frankish lands made his name legendary among northern warriors. Ragnar was not only a warrior. Under his leadership, many Viking warriors united. Across the northern world, his name became associated with great expeditions. Ragnar Lothbrok sailed toward England one last time, but this time he did not command a great army. This journey would change his fate. Ragnar Lothbrok was captured in England. By order of King Alella, he was thrown into a pit of snakes. But his death did not end the Viking raids. It marked the beginning of a much greater army. Ragnar's death caused great anger in the north. His sons gathered one of the largest Viking armies in history to take revenge. In 866, the great heathen army reached the shores of England. This was no longer a raid. It was the beginning of a permanent invasion. The great heathen army quickly captured the city of York. The city would now be known as Jorvik and became a major center of Viking power in England. The great heathen army quickly began to shake the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia fell under Viking control. Much of England was now in the hands of northern warriors. Much of England had fallen to the Vikings, but the kingdom of Wessex still stood. King Alfred formed the last line of defense against the Viking advance. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred's army stopped the Viking leader, Guthrum. This victory became a turning point that prevented England from falling completely under Viking rule. After the victory at Edington, Alfred and the Viking leader, Guthrum, agreed on the Treaty of Wedmore. England was now divided between two worlds: the south, under Anglo-Saxon control, and the east under Viking rule. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. This conquest was not only a change of kings, it was the return of the Viking legacy to England. The Norman descendants of the Vikings reached not only England, but also the Mediterranean. In southern Italy and Sicily, they established new kingdoms and shaped the politics of southern Europe. In 1066, Viking King Harald Hardrada launched his final campaign into England, but he was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. This defeat marked the end of the Viking Age. The Vikings changed Europe not only through war, but through the legacy they left behind. The cities they founded, the trade routes they opened, and the kingdoms they shaped permanently influenced the continent. The Vikings became the first Europeans to reach North America. The settlement at Vinland was short-lived, but it marked the first known European journey across the Atlantic. The Vikings were not only raiders, they were traders, explorers, warriors, and the legacy they left behind changed the course of European history. The greatest strength behind Viking success was their ships. Carefully built, long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through rivers. The Vikings were not only brave, they were skilled navigators. Using the sun, the stars, and signs from the sea, they were able to travel across the open ocean. The Vikings were not only warriors from the north, they were explorers who expanded Europe's horizons, sailors who reshaped trade routes, and a civilization that influenced the course of world history. 11th century, the Great Seljuk Empire was the most powerful state in the Middle East. In Baghdad, the Abbasid Caliph remained in place, while real political power was held by the Yet, in the rugged mountains of northern Persia, a different movement was beginning to emerge. Soon, the center of this movement would become the fortress of Alamut. Hasan Seba was born around the year 1050 in the city of Qam in Persia. From a young age, he showed a strong interest in knowledge and learning. He studied mathematics and philosophy. He studied theology, mathematics, and philosophy. During his early years, Hasan Seba encountered the teachings of the Islam. To understand this teaching better, he set out on a journey to Cairo. At that time, Cairo was one of the most important centers of learning under the Fatimid Caliphate. There, Hasan Seba met important figures of the Ismaili movement. However, political struggles within the Fatimid court made Hasan Seba's position increasingly difficult. As a result, he was forced to leave Cairo. Hasan Seba began his journey back toward Persia. His goal was now to establish a new center in the mountains. In 1090, Hasan Seba turned his attention toward the fortress of Alamut. The fortress was captured not through battle, but through careful strategy. Alamut had now become Hasan Seba's center of power. Soon, this fortress would become the center of a new state. After capturing the fortress of Alamut, Hasan Seba began establishing a new order there. This was not merely the control of a fortress, but the beginning of a new political structure. Soon, other mountain fortresses around Alamut joined this growing network. Thus, a new state connected across the mountains began to emerge. Instead of building large armies, Hasan Seba formed a small but disciplined force. These men were the Fedayeen, trained with absolute loyalty. The Fedayeen were prepared for precise missions rather than open warfare. This system quickly made Hasan Seba's power felt across the region. At this time, the Great Seljuk Empire was the dominant political power across Persia and the surrounding regions. One of the most powerful figures of the Seljuk state was the vizier Nizam al-Mulk. The Seljuk administration viewed Hasan Seba's movement as a serious threat. Thus began a long struggle between the Seljuks and Alamat. In 1092, the Seljuk vizier Nizam Olmok was attacked during a journey. A Fethiye approached the vizier and carried out the assassination. This event caused a major shock across the Islamic world. This assassination demonstrated the power of Alamat across the region. After the assassination of Nizam Olmok, the influence of Alamat rapidly expanded. Regional rulers now had to take the power of Alamat seriously. Instead of open warfare, the Fethiyin changed the balance through targeted missions. This method allowed Hazen Seba to survive against powerful states with a relatively small force. The fortress of Alamat did not remain alone for long. Soon, important fortresses such as Lamisar joined this network. These fortresses formed a powerful defensive system, connected through communication. Thus, a connected defensive network was established across the mountains. During this period, Crusader states had emerged in the Eastern Mediterranean. These new powers began to reshape the political balance of the region. The Nizari Ismailis sometimes fought these states, and sometimes established diplomatic relations with them. The fortresses in Syria became important centers of these interactions. Hazen Seba continued his rule from the fortress of Alamat for many years. He maintained a highly disciplined system of governance. He spent most of his life without leaving Alamat. As his life neared its end, the state he had built continued to survive. Hazen Seba died in 1124 in the fortress of Alamat. However, his death did not mark the end of the state he created. The Nizri Ismaili state, centered in Alamat, continued to survive. The system established by Hazen Seba continued to remain influential for many years. In the 13th century, a new power began advancing into Persia from the east. This power was the Mongol army. The Mongol forces were commanded by Hulagu Khan. And one of their targets would be the fortress of Alamat. In 1256, Mongol armies advanced toward Alamat. The fortress of Alamat, which had resisted for decades, was placed under siege. In the end, the fortress of Alamat fell to the Mongols. Thus, the state founded by Hazen Seba came to an end. In one of the harshest lands on earth, A child was born. His name was Temujin. No one knew his future, but his destiny was not ordinary. His father was a tribal leader, but his enemies killed him. Temujin and his family were abandoned. They had to survive. Temujin and his family were abandoned by their tribe. He grew up fighting hunger. Temujin brought food back to his family. He was already carrying the burden of responsibility. But being alone on the steppe was dangerous. He did not yet know the threat approaching him. One day, he was captured. But he managed to escape. Now he was alone. But he had a great vision. And that vision would change the world. Young Temujin found a powerful ally. His name was Jamuka. They grew up together. They fought together. Temujin began gathering loyal warriors. He was no longer alone. But leadership was not easily earned. Jamuka was chosen as leader. Temujin chose a different path. He chose ordinary warriors over nobles. This decision changed everything. Old friends were now rivals. An inevitable war was approaching. The steppe became a battlefield. And Temujin would not turn back. Temujin began to fight. The steppe was his battlefield. Many tribes joined him. His army was growing rapidly. But Jamuka still stood against him. A great battle began. Temujin did not retreat. Jamuka was defeated. His old friend was captured. And their destinies changed. Now the tribes were uniting. A great Kurultai was called. A new leader would be chosen. All eyes turned to Temujin. The tribes supported him. And a decision was made. A new era was beginning. Temujin was now Genghis Khan. The Mongols were now one army. And the world had not yet met them. Genghis Khan built a powerful army. The strength of the army was speed and mobility. They could shoot arrows while riding. Their bows were deadly. They used the feigned retreat tactic. They lured their enemies into traps and surrounded them. The army was disciplined. Every unit was organized. Orders moved quickly. A relay system was created. This system sped communication. Scouts gathered intelligence. Plans were prepared in advance. Now borders would be crossed. In 1211, Genghis Khan invaded northern China. The first target was China. The Mongols advanced against the Jin dynasty. The war was just beginning. In 1215, Zhongdu was captured. Zhongdu, Bugian Kopeki. New cities were targeted. Northern China was now under Mongol control. In 1218, the Mongols turned west. A Mongol trade caravan arrived in but the caravan was arrested. The envoys were executed. Genghis Khan answered with war. In 1219, the Great Campaign began. Otra was besieged. The city was captured. The next target was Bukhara. In 1220, Bukhara fell. Genghis Khan entered the city. The next target was Samarkand was besieged. The city fell quickly. The Khwarezm Shah fled. The Mongols pursued him. The Khwarezm Shah died in the Caspian Sea. The Mongols advanced into Persia. Many cities fell. The Mongols continued westward. Now the world knew them. The Mongol army crossed the Caucasus Mountains. They were now approaching the gates of Europe. Mongol scouts were watching the Rus principalities. The great cities of Europe did not yet know the danger that was coming. Mongol reconnaissance forces moved across the Russian steppe. The borders of Europe were now before them. The Rus princes united against the Mongols. Europe was preparing a common defense for the first time. In 1223, the two armies faced each other at the Kelka River. This confrontation marked the beginning of a new era for Europe. The Mongols used the feigned retreat tactic. They were drawing the Rus army into a planned trap. The Rus army began to pursue the Mongols. But this advance was leading them into a trap. The Mongols suddenly turned back. The Rus army was now surrounded. The Rus army suffered a devastating defeat. Europe witnessed the true power of the Mongols for the first time. This victory was the result of Subutai and Jeeb's strategy. The Mongols had now tested the strength of Europe. The Mongols could have advanced deeper into Europe. But this campaign was only a reconnaissance mission. Europe was no longer unknown to the Mongols. This reconnaissance laid the foundation for future invasions. The Mongol reconnaissance army turned back east. The knowledge they gathered would shape future campaigns. In 1226, Genghis Khan launched his final campaign. The target was the Western Shaya Kingdom. The Mongol army entered Western Xia territory. Soon, major cities were placed under siege. Western Xia cities were under heavy assault. The Mongols were tightening the siege ring. During the Western Xia campaign, Genghis Khan fell ill. Yet the army continued its advance. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. The death of Genghis Khan was kept secret from the army. The campaign continued until the mission was complete. Genghis Khan was buried in a secret location. The place of his grave remains unknown even today. In 1229, Ogedei Khan was proclaimed Great Khan. The Mongol Empire would continue to expand. Ogedei Khan made Karakoram the capital of the empire. From here, campaigns across Asia and Europe were directed. In 1236, Beta Khan launched a great campaign toward the west. Subutai was the strategic architect of this invasion. The Mongols defeated the Volga Bulk. The gates of Eastern Europe were now open. In 1237, Ryazan was besieged by the Mongols. The city was completely destroyed in a short time. In 1238, Vladimir fell to the Mongols. The resistance of the Rus principalities began to collapse rapidly. In 1238, Moscow was burned by the Mongols. Though still a small settlement, it was completely destroyed. In 1240, Kiev was captured by the Mongols. One of the greatest cities of Eastern Europe had fallen. The Mongol armies were now advancing towards Central Europe. Poland and Hungary had become the next targets. In 1241, European knights faced the Mongols at the Battle of Lignita. But once again, the Mongol army proved superior. In 1241, the Hungarian army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Mohi. The Mongols had now reached the gates of Central Europe. The Mongol armies continued advancing across Central Europe. Europe now appeared defenseless. In 1241, Ogedei Khan died. The Mongol army had to return for the Kurultai assembly. The Mongol army withdrew from Europe. But this was not a defeat. Beta Khan established the Golden Horde in the Western Territories. The Rus principalities were now under Mongol rule. The Mongol Empire became the largest land empire in history. Its land stretched from China to Europe. The Mongols established secure trade routes across Eurasia. This period became known as the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol Empire connected different cultures across Eurasia. Knowledge and technology spread rapidly along its routes. Thanks to Mongol roads, travelers like Marco Polo reached Asia. The world was becoming more connected. The Mongols did not just build an empire. They changed the course of the world. Across the Eurasian steppe, a new power was rising. This power was not just a state. It was the legacy of the greatest land empire the world had ever seen. And this legacy would give rise to the Golden Horde. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. After his death, the Mongol Empire was divided among his sons. The western lands were entrusted to the lineage of Jochi. And this legacy would soon give rise to the Golden Horde. Under Bata Khan's leadership, Mongol armies began advancing westward. This advance was not an ordinary campaign of conquest. This advance was the beginning of a wave that would change Europe forever. And the first target was the Rus principalities. Soon, Mongol armies reached Kiev. The city was placed under siege. And Kiev fell to the Mongol armies. The balance of power in Eastern Europe had now changed forever. Mongol armies continued advancing westward. Poland and Hungary had become the next targets. European armies suffered defeat after defeat. A great fear spread across Europe. Mongol armies were preparing to advance deeper into Europe. But unexpected news arrived. The great Khan, Girai, had died, and Batu Khan was forced to withdraw his armies. Batu Khan established a new center along the Volga River. This center was the city of Sarai. Sarai soon became the capital of the Golden Horde. And Sarai quickly became a major center of trade. The Golden Horde established dominance over the Rus principalities. But this dominance was not direct occupation. The Rus principalities began paying tribute. Through this system, the Golden Horde controlled vast territories efficiently. The northern branch of the Silk Road passed through Golden Horde territory. These routes connected the east and the west. The city of Sarai became an international trade center. Different cultures met within Golden Horde lands. Over time, the structure of the Golden Horde began to change. Turkic steppe communities became increasingly influential within the state. This transformation also affected the structure of governance. The Golden Horde became a Turkic-Mongol steppe empire. The most important turning point came during the reign of Berk Khan. Berk Khan encountered Islam, and Berk Khan accepted Islam. The Golden Horde had become part of the Islamic world. The destruction of Baghdad caused great anger within the Golden Horde. Berk Khan moved against Hulagu Khan. For the first time, Mongol armies fought against each other. This war created a major fracture within the Mongol world. The Golden Horde became a powerful center north of the Black Sea. Crimean ports became major centers of international trade. Genoese merchants established colonies in the region. These colonies strengthened trade between the Golden Horde and Europe. During this period, the Grand Duchy of Moscow began to rise. At first, Moscow was a principality under Golden Horde authority. But over time, Moscow grew stronger. And this rise laid the foundation for the future Russian state. The Golden Horde reached one of its most powerful eras. Especially under Uzbek Khan, the state reached its peak. During this time, Islam became the official state religion. The Golden Horde had become a great empire. Over time, the Golden Horde began to weaken due to internal conflicts. Struggles for the throne shook the central authority. This situation allowed the principalities to grow stronger. The power of the Golden Horde began to fragment. By the 15th century, the Golden Horde began to fragment. The Kazan Khanate became one of the successor states. The Crimean Khanate rose to power north of the Black Sea. The Astrakhan Khanate also inherited the Golden Horde's legacy. During this period, Moscow gradually became independent. The Golden Horde lost its former strength. The political balance of Eastern Europe was changing once again. Yet the legacy of the Golden Horde continued for centuries. Toktamish Khan faced the army of Timur. This battle became a disaster for the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde suffered a devastating blow. And Timur advanced into Golden Horde territory. The legacy of the Golden Horde continued across the steppe, but in the east, a new power was rising, to be continued. By the mid-13th century, the Mongol armies were advancing toward the west. This advance was more than a conquest. It was the beginning of a new empire. In 1256, Hulagu Khan launched a massive campaign toward the west. His goal was to bring Persia and the Middle East under Mongol rule. One of the first major targets was the fortress of Alamet. The Mongols laid siege to the fortress high in the mountains. The fortress of Alamet could not hold for long. The Mongol army captured the fortress in a short time. The fortress, once thought unreachable, had fallen. Now the gates of Mesopotamia were open to the Mongols. The Mongol army was now advancing toward Baghdad. For centuries, Baghdad had been the heart of the Islamic world. But now, the city faced an approaching and unprecedented danger. The Mongol armies arrived before the walls of Baghdad. In 1258, the Mongols placed Baghdad under siege. The siege quickly began to overwhelm the city's defenses. The Abbasid defenders resisted from the walls with determination. But the city would not be able to hold much longer. In 1258, the walls of Baghdad were finally breached. The Mongol army entered the city. The Abbasid rule was now on the verge of collapse. With the fall of Baghdad, the Abbasid Caliphate came to an end. After the fall of Baghdad, Hulagu Khan established a new state. This state would become known as the Ilkhanate stretched from Persia to Anatolia. The new state controlled the trade routes between east and west. After the fall of Baghdad, the Ilkhanate army continued, advancing westward. One by one, the cities of Syria began to fall under Ilkhanate control. But the next target of their advance was Egypt. Now they faced a powerful opponent, the In 1260, two great armies met at Ain Jalut. The Mamluk cavalry launched their attack against the Mongol army. The battle quickly turned into a fierce confrontation. This battle stopped the Mongol advance in the Middle East. After Ain Jalut, the Ilkhanate began adapting to the lands they ruled. Persian administrators began to play an important role in government. Islamic scholars became increasingly influential around the court. The Mongols were no longer only conquerors, they had become rulers of an empire. In 1295, Ghazan Khan made a decisive choice. By accepting Islam, he changed the direction of the state. This decision transformed the identity of the Ilkhanate had now become a powerful Islamic state. During the Ilkhanate period, the Silk Road began to revive once again. Trade between East and West became secure once again. the Ilkhanate administration secured control over the trade routes. These routes made the Ilkhanate one of the most important powers in the region. In 1335, after the death of Abu Said Bahadur Khan, the balance began to change. Struggles for the throne began among members of the dynasty. Regional commanders began acting independently. The Ilkhanate was losing its former strength. The Ilkhanate administration gradually began adopting Persian state traditions. The Karakoyunlu Turkmen began rising across Persia and eastern Anatolia. The Koyunlu soon became one of the major powers of the region. The Koyunlu soon became one of the major powers of the region. Although the Ilkhanate had fallen, its legacy continued to live on. Cities, trade routes, and centers of learning continued to survive. Movement along the Silk Road continued. But a new balance of power was emerging across the region. After the Ilkhanate, new movements began to rise in the east. In Central Asia, new leaders began gathering strength. Across the steppes, preparations for new campaigns were underway. Soon, one name would stand at the center of this movement. After the Ilkhanate, a new power was rising in Central Asia. The leader of this rising power would be Timur. Soon, his campaigns would reshape the fate of the entire region. A new imperial age was about to begin. By the late 13th century, the world had become a stage of powerful empires. In the west, the Byzantine Empire still survived around Constantinople. Across Anatolia, the Anatolian Seljuk state was weakening under Mongol pressure. To the south, the Mamluk Sultanate stood as the only force able to stop the Mongol advance. In the north, the Golden Horde ruled the vast steppe lands beyond the Black Sea. Further east, the Chagatai Khanate controlled Central Asia, and in the far east, the Yuan Empire dominated China. At the center of this world stood the Ilkhanate, but its power would not last forever. Soon, a new conqueror would rise from Central Asia. His name was Timur. In the 13th century, the Islamic world was facing a major crisis. From the east, the Mongols were advancing. In the west, Crusader states still controlled the coastline. Meanwhile, the Abbasid Caliphate was losing its power. The Mamluk system was one of the most unique military structures of the medieval world. Mamluks were recruited at a young age and trained in specialized military academies in Cairo. They mastered horseback riding and archery, transforming into elite cavalry warriors. Their loyalty was not to families, but directly to their commanders. At first, the Mamluks were not independent. They served within the Ayyubid state, founded by Saladin. They were first used as palace guards and elite cavalry units. Over time, they became the most powerful military force within the state. By the year 1250, the Mamluks were no longer just a military class. They had gained enough power to influence the leadership of the state. In 1250, they seized control and established their own state. Thus, the era of the Bahri Mamluks had begun. In 1258, Mongol armies reached Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. Soon, the city was placed under siege. The fall of Baghdad created a massive shock across the Islamic world. The Mongol armies continued advancing, and Syria became their next target. Mongol armies rapidly advanced into the lands of Syria. Damascus and the surrounding cities fell under serious threat. The Mamluks began preparing to stop the approaching threat. The Mamluk army marched north, preparing to confront the Mongols. In 1260, the Mamluk army prepared to confront the Mongols in the Valley of Angel. The Mamluk army was commanded by Sultan Kut. One of his leading commanders was The two armies faced each other at Angel. As the battle began, the Mamluks executed a planned tactical retreat. Mongol forces began pursuing the retreating Mamluk troops. But this retreat was a trap. The Mamluk forces launched a sudden counterattack, surrounding the Mongol army. At Angjalut, the Mamluk army successfully stopped the Mongol advance. The Mongol army was forced to retreat. This victory was more than just the outcome of a battle. It became a turning point that changed the course of history. With the victory at Ain Jalut, the Mongol advance into the Middle East was halted. The Mamluks secured control over Syria and Palestine. Mamluk commanders began shaping the new balance of power in the region. The Mamluks had now become the dominant military power of the region. After the victory at Ain Jalut, one of the most important leaders of the Mamluk army emerged. That leader was Sultan Baybars soon took control of the Mamluk Sultanate. Under his leadership, the Mamluk Sultanate entered a new era of strength. Sultan Baybars first secured the frontier against the Mongol threat. Defensive positions along the Syrian frontier were strengthened. Mamluk commanders reorganized the defense of the region. This prevented the Mongols from advancing once again. Sultan Baybars did not fight only against the Mongols. Crusader fortresses along the Levant coast still posed a serious threat. Baybars launched a series of campaigns against these fortresses. As a result of these campaigns, many Crusader fortresses fell under Mamluk control. Mamluk campaigns changed the balance of power along the eastern Mediterranean coast. Crusader fortresses gradually became isolated. The Mamluk army turned toward the last major Crusader strongholds in the region. Thus, Mamluk dominance along the eastern Mediterranean coast began to take shape. In 1291, the Mamluk army laid siege to the city of Acre. The city was the last major Crusader stronghold in the eastern Mediterranean. After intense fighting, the Mamluk forces managed to breach the city. With the fall of Acre, Crusader presence in the region came to an end. During the Mamluk period, Cairo became one of the most important cities in the world. The city became a major center of international trade. Madrasas were established, and intellectual life flourished. Cairo became the political and cultural center of the Islamic world. The Mamluk army was one of the most disciplined military forces of its time. Each Mamluk soldier was a skilled horseman and expert archer. These cavalry units provided exceptional mobility on the battlefield. Thanks to this military structure, the Mamluks remained one of the most powerful armies in the region for a long time. Over time, a new era began within the Mamluk Sultanate. During this period, the ruling class was largely of Circassian origin. Although the political structure changed, the military strength remained. The Mamluks continued to be one of the most powerful states in the region. By the late 15th century, the Ottoman Empire began to rise rapidly in power. The Ottomans were expanding from Anatolia toward the Middle East. This expansion made a direct confrontation with the Mamluks inevitable. Thus, a new era of conflict began between the two great powers. In 1516, the Mamluks and the Ottomans faced each other at the Battle of Marj-Debik. The Ottoman army gained a significant advantage with its advanced weaponry. The Mamluk army suffered a heavy defeat in this battle. This defeat marked the beginning of the end for the Mamluk Sultanate. After the victory at Marj-Debik, the Ottoman army advanced toward Cairo. Cairo was the final major center of the Mamluk Sultanate. In 1517, the Ottoman army captured the city. Thus, the Mamluk Sultanate came to an end, politically. In the 14th century, across the harsh and unforgiving steppes of Central Asia, a child was born who would change the fate of the world. No one knew this child would one day shake empires. His name would be Timur. For a child growing up on the steppe, survival was not a choice, but a necessity. War was a natural part of the world he was born into. But Timur was learning more than just how to fight. And within him was the desire to become more than a simple warrior. Over time, Timur was becoming more than just a warrior. Alliances were formed, and just as quickly, they were broken. Power was no longer won by courage alone, but by strategy. And Timur had learned the rules of this game. Semir was becoming the center of Timur's power. One by one, the tribes began to gather around him. And in time, Timur declared his own destiny. He was no longer just a leader, but the ruler of a rising empire. The goal was no longer survival, but conquest. Cities were besieged, and those who resisted paid a heavy price. Where Timur's army passed, it left behind not only victory, but destruction. And Timur knew that fear was the most powerful weapon of all. Two powers once allied were now standing against each other. The steppes became the stage for one of history's greatest clashes. Defeat was not just the end of a battle, but the fall of a power. And Timur was no longer just a conqueror, but a force-shaking countenance. Timur's army was now advancing into the heart of India. Before him stood a force unlike anything he had faced. But the outcome did not change. The city fell. And what remained was one of the darkest marks in history. Two great powers finally stood face to face. The plains of Ankara became the stage for one of history's most critical battles. And in the end, the Ottoman Sultan was captured. Samarkand was now one of the most magnificent cities in the world. Timur had become not only a destroyer, but a builder. Minds gathered from conquered lands turned this city into a center of knowledge. And the empire was larger than ever before. Timur's empire was growing larger with every passing year. Conquered lands were merging into a vast and unstoppable power. The roads were now under his control. Trade, power, and wealth flowed within his borders. Different cultures, different cities, all united under a single authority. And Timur had no intention of stopping. For him, a border was simply the next target. Timur's victories were not won only on the battlefield. He was conquering the minds of his enemies. His name was enough to spread fear before he even arrived. Many cities chose to surrender without a fight. Because everyone knew the cost of resistance would be far greater. Timur's armies were now turning toward the greatest cities of the world. The target was Damascus. Strong walls were not enough to stop his advance. Cities fell, and once great centers were left in silence. And Timur was no longer just a conqueror, but a force that reshaped history. For Timur, there was still a world left unconquered, and he turned his gaze to the east. Hedef Dunyanin and Büyük Medinalarından, Biridi, Kin. But this time, nature itself was as ruthless as the enemy. And Timur was marching toward the greatest campaign of his life. As the journey dragged on, the army began to weaken. The cold was taking its toll on everyone. And Timur was facing the limits of his power for the first time. Whispers spread through the camp. The generals were uneasy. Something was changing. And in the end, even the greatest conqueror could not defy time. In 1405, the steppe fell into silence. Timur's campaign ended here. He was gone, but the power he built still remained. The empire was vast, but the one who held it together was gone. And Timur was etched into history as a name remembered with both fear and awe. His story was not written only in war. Historians recorded his name across countless pages. After destruction, a legacy emerged. Cities were reshaped. Timur's legacy was remembered through both destruction and creation. And today, his name still echoes as one of history's most powerful legacies. When Timur died, he left behind a shattered world. His empire quickly began to fall apart, and a massive power vacuum emerged. And that vacuum called for new powers. In the 14th century, Eastern Anatolia was a land where power struggles began. Two great powers were rising on these lands: the Kara Kohunlu and the Aq Kohunlu. After Timur's death, Kara Yusuf returned. He regrouped his scattered power. And he captured Tabriz. Anatolia, Iran, and Mesopotamia, their destinies were intertwined. The Karakoanlu state was reborn. After Kara Yusuf, Sian Shah ascended the throne. Under his rule, the Karakoanlu state expanded rapidly. Many key cities, including Baghdad, were captured. During his reign, the Karakoyunlu experienced their golden age. Sihan Shah was more than just a ruler. He was also a poet. He wrote under the name Hakiki. In his world, sword and pen existed together. In the east, a new power was rising. The Aq Koyunlu were emerging. Their foundations were laid by Kara Uluk Osman. But their true power had yet to come. A new leader entered the stage. That leader was Uzenhazen. He watched his rival patiently, and he waited for the right moment. In 1467, two great powers faced each other. The battle was fierce and brutal. Sian Shah was defeated in battle, and the Karakoyunlu state collapsed. After the victory, the Aq Koyunlu gained power. Uzenhazen established a vast empire. Tabriz became the capital of the Aq Koyunlu state. The state reached its peak during his reign. But in the west, a new power was rising. This power was the Ottoman Empire. Uzenhazen closely watched this rise. Tension between the two great powers was rising. The Ottoman army was disciplined and powerful. The AQ Koyunlu army was preparing for battle. The two armies faced each other. Before the battle, there was a heavy silence. The battle began suddenly. The clash quickly turned into chaos. The Ottoman army used its firepower. The AQ Koyunlu army was pushed under pressure. The balance of the battle had shifted. The AQ Koyunlu forces began to retreat. The battlefield turned into a scene of devastation, with hundreds fallen and order completely shattered. This defeat permanently ended the military dominance of the AQ Koyunlu state. After the defeat at Otlukbeli, succession struggles began within the AQ Koyunlu court. Power struggles among members of the dynasty intensified. This situation further weakened central authority. The state was now shaken more by internal conflict than by external enemies. As the AQ Koyunlu weakened, a new power was emerging in the east. The leader of this movement was a remarkable figure, despite his young age. He quickly gathered a large following. This rise marked the beginning of a shift in the regional balance of power. The leader of this movement was Shah Is. He quickly formed a disciplined force. The force around him grew rapidly. This force moved directly against AQ Koyunlu dominance. By 1501, Shah Ismail was advancing toward the heart of AQ Koyunlu territory. Tabriz was aware of the approaching threat. Shah Ismail entered the city with little resistance. With the capture of Tabriz, Aq Koyunlu rule came to an end. After the capture of Tabriz, a new political order began to take shape. Shah Ismail quickly established central authority. The state was built upon a strong administrative system. Thus, the Safavid state officially emerged. The end of the Aq Koyunlu and Kara Koyunlu era led to a new balance of power in the region. These two nomadic origin structures gave way to a more centralized and lasting state. The Safavid state quickly became one of the dominant political forces in the region. This transformation opened the door to a new era, Ottoman-Safavid rivalry. At the end of the 13th century, Anatolia stood in the middle of a collapsing world. The Seljuk state had fragmented, Mongol shadows covered the horizon. But no one knew. An empire was about to rise from this chaos. Anatolia had lost its old order. A new age was beginning. Principalities were rising. Borders were being redrawn. And history was quietly changing direction. On the western frontier of Anatolia, there was a small border settlement. But this place was no ordinary land. Here, a new power was rising. And this power would soon change the fate of the world. The people who lived here were the people of the frontier. They were not just nomads. Here, a power was being forged. And the name of this power was the Kai tribe. At the head of these people stood an experienced leader. His duty was to guard the frontier. Because beyond this frontier stood Byzantium. And this frontier would soon change the course of history. On this frontier, a new leader was rising. No one knew it yet. But his destiny was not to remain just a warrior. He would found a state. One night, Osman Bey arrived at a different door. This door belonged to Sheikh Edabalis Lodge. And this meeting was not just a visit. That night would change the course of history. That night, Osman Bey had a dream. From Sheikh Edebali's chest, a moon began to rise. And that moon entered Osman Bey's heart. From his chest rose a great tree. Its shadow covered the world. When morning came, Osman Bey told his dream. Sheikh Edebali knew the meaning of this dream. This dream foretold the birth of a great state, and the founder of that state would be Osman Bey. Now the target was clear. Osman Bey's first target was the fortress of Karakahais, and Osman Bey took his first great step. This step would mark the beginning of a state. Karakahizar was under siege, and the battle began. Soon after, Caracahizar was conquered, and Osman Bey had taken his first city. Caracahizar was now under Osman Bey's control, and the Ottoman banner rose over a fortress for the first time. In this fortress, the khutbah was proclaimed in Osman Bey's name. This moment was the declaration of a state's birth. By this time, Seljuk authority in Anatolia was fading, and the frontier lords began making their own decisions. Osman Bey, too, was now acting in his own name. These steps marked the true beginning of the Ottoman state. Across western Anatolia, Byzantine frontier lines stretched ahead. Osman Bey's next targets were Bilcek and Yarhisar. And Osman Bey began making strategic moves. The Ottomans were now beginning to expand. Osman Bey had formed a strong bond with Sheikh Idabali. This bond grew even stronger through marriage, and Osman Bey began preparing for This move would accelerate the rise of the Ottomans. Yarhisar was one of the Ottomans' next targets, and soon the siege began. The Ottomans were now the rising power of the region. But ahead of the Ottomans stood a greater target. That target was and Bursa would become the first great capital of the Ottomans. But the conquest of Bursa had not yet begun. Across western Anatolia, Byzantine defenses were weakening. Ottoman pressure was steadily increasing. New warriors were gathering around Osman Bey. The Ottomans were now one of the strongest frontier principalities. The Byzantine Empire sought to stop the Ottoman advance, and the two armies met at Koyunhisar. The outcome of this battle would change the balance in Anatolia. And the Ottomans won their first major pitched battle. After Koyunhisar, the balance in Anatolia had changed. Byzantine defenses began to withdraw. And before the Ottomans, a great objective was rising. That objective was Bursa. The rise of the Ottomans was only just beginning. The next destination was Bursa. And the Ottoman army continued its march westward. To be continued. The year is 1204. The Fourth Crusade was no longer heading to the Holy Land, but toward one of the richest cities in the world. The target was no longer Jerusalem, but Constantinople. The Christian world was turning against itself. This attack was not driven by faith alone. It was a calculated move for trade, power, and control of sea routes. And at the center of this plan stood a rising maritime power, Venice. When the sack of 1204 began, Constantinople faced a catastrophe unlike anything it had seen in centuries. Churches were looted, sacred relics were stolen, and the wealth of Byzantium was loaded onto ships. One of the greatest beneficiaries of this destruction was Venice. Constantinople had fallen, Byzantium was shattered, and the Latin Empire had been established within the city. But Venice was not the only rising power in the Mediterranean. Another maritime republic was growing in the west, Genoa. Through trade networks and powerful banking families, the Genoese accumulated enormous wealth. Their main ambition was to dominate the trade routes leading into the Black Sea. And soon, a rivalry that would last for centuries began between Venice and Genoa. By the 13th century, Mediterranean trade had become one of Europe's greatest sources of wealth. Spices, silk, grain, and precious goods. Every product arriving from the east generated immense profit. The states controlling the ports were also controlling the economic state of the Mediterranean. That is why the rivalry between Venice and Genoa became far more than a simple struggle for trade. In 1261, Byzantium made a crucial agreement with Genoa to end Latin domination over Constantinople. Emperor Michael VIII, Palaiologos, agreed to grant the Genoese major trading privileges. That same year, Constantinople was recaptured and the Byzantine Empire was restored. But even after its return, Byzantium was no longer as powerful as before. The city's economy was increasingly falling under foreign influence. One of the greatest privileges granted to the Genoese by Byzantium was the district of Galata. Rising across the Golden Horn, Galata quickly became one of Genoa's most important trading bases. Surrounded by warehouses, walls, and towers, the district became almost a separate city within Constantinople itself. The trade of the Byzantine capital was no longer fully under Byzantine control. Genoa's true power expanded even further through access to Black Sea trade. The port of Kaffa in Crimea became one of Genoa's most important trading centers. Silk, furs, grain, and slave trade, wealth flowing from the Black Sea enriched Genoa. This expansion represented a major threat to Venice. By the late 13th century, the rivalry had begun turning into open warfare. Across the Mediterranean, the two great maritime republics fought each other for control of trade routes. At the Battle of Cursola, in 1298, Venice suffered a devastating defeat. It is even believed that the famous traveler Marco Polo was captured during this battle. Despite the defeat at Cursola, Venice recovered rapidly. The Venetian arsenal was one of the most advanced shipbuilding centers of the medieval world. The warships produced that restored Venice's dominance at sea. For Venice, maritime trade was not just about wealth, but survival itself. Genoa drew its strength not only from warships, but from bankers and merchant families as well. The city's wealthy families built vast trade networks across the Mediterranean and accumulated enormous fortunes. Genoese ships transported valuable goods from the Black Sea into Europe. Now there were two dominant powers in the Mediterranean, and both sought to rule the seas. By the 14th century, the Byzantine Empire was far from its former glory. Much of the city's trade had fallen under the control of Venetian and Genoese merchants. The Byzantine emperors struggled to maintain balance between the two maritime powers. But this policy of balance only made the empire increasingly dependent. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottomans. At first a small frontier principality, the Ottomans quickly gained strength along the Byzantine borders. Bursa, Nicaea, and other key cities gradually fell under Ottoman control. This rise represented a new threat to both Venice and Genoa. In 1354, the Ottomans established themselves in Gallipoli, gaining a permanent foothold in Europe. This development marked a major turning point for Byzantium. Venice saw Ottoman expansion as a threat to trade in the eastern Mediterranean. Genoa often tried to protect its interests rather than directly confront the Ottomans. But this fragile balance across the Mediterranean would not last for long, because the rise of the Ottomans was about to change the struggle between Venice and Genoa forever. In 1378, one of the greatest wars between Venice and Genoa began, the War of Chiodi. The Genoese fleet advanced far enough to directly threaten Venice itself. But But Venice refused to surrender and prepared for a final massive counterattack. In the end, Venice emerged victorious at Chioggia, and the balance of the Mediterranean shifted once again. After the War of Chioggia, Genoa struggled to maintain its former power. Political rivalries and economic troubles slowly weakened the city from within. Venice, however, survived thanks to its stronger and more organized state structure. But the true rising power in the Mediterranean was no longer Venice or Genoa. It was the Ottomans. By the late 14th century, the Ottomans were advancing rapidly through the Balkans. Meanwhile, the Byzantine Empire continued to shrink, leaving Constantinople increasingly isolated. Venice grew deeply concerned about Ottoman influence in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Genoa continued building cautious relations with the Ottomans in order to protect its trade. By the 15th century, Constantinople was far from its former glory. The once great empire now survived only around its capital. Venetian and Genoese merchants still dominated much of the city's trade. Meanwhile, the Ottoman state was growing stronger with every passing year. In 1451, the young Sultan Mehmed II ascended to the throne. The new Sultan immediately began preparations to conquer Constantinople. Massive cannons were forged as the Ottomans moved to control the Bosphorus. Constantinople knew that a great siege was approaching. In the spring of 1453, the Ottoman army arrived before the walls of Constantinople. Inside the city, the defenders prepared for their final great resistance. The Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani, became one of the key figures in the defense. Venetian and Genoese fighters also joined the defense of the city. For days, Ottoman cannons relentlessly bombarded the walls of Constantinople. The defenders struggled through the nights to repair the shattered walls. But the move that changed the fate of the siege was the transport of Ottoman ships over land. The arrival of the Ottoman fleet and the Golden Horn shocked the entire city. On the morning of May 29, 1453, the Ottoman army launched its final assault. The defenders resisted on the walls until the very last moment. The severe wounding of Giovanni Giustiniani shook the balance of the defense. And at last, the walls of Constantinople were breached. As Constantinople fell, chaos spread throughout the city. The young Sultan Mehmed II had opened the gates to a new era. The Genoese colony of Galata had now fallen under Ottoman rule as well. 1453 marked not only the end of Byzantium, but the end of the old Mediterranean order itself. Constantinople was now the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. For Venice and Genoa, the balance of power in the Mediterranean had completely changed. The search for new trade routes would soon push Europe toward distant seas. The centuries-long rivalry between Venice and Genoa had given way to a new age shaped by Ottoman power. The maritime republics that once dominated the Mediterranean were now losing their former power. Trade routes were changing, and new empires were rising. After 1453, the Mediterranean world would never be the same again. But when the city fell to the Ottomans in 1453, both Venice and Genoa saw the end of the old world. There was no longer Constantinople, but Istanbul. Before the Ottomans stood a great city. That city was Bursa. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. Years had passed. Osman Bey had grown old. But the siege of Bursa was still ongoing. During this time, Orhan Bey began to rise, and the conquest of Bursa would be shaped by a new leader. Bursa was one of the most strategic cities in Anatolia. The city was a major center of trade. But Bursa was protected by strong defensive walls. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. The Ottoman army began preparing siege positions around Bursa. The city's connection to the outside world began to be cut off. The siege of Bursa would be a long struggle. Orhan Bey was patiently waiting for the right moment. The siege lasted 4 months. Was completely isolated from the outside world. Inside Bursa, conditions were becoming harder. Meanwhile, the Ottoman army continued to wait patiently. After years of struggle, Osman Bey had grown old. Yet his eyes were still fixed on Bursa. This great objective now rested in Orhan Bey's hands. The founding leader was leaving behind a legacy. After years of siege, Bursa's defenses had weakened. Inside the city, negotiations for surrender had begun. The Ottoman army was waiting for the outcome. And the fate of Bursa was about to be decided. In the year 1326, the gates of Bursa opened. The Ottoman army entered the city. And the Ottoman banner rose over Bursa. Bursa was now the new capital of the Ottomans. After the conquest of Bursa, Orhan Bey assumed leadership. Bursa became the first capital of the Ottomans. A new system of governance began to take shape. And for the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. After the conquest of Bursa, the Ottomans turned toward the west. The next objective was the Marmara region. And on the horizon, Rumelia appeared. For the Ottomans, a new continent was beginning. On the shores of Rumelia, a new opportunity had emerged. Internal conflict within Byzantium opened a door for the Ottomans. Ottoman forces settled in the fortress of Simp. This step marked the Ottomans' first permanent land in Europe. In the year 1354, Gallipoli became the Ottoman objective. After the earthquake, the city's defenses had weakened. Ottoman forces settled in Gallipoli. And with the capture of Gallipoli, the gates of Europe opened to the Ottomans. After Gallipoli, the Ottomans began advancing into Rumelia. New fortresses were taken one by one. Ottoman borders were expanding across Europe. For the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. Ottoman forces began establishing permanent camps in Rumelia. Strategic routes were brought under control. New settlements began spreading across Rumelia. The Ottomans were now permanent in Rumelia. The next major objective in Rumelia was Ottoman forces were advancing across the plains of Thrace. Strategic crossings were secured one by one. The Ottoman army was preparing for Edirne. Across the plains of Thrace, two armies faced each other. Ottoman cavalry launched a rapid assault. The Byzantine lines began to collapse quickly. This victory opened the road to Edirne. In the year 1361, the Ottoman army reached Edirne. Soon after, the city gates opened. The Ottoman army entered Edirne. Edirne was now the Ottomans' new center in Europe. With the capture of Edirne, Ottoman administration moved into Europe. Edirne was becoming a new capital. The Ottomans had now established a strong center in Europe. And for the Ottomans, the gates of the Balkans had opened. After Edirne, the Ottomans advanced deeper into the Balkans. Frontier fortresses became the next targets. Some fortresses surrendered without resistance. In Rumelia, Ottoman order began to take shape. The Ottoman army continued advancing through Rumelian roads. New towns were coming under Ottoman control. Ottoman influence was spreading rapidly across Europe. And the next objective lay deep within the Balkans. Ottoman expansion raised concern among Balkan princes. Along the frontiers, defenses were reinforced. Yet, the Ottoman army continued advancing. A great battle would begin in the Balkans. Balkan principalities began uniting against the Ottomans. The Ottoman army was preparing for a major campaign. The campaign order was issued from and the Ottoman army was marching toward a battle that would change history. The Ottomans were now entering a new era. The new objective was the heart of the Balkans. And the Ottoman army was marching toward Kosovo. Soon, history would change direction. The battle began with the archers' assault. Shield lines collided on the front line. Ottoman cavalry struck from the flank. The balance of the battle shifted in favor of the Ottomans. The Balkan lines began to withdraw. Ottoman central forces continued advancing. The battlefield came under control. Victory was now within reach. On the field of Kosovo, the battle had ended. The Balkan alliance was forced to retreat. The victory at Kosovo changed the balance of power in the Balkans. And the Ottomans had now become one of the most powerful states in Europe. After Kosovo, Ottoman expansion accelerated, but the real storm was just beginning, to be continued. The Battle of Kosovo was over. But the price of victory had been heavy. A new ruler was now rising to the Ottoman throne. His name would be bathed at the thunderbolt. Victory at Kosovo had been secured. But the state now required a new decision. Bayezid wasted no time, because a new objective awaited in Anatolia. The Ottoman army moved swiftly, and a new era was beginning in Anatolia. Fortresses across Anatolia were joining the Ottomans one by one. City gates opened one after another. Bayezid advanced without stopping. That is why he would be called the Thunderbolt. The Anatolian beyliks were now feeling Ottoman power. Some submitted without resistance. Others agreed to join the Ottomans. Unity in Anatolia was rapidly being established. Yildirim's plan was grand. But there was still a powerful rival in Anatolia. The Karamanids stood against Ottoman expansion. Bayezid would not accept this resistance, and he moved toward the last great obstacle in Anatolia. Bayezid now marched toward the last great obstacle in Anatolia, the Karamanids. The Karamanids were the strongest force, still resisting Ottoman unity in Anatolia. With a swift campaign, Bayezid brought Karaman lands under Ottoman control. Now, no major power remained in Anatolia to challenge Ottoman authority. The Ottoman advance into the Balkans had caused deep concern across Europe. The Pope called for a new crusade to stop the Ottoman advance. Knights from across Europe answered the call. A massive crusader army began marching toward the Ottomans. As soon as he learned of the crusader advance, Bayezid moved with remarkable speed. He quickly gathered his army and marched toward Nicopolis without delay. Bayezid's rapid advance caught the crusader army unprepared. As soon as he learned of the crusader advance, Bayezid moved with remarkable speed. He quickly gathered his army and marched toward Nicopolis without delay. Bayezid's rapid advance caught the crusader army unprepared. Near Nicopolis, the battle had begun. The first lines collapsed into brutal close combat. As they advanced, the knights began losing formation. Ottoman forces closed in from every direction. Bayezid ordered the counterattack. At Nicopolis, victory decisively belonged to the Ottomans. News of the defeat at Nicopolis quickly spread across Europe. In the courts of Europe, Ottoman power was now clearly felt. Bayezid's reputation spread across all of Europe. With the victory at Nicopolis, Ottoman dominance in the Balkans was firmly established. After the victory at Nicopolis, Bayezid turned his attention back to Anatolia. Ottoman authority over the Anatolian beyliks began to strengthen. Bayezid further strengthened central authority. Now, no major rival remained in Anatolia to balance Ottoman power. Bayezid was known for his rapid decisions. His army could move with remarkable speed under his command. For this reason, he was called the Thunderbolt. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached the height of its power. The Ottoman state now held authority across both Anatolia and the Balkans. The Ottoman army could now operate on two major fronts at once. Strategic passes and frontier strongholds had fallen under for Ottoman control. The Ottoman state had now become a true imperial power. After the defeat at Nicopolis, Europe began reinforcing its frontier defenses. European states began preparing defensive plans against the Ottoman advance. The balance of power in the Balkans had now shifted in favor of the Ottomans. Under Bayezid's rule, the Ottoman state stood at the height of its power. But reports from the eastern frontier demanded attention. In the east, a powerful new army was on the move. At the head of this army stood Timur. And the Ottoman state was now facing a new trial. Timur's army was advancing rapidly from the east. This movement signaled the beginning of a great campaign. The threat was now approaching Anatolia. The coming confrontation would change the fate of the empire. Two great armies were now moving toward the same land. Bayezid accelerated his preparations for the coming confrontation. Timur's army was also advancing rapidly toward Anatolia. The great confrontation had become inevitable. Envoys began traveling between the two rulers. Bayezid was clarifying his decisions for the coming confrontation. Timur continued, preparing for the Anatolian campaign. War had now become inevitable. Timur's army began crossing into Anatolia. This advance created great movement across Anatolia. Timur directed his army deeper into Anatolia. The great confrontation was now very close. Some Anatolian beyliks began making contact with Timur. Some beyliks joined Timur's side. These developments created serious tension within the Ottoman army. Even before the battle began, the balance had started to shift. Bayezid moved his army toward Ankara. Commanders were making final preparations before the battle. The two great armies were about to meet on the plains of Ankara. The historic confrontation was about to begin. In 1402, the Ottoman state and Timur's empire confronted each other on the plains of Ankara. During the battle, several Anatolian beyliks joined Timur's side. This development seriously weakened the Ottoman battle formation. The Battle of Ankara ended in a major defeat for the Ottoman state. The defeat at Ankara would push the Ottoman state into one of the most dangerous crises in its history. To be continued. Ottoman Empire, Part 4. In the mountains of Europe, a small castle was rising in silence. No one knew this castle would one day change the fate of Europe. The name of this family would become Habsburg. And for centuries, kings, emperors, and armies would live beneath their shadow. At the center of Europe stood the Holy Roman Empire. But this was not a single unified state. Hundreds of duchies, kingdoms, and princes were fighting for power. And the Habsburgs were searching for a way to rise within this chaos. In 1273, a decision was made that would change the balance of Europe. Rudolf of Habsburg was elected king of the Romans. Many nobles never expected him to rise this far. But in that moment, the true rise of the Habsburgs had begun. But standing before Rudolf was still a great obstacle. King Ottokar II of Bohemia was one of the most powerful rulers in Central Europe. In 1278, the two armies met on the plains of Marchfeld. When the battle ended, Ottokar was dead, and the Habsburgs had gained Austria. With Ottokar's death, the balance of power in Central Europe began to change. Austria had now become the center of the Habsburg dynasty. The dynasty understood not only war, but also how to grow patiently. And soon, marriages would become more powerful than swords. The Habsburgs had chosen a different path. They wanted to grow without constant war. One marriage was followed by another, and the dynasty began spreading across Europe. While rival dynasties weakened through wars, the Habsburgs gained strength through alliances. And a new reality was emerging in Europe. The Habsburgs were becoming unstoppable. In the 15th century, a leader appeared who would change the fate of the Habsburgs. Maximilian's marriage to Mary of Burgundy changed the balance of power in Europe. Because with this marriage, Europe's richest cities passed to the Habsburgs. And France now saw the rising Habsburg power as a threat. One of the greatest moves of the Habsburgs would be their marriage alliance with Spain. Because Joanna's family were the most powerful rulers of Spain. After this marriage, Habsburg power began extending beyond Europe. And soon, one of the most powerful rulers Europe had ever seen would emerge. His name was Charles V. Charles V inherited one of the greatest empires Europe had ever seen. Gold and silver from the New World were filling the Habsburg Innis. And across Europe, everyone was asking the same question: who could stop the Habsburgs? In 1517, an event occurred that would change Europe forever. Martin Luther was challenging the Catholic Church. Europe was now dividing in two, Catholics and Protestants. For Charles V, the struggle was no longer only about territory. At the same time, from the east, another superpower was rising. And at the head of this empire stood Suleiman the Magnificent. The Battle of Mohacs in Yiwu Harlil changed the fate of Central Europe. Now, the Ottomans had reached the borders of the Habsburgs. In 1529, the Ottoman army reached Vienna. Europe was terrified because Vienna could fall. For days, deadly fighting raged across the city walls. And in the end, the Ottoman army withdrew. But even after Vienna, the war did not end. Hungary and the Balkans had become the battleground of two empires. For years, both sides tried to wear each other down. And the fate of Europe was being shaped by the struggle between the Ottomans and the Habsburgs. In 1683, the Ottoman army once again arrived before Vienna. In 1683, the Ottoman army once again arrived before Vienna. At the final moment, the arriving European armies changed the fate of the siege. With this defeat, the Ottoman advance into Europe began to slow. After Vienna, the balance of power began to change. The Habsburgs were no longer only defending, they were becoming one of Europe's greatest dynasties. Kings and ambassadors were now recognizing the power of the Habsburg court. But before the dynasty, even greater storms still awaited. In the 17th century, Europe was dragged into a new catastrophe. Catholics and Protestants had declared war on one another. Cities were collapsing, and millions were losing their lives. And the Habsburgs stood at the center of the war, shaking Europe. Across Europe's royal courts, the Habsburg name now meant power and fear. They had built an empire not only through war, but also through marriage and diplomacy. But like every great empire, the rise of the Habsburgs would not last forever. After centuries of dominance, the dynasty slowly began to weaken. New powers like France and Prussia were changing the balance of Europe. Constant dynastic marriages had caused serious genetic problems within the family. Then Europe witnessed the rise of Napoleon. In 1806, the Holy Roman Empire came to an end. A nearly 1,000-year-old empire had collapsed beneath Napoleon's shadow. A story that began in a small mountain fortress had become a dynasty that ruled Europe for centuries. In 1402, the devastating defeat at the Battle of Ankara brought the Ottoman Empire to the brink of collapse. After Bayezid was captured, Ottoman lands were divided among rival princes. The struggle between the princes dragged the empire into years of civil war. This turbulent time would later be known as the Ottoman Interregnum. After the Battle of Ankara, Bayezid was taken captive. Timur's advance across Anatolia severely weakened Ottoman authority. Many Anatolian beyliks declared their independence once again. The Ottoman Empire now faced a major crisis of authority in both Anatolia and Rumelia. In Rumelia, Suleiman Çelebi seized control and became one of the strongest contenders. In western Anatolia, İsa Çelebi was trying to establish his authority. In Amasya, Mehmed Çelebi patiently began gathering his strength. Thus, Ottoman lands were effectively divided among the rival princes. Mehmed Çelebi moved against his rival, İsa Çelebi, in Anatolia. İsa Çelebi prepared to defend his authority in Anatolia. The struggle between the two princes soon turned into open warfare. At the end of these clashes, Mehmed Çelebi gained the upper hand. In Rumelia, Suleiman Çelebi had established strong authority. Mehmed Çelebi was preparing to confront this powerful rival in Rumelia. The struggle for the throne now extended beyond Anatolia, into Rumelia. The struggle between the Ottoman princes was turning into a larger war. Despite his control in Rumelia, Suleiman Çelebi's authority was gradually weakening. Many local commanders and soldiers began changing their allegiance. Meanwhile, Musa Çelebi emerged as a new power in Rumelia. These developments prepared the end of Suleiman Çelebi's rule in Rumelia. Musa Çelebi crossed into Rumelia and quickly began gaining strength in the region. Soon, many soldiers and commanders gathered around Musa Çelebi. The clashes in Rumelia quickly weakened Suleiman Çelebi's power. Thus, Musa Çelebi took control of Rumelia. After taking control of Rumelia, Musa Çelebi moved quickly to strengthen his authority. He made strict decisions to consolidate his control over the region. These developments once again alarmed the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine leadership began seeking a new balance against Musa Çelebi. Emperor Manuel sought a new ally against Musa Çelebi. For this purpose, contact was established with Mehmed Çelebi. By accepting this support, Mehmed Celebi gained the opportunity to cross into Rumelia. Thus began a new struggle that would change the fate of the interregnum. With Byzantine support, Mehmed Celebi crossed into Rumelia and began his campaign. In Rumelia, he strengthened his army with newly joined forces. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi completed preparations for the approaching major confrontation. The struggle between the two princes was now turning into a final, decisive battle. In 1413, the final great battle between the two brothers took place at During the battle, Mehmed Celebi maintained firm control over his army. By the end of the fighting, Musa Celebi's forces began to collapse. With this victory, Mehmed Celebi secured decisive supremacy in the struggle for the throne. After the victory at Çamarlı, Mehmed Celebi entered Edirne and assumed control. In 1413, Mehmed Celebi ascended the Ottoman throne as Mehmed I. The new Sultan began rebuilding the state after years of civil war. Thus, the interregnum ended and the Ottoman Empire was reunited. After ascending the throne, Mehmed I began restoring central authority. Many Anatolian lords once again pledged loyalty to Ottoman rule. After years of civil war, the army began to be reorganized. The state soon entered a period of recovery and stabilization. Soon after, a major rebellion began in Rumelia under the leadership of Sheikh Bedr.